Okay, we doing this?
What is up, guys? We are live here on Jaythestingray Live 3. We're going to be doing some MMA talk tonight, but don't be discouraged. I'm sure we'll have plenty of other random stuff to talk about as always. But I got a couple of good buddies here, Orc and Cole, here to talk about some MMA action with me. And
All right, all right.
the main reason I really wanted to do this is Cole and I were chatting on Twitter, and man, I saw this horrible fight, and I just really wanted to get it off my chest. Um, I guess we can just lead with that. You know which one I'm talking about, Cole, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it was fucking Kimbo Slice and Powerman 5000 or whatever his name. This other like huge out of shape black guy. Um, oh my god, dude! Like I was actually looking forward to that. I used to like Kimbo Slice a little bit. I mean, just because he knocked people the fuck out. But
Right.
anyway, man, Bellator's been doing some terrible like stuff like that lately. Like it was him, and then Shamrock, and who else with
Royce
the
Gracie.
Gracie? Yeah,
Royce Gracie.
and God,
So
man,
Shamrock
Gracie was.
51, Gracie 49.
God, I would have had Gracie at 60 at least. He looked so, I mean, feeble, man.
I really like Shamrock in his earlier UFC days, the really early first couple of UFCs, and I liked him even in WWF at the time. But seeing his last few fights, like Cole's told me about them, I was like, all right, I'll check this out. And then like he's like
It's like,
gassed
oh
for the
god.
first 30 seconds, and I'm like, this is my childhood going down the shitter as we speak. This is great. I love this.
Yeah. I mean, seeing guys decline, I mean, it's part of any sport, and it's really magnified in like boxing and
Yeah.
MMA. But I mean, this is to a whole new level, and I just mean somebody like Shamrock, it just seems just can't walk away from the game, and now because we'll get into it, I guess, because of the controversial ending and stuff, he wants to do the fight over again. And like, and it's funny, like when he wrote like this big, he sent out this big statement to the commission or whoever it is
Oh,
that
really?
rules on these things, right? And he sent it out, and the main thing like that's written in it, like that keeps getting brought up. It's brought up like 3 times. Is that like the fans were cheated out of seeing like the resolution of this great trilogy or conflict or whatever it was, rivalry, and they bring it up like several times. And they were just like, it's not for him and his ego, it's for the fans. And I'm just thinking, man, even like the most hardcore fans don't want to see a do-over of this shit. Nobody wants to see this all over again. I mean, whether he lost that way, he probably would have lost some other way. I mean, as feeble as Gracie looked, I watched the fight, and he kept him on the outside with his crappy kicks. Like, he was
Yeah.
just snapping off these kicks, and he was like, oh, keep him back, and then they clinched, and some knees came down, and then, you know, I mean, whatever. I don't think I didn't watch Shamrock when he was, in his prime and stuff, but I've seen at least clips and stuff, and I know what he was good at. And actually, even in his prime, he was never fast. So seeing him at like 51 years old, he's slower than molasses. And it's actually brought up more in the fight with Kimbo a few months back in the summer when Kimbo knocked him out, because he goes for a single leg takedown, which he actually gets, and it really emphasizes how slow they both are. Like, anybody, and I don't mean any martial artist, I mean me, you, anybody who's at least decently young and in decent shape would have sidestepped that with no
Oh, yeah.
effort. And like if you want to talk about telegraphing, he was like, this sort of thing, like he was like doing like college wrestling and stuff, and I don't know, but yeah, I guess, I mean, so I didn't see him. He doesn't have that aura for me because I was such a late comer to the sport and stuff, but I know what he did. But it's me. So for me, it was just pathetic, and I'm sure for a lot of people, like Ork said, it was just sort of shattering to see like a guy that was once so at the top of the sport, like just like not even right, to fallen so far. I mean, that's age. There's nothing wrong with it, and that's sort of it comes again to sort of his ego and stuff. It's just like you're 50, you can't do it anymore. There's no shame in that. You have a good legacy,
Oh, man.
you're in good shape, blah blah blah, type thing. But he can't let it go. And I don't know if Gracie wanted the payday or if he really did feel the need to shut the guy up. I don't know. I mean, Gracie's made a lot of money. That family. I mean, you slap the Gracie name on something, people will pay out the ass for it. Like I have to assume that if you could take Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, it's become so popular, and yes, because of the Gracies, I'll give them credit. You can take Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu in most places now. Like I live in Halifax, you can learn Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu here. But I mean, if you're at one of the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu academies that has like Gracie Jiu-Jitsu, I can just imagine like what like the fees are to go to the school just because of the name.
I wonder how that works. Like, is it like a franchise type thing?
It's
Like,
gotta be. I mean,
so they pay to get in, and then they probably give a take of the monthly revenue or whatever, right?
yeah, and maybe even for some of them, one like they'll have like his like third cousin's nephew, whatever, show up. But every once, and for the really big ones, like maybe one of the more prominent Gracies might show up and like shake somebody's hand or something, or even present the belt and stuff. And
oh, there's so many Gracies out there. I mean, so many people with that last name doing martial arts these days. I don't know if they're related or not, but
a lot of them are. Like I've looked up the family tree, and there's like at least 6 or 7 active right now in either MMA or just straight jiu-jitsu competitions and stuff. And
that's got to be one hell of a family tree on Ancestry.com. Gracie had 10 kids, had 20 kids.
Yeah,
it's going down.
I mean, I got crazy respect for that family, but I know you don't really think they're that great or anything.
I think they're very arrogant. I'm not going to take away exactly what they did, but I just mean they take an awful lot of credit for taking an already pre-existing martial art that existed for hundreds of years and tweaking it slightly, and suddenly calling it like the most invincible style in the world and all that stuff in like the mid-20th century about them challenging different artists and beating them and stuff. And I was just like, I don't really. I mean, a lot of people like point to that as like I'm supposed to respect him for that. I'm like, why? He picked a bunch of fights with people. People picked the fights with him. I don't care.
Well, the reason I respect them a lot is because the people they train or some of the people they've trained are badass right now in jiu-jitsu. So.
Oh yeah, and I'm not disparaging jiu-jitsu itself. I'm just sort of I'm just sort of downplaying. Like I mean, again, if before this I was talking about like how much Joe Rogan loves to make crazy absolute statements, and one of them is like they're the greatest martial arts family in history, bar none. I'm thinking, are you serious? Like I'm thinking of like Shaolin monks and stuff like this, and they're telling me that these Brazilian guys like with attitude are the.
No, wait, here you go. I listen to Joe Rogan's podcast a lot. It's fucking hilarious when he does like the hyping the fights. He's like, once in a lifetime, you see a guy come along, and he's just special and scary as fuck. And then they just blink.
Yeah. And how many guys have they been totally wrong about? Like, Eric Silva is going to be the next phenom. Like I've heard all that. And I mean,
the other guy who commentates with him is like, well, you know what? Is like Jose Aldo is going to get wrecked tonight, but we'll see, won't we, Joe? And he's like, yeah, that's right.
Yeah. It does the same thing that people always do in sports, which is like they'll make like a massive prediction because it's like, oh yeah, like, and then they'll just sort of step back and be like, anything can happen. Like, okay, then don't make predictions, moron. But I mean, everybody's guilty of that in all sports, pretty much. But yeah.
That is one thing I like a lot about martial arts too. Is it is anyone's game. A lot of it's mental as well. So.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's been lots of big upsets and stuff, and just Matt Serra type thing.
Is he another Gracie boy?
I think so. People loved him with that adorable accent he's got, like Long Island.
He's still around, man. He was there when Weidman lost. I watched that fight not too long ago. Weidman lost to.
Okay, well, you said you watched.
Luke Rockhold.
Yeah, Luke Rockhold.
He's badass too.
He is. Like, I thought for sure he would beat Weidman, and everyone was like, "No, Weidman's been so dominant." And I was like, "He has, but he's also had like I mean, he did some. I think it was more of a numbers game, not to take too much away from Weidman, but with Silva, like I said, nobody can reign forever. Silva was going to be at the end of his reign. Regardless of who came up. Now, he might have lasted a little longer. He might have, maybe gotten 1 or 2 more title defenses, but he wasn't going to be like, what, you know, he wouldn't still be champion now, even if Weidman wasn't around. Somebody else would have come along. So I was just like, people are putting too much stock in that thing. Well, he beat Silva twice. Yeah, although Silva kind of beat himself both times. I mean, Silva didn't take the first fight seriously, and the second one was a freak accident from, like, overtraining.
I was watching that shit live, and I lost my mind. I did.
Yeah.
That was worth $60 right there.
Honestly, like, I remember, so that was like in what, like November or December of 2013, something like that.
I don't remember.
And it was around the same time that George St. Pierre had his last fight, and that's honestly, I mean, I can right now. That's when I first seriously began following mixed martial arts and the UFC in particular. I mean, before that, I'd sporadically known some things about it and stuff like that. But I was going to say, you watched even in the old days, so can you talk about that?
Well, yeah, I mean, I watched. I mean, you know, I didn't get the pay-per-views just because my parents wouldn't let me.
Right.
But, you know, I rented the VHS tapes. I don't know if you guys remember.
Okay, yeah, this is the story that I've heard a lot. It's like a lot of people, like in the early mid-'90s, would hear through word of mouth about it type thing, and they'd find the tapes and they'd rent them. So that's what it was for you too.
Yeah,
right?
that's basically what it was. I mean, they were, you know, relatively new, you know, 4 or 5 months old when I would watch the fights. But, you know, that was also when it was like banned, I think, in the U.S. and
it was banned in
a
most
few other countries. Yeah.
So they were like fighting in like really weird like small town places. A lot of them like in the South for whatever reason.
I'm sure.
You know, it's like Birmingham and stuff like that. Like a lot of those early ones, because I mean, to this day, New York State, you still can't have. There's been no fights in New York State.
Really?
Everybody's waiting for them to lift the ban so, you know, they can have a huge UFC event in like Madison Square Garden, like how amazing that would be. But to this day, New York State, like, it's not legal there. But
I guess they do them all like in New Jersey or somewhere, right across the.
Yeah, I guess they do like Atlantic City and
Atlantic
stuff.
City, yeah. Wow, I never even put that together either. Yeah, you're right. There should be fights in Madison Square Gardens.
Absolutely. I mean,
it's no less.
New York is usually ahead of the curve. In this, they're totally lagging behind. It's like ridiculous. But anyway.
I mean, it's no less brutal than boxing.
I've tried to tell people that in many ways it can be less brutal, because in boxing, with all the rounds, like you know, if a fighter is being decisively beaten in an MMA fight, it's pretty much over. In boxing, they kind of give them standing counts and stuff, and some of these guys, you know, they're subjected to long batterings, which can happen in a UFC. It can happen in an MMA match, but doesn't happen nearly as often. Like if you especially look back at some of those legendary boxing matches, like Ali Frazier and stuff, they went on forever, and like, you know, they were taking so much damage, and most of it's to the head. That's the other thing. Like, I mean, yeah, you target the body too, but it's body head. Whereas like in MMA, at least you could, you know, not every strike is at your friggin' head all the time.
Well, you're going to get taken to the ground well before you're, you know, that gassed anyway.
Yeah, or you're put out with probably one clean shot or something, right? So in many ways, I would tell people, like, I was like, you're probably more apt to like get brain damage and concussions and all that stuff that happens if you're a boxer, just because of the nature of that. And because guys, like, if you're like punch drunk, you get finished, you know, in MMA. But if you're punch drunk, you know, you get time to recover and stuff and stagger around for a while, and I don't know.
God, those guys do like 15 rounds or some shit sometimes. I mean, it's nuts.
And in the old days, it was like way more.
That's crazy.
That's why like many sports, it's almost impossible to compare fighters from different eras and stuff like that. Like, you know, I don't know much about boxing, but you know, I've looked up various things, and there's one guy I can't remember, but he was like a lightweight, and I don't know what a lightweight is at the time, but he was about the size of like what Floyd Mayweather is now, and like a lot of people like point to him as like being actually a much superior fighter to him, especially considering he fought like almost 3 times as many fights as Mayweather fought. He had a couple losses here and there, but totally spread out. And anyways, but this was a guy that was fighting in like, I think the early 40s into the early 60s. You know, and again, like, there were way more rounds, and people, and, you know, there wasn't really much of a training camp. You know, you had a very short training camp and stuff. So I don't know. I like the history of boxing in the way that I like the history kind of lots of things. I just get into that, but I've never cared about boxing. I don't think I ever will. It just seems like a very limited way to fight for me. To not use your legs seems weird.
That I was a big fan of boxing really before
Okay.
I got into UFC, and that was kind of my stepping stone, I guess. Because I kind of lost interest in boxing just because the guys would sit on the titles and they
And there's
wouldn't
so
take
many different
fights.
titles and stuff, and like there was no way to really tell who was best. I mean, it's not perfect in MMA either, but in boxing, it's just really muddy. Because I'll look up like sometimes I'll be reading an article and they'll make a mention of like some boxer who I haven't heard of, right? And I think is somebody who legitimately like a non-boxing fan wouldn't have heard of. And I'll look him up, and it'll say that he held this title and he held that title. I'm like, wow. And then his record was like 65-4, and I'm like, and yet nobody's heard of him. Like he's not considered one of the greats, And it's all because of like the inconsistencies of different belts and weight classes and different divisions and different organizations and stuff. It's just like, yeah, well, he has this great record, but he never really fought good competition, and
Yeah.
so it gets really muddy in boxing too. Again, I think it can be it certainly can be muddy in MMA and stuff like that, but I think it's less so.
Yeah.
Maybe in like 100 years it'll be in the same thing because boxing's been around since like the 19th century, from bare knuckle 100 rounds to whatever it is now.
Yeah, bare knuckle, it wouldn't last as long if you didn't have those gigantic gloves on your hands.
Yeah.
But I actually liked UFC more. It was like 4 or 5 years ago before they bought, they bought every other
Yeah, they bought everybody else, yeah.
except Bellator.
WEC and
Yeah.
Strike Force.
Strike Force. I was a big fan of both of those. Mainly
Yeah, that
because,
was the other thing I sort of found out. Again, like I got into this, and I was just sort of like, it looks, and I'm looking at like Strike Force matches and stuff on like YouTube, and I'm like, I think I would have liked this better, type thing.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't feel like the best
different.
company necessarily wound up on top.
I don't like a lot of decisions they make, and now that they've bought all the competition, they do whatever they want. But I watched those basically because I had access.
Right.
Had Spike or whatever the hell channel. Those I know Strike Force was on Showtime, I think.
Okay, cool.
And I actually had Showtime at the time, and that's when I got into a lot of the females, as well.
Yeah, because they
featherweights.
had it first. Yeah.
I actually like that's one of my favorite parts of it now. Is because when I got back into it hard was when Ronda Rousey fought for the first title. The first female title of the UFC. What are they, featherweight?
Bantamweight.
Oh, they're bantamweight.
Kitchen weight. No, just kidding.
And then they've got the strawweights now too, which I like a lot.
Yeah, it's bantamweight and strawweight.
Yeah, Rousey lost, and the belt switched hands twice with the one that Rousey held. But what's her name? Jordana, the Polish chick who holds the one
nobody can say that last name, man. But yeah, she's
Jaythestingray or some shit like that.
She's fucking awesome. I love her, man.
Yeah,
she's got some boxing, man.
Yeah, she killed her last opponent. She
is awesome.
Like, that was a battering, because she wouldn't go down. She kept going partway down to, like, one knee and getting punched and kicked like crazy against the cage. I saw that fight when it happened.
Oh, man, that was brutal. Yeah, I like her a lot. She's Polish, I think?
Yeah, I think she's Polish. It's definitely a Polish-style name.
She's cool, too. Seems like a cool chick. But, they built that whole thing up with the Ultimate Fighter when they were introducing that weight class. So basically, whoever fought in there was gonna get a chance to fight for the title.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was her and like Carla something.
Esperanza or something.
Yeah, that may be right. Yeah. Who just got her ass handed to her, which I didn't like her anyway. I think she was overrated. But the Jodorowsky girl, whatever her last name is, she wasn't even on the show.
No, she wasn't on the show, yeah. So, like, whoever won the show won the title, and then they immediately lost the title to her.
Immediately lost it.
And it just made, like, the show seem like, well, maybe it wasn't as great a talent pool as we thought, although I don't know, maybe it was. I don't know. They always say, like, we found the best fighters, but, you never do. It's like the same thing, like those people that believe, like, in crazy absolutes. It's like, yeah, most of the best fighters in the UFC, but the drop-off between that and something like Bellator is not nearly what people kind of imagine it to be, I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
Like they just think the UFC is the top of the game, and like Bellator fighters
Yeah.
are just like they're kiddie pool and stuff like that. I'm just like, that's just not realistic to think that like there's that much of a gap. You know, I mean, and I don't mean because there's much lower, and I don't mean because there can't be just because they're pros. Because what I mean is I think maybe people aren't aware of how low pro MMA can go. Like you can go quite a few levels below that. So I mean, if you're like second best or whatever, like it's not like the drop off. Like yeah, I think Bellator, as we said, and we'll get into it, hurts their credibility a lot by signing over the hill guys just for their names and stuff like that instead of like pursuing like young upcoming talent. Although they have at least some of that, but I mean they've got some at least top 5 guys that I think would totally be not just competitive but really good in the UFC. Like guy who's a champion Russian Koroshev. He's going to fight the guy that just left UFC.
Vincent Henderson.
Benson Henderson. Like I think Benson Henderson is going to lose. We'll see, but that's my prediction right now. I think Benson Henderson is a very good fighter with a lot of skill, but I think Koroshev is going to go through him like a buzzsaw, and people will, and most people, the people that are like haters or whatever like that, it's not like I'm a Bellator fan, I don't care, but they'll just be like, well, it doesn't really matter because, Henderson, was on his way down anyway, so it doesn't really prove anything. Fine, but I honestly think if you took like a lot of those guys and dropped them into the UFC, they do very well. I'm not saying they dominate or be champs, but I think a lot of people have this weird illusion that there's a massive drop-off in talent, and in some ways that's ignorant, and in some ways it's justified because of the stupid shit that like Bellator will do, like with some of the fighters they have.
No, I agree. They want you to think that they've got the top of the top talent, but that's not always true.
Yeah.
They've got the people that are going to sell tickets, the Showtime.
I mean, that's why they don't have like that. I guess that Ben Askren fool, right? It's like he wins every fight, and people say, a lot of people call him the best fighter outside the UFC, but it's like they want nothing to do with him, and he wants nothing to do with them, and it's mostly because he has a boring style. People are just like, hey, he grinds it out with his weird wrestling, and we don't like him, and he doesn't like us, and I don't know. So
yeah. Well, what's your history with MMA?
Like you, I would go to various video stores and rent like, oh man, I don't know, probably UFC 1 up to 20 numerous times, and just go to different video stores and find the ones I needed, or if they were like someone had rented them that weekend or whenever I would go. That's how I basically got started with it. And then I got into wrestling first, then UFC, and then I was also a fan of boxing, like with Lewis, Tyson, Holyfield, etc., etc. That was the start. Though looking at this list though that I linked, the first pay-per-view I actually got though was UFC 43 Meltdown, when Couture was really big and Liddell was like kind of at the height of his career. If we can get back, okay, there we go. And yeah, that's kind of. I mean, I kept track, but just being really young, it was like. Being 12, 13, around like UFC, the 20s, mid-20s, like I couldn't really get the pay-per-views because I didn't have money for one, and then two, it was like really violent for like a 12-year-old to be watching. But yeah, I loved, I don't know, I loved it. Like in the wrestling you'd have like Stone Cold Steve Austin, The Undertaker, and yeah, they would be doing physical activities, but in the first like 10 UFCs, man, like Dan Severn and Tank Abbott and shit, like you would feel the punches when you'd see them like just annihilate each other, and that's what I really liked about it. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I haven't been following it as much as of late. I mean, I watch pay-per-view here and there, but I saw Mears fighting next, and I remember when he basically broke Tim Sylvia's arm, and he wouldn't tap because he didn't want to lose to him, but. That should be the next UFC coming up. But that's basically my brief history. But the mid 40s is when I started watching them like all the time, and then they would start having like 3 pay-per-views a month, and I'm just like, okay, I'll pick one.
Yeah. But it is kind of an oversaturation, I think, is part of the problem here, because I mean, virtually every week you've got Bellator and UFC doing a fight night or whatever, so.
Yeah.
I mean, it's positives and negatives to that, but it means you're going to have a lot of boring fights, too.
Yeah.
I mean, fighters need to stay active, and
Yeah.
it's good when they do, and it's annoying, especially when you get like champions or guys that are upper things. And I mean, if they're injured, that's one thing, but like sometimes they just have these like long off periods, and I don't know. And I guess this probably comes up in any combat sport like boxing too, but like the matchmaking, especially in the UFC, seems questionable to me at times because yeah, it's more about ticket sales and box office and gate and all that necessarily than really what seems to be the point of any sport, which is get them to play each other until the best rises to the top. They don't always necessarily come up with matchups that make sense to somebody like me, where it's just like, this person's won 3 or 4 in a row, they beat this person who beat this person, maybe it's time for they challenge the title, and they're like, no, we're going to do a rematch with this guy, I especially hate immediate rematches. They don't,
But real quick, I'd say probably there's been so many great ones, but the two that immediately jumped to my mind as like two of the fighters I really loved watching, just because how they would manhandle and make their opponents like little bitches and just completely outclass them with their skill and their power, were Randy Couture and especially Matt Hughes before Pierre came along and kicked his ass. Matt Hughes back in the day,
Yeah.
oh my God, he would just fucking throw people across the ring, and then they'd stand up and he'd fucking just maul them again, and I was just like, holy shit.
You talk about somebody that fell off. It was just amazing, and then just wasn't that great anymore.
Yeah. Sometimes it just takes sort of like one definitive loss and everything changes. There's Bizzell in lurking.
Look,
What's up, buddy?
Look, I just wanted to join here to let everybody know that I think it's really great that Orc will show up for your show, but not for the Sausage Factory anymore. So,
Orc, there'll be repercussions.
Very drastic repercussions. And, I mean, I don't want to throw Stingray under the bus, but Stingray wants to kick you off the show because you're not showing up the last 2 weeks.
I fucking knew it was two-faced. Well, you know what? Because actually, we're starting the
That's why
bacon
he
factory.
invited you on here tonight to tell you.
Yeah. So, I mean, what Stingray wants to hold some kind of tribunal. And, I don't know.
You're like Lord of the Flies up in this bitch, and Orc is Piggy.
I've actually,
Sucks to your ass, Mark.
It's so funny. I'm actually starting the Fruit Factory with Cole's Gay, so bitch, what's up?
I'm gonna bury us.
The Fruit You fit right in on the Fruit Factory, Orc, for sure.
Real quick, guys, go check. I sent that picture to you, Cole, on Twitter, and I sent it to you as well, Orc. It's in the TSF chat. Go check that out.
Look, I've got a little thought bubble here. Look at my thought bubble. Can you see my thought bubble?
Oh, there it is. Oh, that was really nice of him.
I love Orc.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, but Jay the Stingray wants you off the show though, really bad.
Shit. Drama.
I've got such an elaborate thing planned here.
Is TMZ watching? We can make some cheddar, some bread off this shit. Let's go.
I'm getting paid all day. That picture, man, that shit made my week. Like, I lost my mind when I saw it.
We've got the best fans.
I don't know if he thinks he's like making fun of us or if he thinks that's totally what we're encouraging, and we're like, yeah, that's what we want.
I'm all for it.
Yeah. So.
I'm
all for freedom of expression.
Yeah, there you go. It's art. It's artistic expression. When he thinks of the show, he thinks of a man with an enormous member shooting fire out of it.
Where do you go? What can you say about it?
We have the best fans.
Yeah.
Go to the Sausage Factory Facebook page and see what we're talking about.
See the passion we inspire in people.
I shared it on the Twitter account too. So
awesome.
Somebody's joining. Rambo Raph.
No, there he is.
Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! We're gonna get down the motherfucking day, yeah! I'm done.
What are you guys talking about here tonight?
Talking about fights.
Favorite places to eat, get a bite around town.
MMA.
Favorite pizza talk.
Do you guys have a Bonefish Grill in your hometown?
No, never heard of it.
I don't know what that is.
We do in mine. It's delicious.
It's great food. Oh yeah, oh it's awesome. It's awesome.
Bang Bang Shrimp on point.
Bang bang shrimp, crab cake. Mm.
Anyways,
Yeah,
back
we
to
don't have
discussion.
any, like,
So, when Flavor Flav fights
be redundant.
Money Mayweather, who's gonna win and why?
Who's
Flavor
fighting
Flav
Mayweather?
Fights
Flavor
Refrigerator
Flav.
Perry.
Flava Flav by clock.
Yeah, boy! You know that guy?
KO with the clock.
Yeah, the one with the clock.
Is he still with Brigitte Nielsen or wherever he was?
No, she swallowed him.
Oh, she swallowed him.
Yep.
Like an anaconda.
Anyway, guys, I just wanted to jump on here to point out how, Orcs turned his back on the sausage factory, so
Okay.
I'm going to jump off, and you guys have a good night. We'll catch you later.
Well, you know what, Piz? Unsub from your channel. Bitch, what's up now? Okay, yeah, okay.
Always trying to start shit.
Man. Yeah, it'll get me killed one day. Don't worry. It's going to be okay.
What's going on, Rambo?
I'm doing well. How about you guys? I know you guys were just talking about the UFC,
Yeah.
MMA.
Yeah, some of that.
Okay.
We're just trying to do something a little different. But we can talk about whatever you guys want to do.
Yeah, I think we'll eventually shift to other
I
topics.
don't think we have to stick to anything in particular.
Yeah, but for the sake of it, I'll just say how I sort of came into it because I was such a late comer. Was like I said before we were on air, I think like the first thing that I had any idea had anything to do with MMA in the 90s was that again through being forced to sometimes watch professional wrestling, which I didn't like. I saw that Ken Shamrock had a stint in the WWE, and either on TV or both, or my friends had told me like he's like a real fighter though, like he's doing WWE, but this guy like is a real fighter. I was like, oh, cool, like karate and stuff, and they're like, no, he snaps people's arms and stuff, and they call him the most dangerous man on the planet. And I looked him up, and they're like, yeah, he like teaches Marines how to kill people. I was like, holy shit, So that was the first time I kind of knew that MMA as a sport existed, although I don't really know what I thought of it at the time, and it was just one other thing to file away. And then, like I said, I was always interested in martial arts, but it was all, movie stuff. It wasn't anything real. I would retroactively get, right now, I'm, like, one of my favorite things, and I wish there'd be, like, some good documentaries about it, was, like, I love the evolution of, like, the sport of, like, kickboxing, like, through the 60s, 70s, and 80s and stuff. I really like that era and stuff. But anyway, at the time, didn't know about it, didn't really care. So, like, I left my hometown to go to university. And when I did that, most of my core friends stayed, and that includes Raiho. And so my first 2 or 3 years, I was up here. I wasn't living here full time. I would still come back in the summer. And maybe by the third summer, my friends who were going to the local university there, they had amassed some new friends that they made through the school that I didn't know that would become my friends. And some of those guys, including one guy in particular, were really into MMA. This is about 2003, 2004. And they would talk about it and sometimes put it on the TV, and that's the first time I really saw it. And I didn't care for it. I thought it was barbaric. And I thought like I didn't, and people say, well, I was ignorant and like I know better now. I do know better now, but I'll still tell you, it's still not in me to. It doesn't seem right to me to continue hitting a guy once he's down, and I understand like jiu-jitsu and grappling and all that, and it can be pretty cool, but I mean so many matches just turn into like guys sort of lying on top of each other or pushing each other against the cage, and that does not interest me. So anyway, and I kind of dismissed it again. I was just like, okay, this will go away. But then it became really big around me in the next couple years because George St. Pierre was like winning like crazy, and they were having pay-per-view events now in Canada. And this was around the same time that Sidney Crosby had entered the NHL, and for like first couple of years, Sidney Crosby, as such a young kid, a phenom, biggest hockey player to come along since Mario Lemieux, he was like at the end of the year, like the Canadian sports media was like making him like Canadian Athlete of the Year and stuff. Suddenly he wasn't winning anymore because some French guy called George St. Pierre, who was a fighter, was winning it. He won it like 2 or 3 times in a row. which was kind of insane. I was like, this is way bigger than I thought it was. If he's like beating out hockey players, because of the thing. And so I wasn't really watching any of it, but sometimes like on like TSN or Sports Network and stuff, I would see some coverage of it and stuff like that. And the first thing I really knew was like that St. Pierre had been on a roll and he lost to somebody. It turns out, Matt Serra. And I can remember like my first like memory of really like seeing St. Pierre wasn't him fighting, it was him talking about that. It was like footage of like a news conference and stuff like that, and it was something like somebody said like, what did you think, like it was a fluke or something, he caught you with a lucky punch, and Pierre said, no, there's no such thing as a lucky punch, he beat me. And I thought, I was like, oh, okay, well, he seems like a pretty cool, humble guy, he's not making excuses. I didn't even know that he like would immediately recapture the title and go into dominance again. I was sort of in the dark about that for like a few years. And
I didn't even realize that Matt Serra had beaten GSP.
Oh, yeah.
Because he was like he had held that belt for like the longest of anyone, hadn't he?
Yeah. Well, he only lost to two people. He lost to Matt Hughes, and then he beat Matt Hughes. Like the first time he faced Matt Hughes beat him. Then he fought. That's how he won the title, was by beating Matt Hughes. He took it away from him. And then I don't even know if he defended the title once or twice. And he fought Matt Serra, who I think had won the Ultimate Fighter or something, and nobody gave Serra a chance. And Serra knocked him down with a really good punch and staggered him, and he kept trying to get back up and falling down. He got swarmed and he got beaten. And I think they had an immediate rematch, and Pierre killed him, and then hasn't lost since. So that was sort of like a big part of his career, although he's had some close calls. I mean, this is all stuff I wasn't aware of at the time, that I only know about like now or like the last year or two when I really got to MMA. Like, good defining moment with his career was he fought Carlos Condit, who was a fighter I really like, and I know you like him. And Carlos Condit at one point had kicked him or something and knocked him down and was all over him. And I think it's a big defining part of George was like he got up and he like trashed him for the rest of the fight and retained the title. But so yeah, it wasn't until about, I think any fight with him, Condit's really good. He was a guy that jumped at me right away. So it was late 2013. That's how late it was that I started really watching UFC or MMA. And I'm still not 100% sold on it, even though I watch it a lot, I'll admit. But I'm more of a martial arts fan than a mixed martial arts fan. I prefer kickboxing when I can watch it, which is kind of rare, just because I like stand-up striking and stuff like that more. But I mean, if people are like into grappling and stuff, I totally get why they are, because it's cool. And there's there's a lot to it. Like, I'm definitely not one of those people that believes like one martial art is better than another. It's all perspective. It's all depends upon who's doing it and what the situation is and stuff like that. It's kind of like people love to have that argument, but it's really pointless to say like if a karate fighter could beat a sambo fighter or stuff like that. I mean, everybody's different, so you never know. There's no absolute. People want to make it like it's math or something, and it's not. So yeah, it wasn't until the late 2013 that I started genuinely getting into it, following it, and stuff like that. And like I said, when I started to learn the history, I sort of retroactively found out. I was like, wow, Pride seems like it was a lot cooler. Strikeforce seems like it was a lot cooler. These things, and they're gone now. Especially like Pride, because I just love I love how the Japanese do everything. Yeah. The way the Japanese did Pride was nuts, and they had a lot of cool fighters who were. I don't know how good they were martial artists, but some of them were just darn scary, like that Wanderlei Silva guy, who was just like, he was kind of like Kimbo Slice before Kimbo Slice, except that like he did have some legit, like, I guess, jiu-jitsu and stuff. Yeah. Because like he did like street fighting. He did do street fighting. People forget that. He did like bare knuckle street fighting. His face looks like a catcher's mitt, like with like mounds on it, because of all the scar tissue on his face from like doing like bare knuckle brawling and stuff. And I mean, it wasn't even fair. Like I saw clips like where he'd fight like some Pride guys, especially the Japanese guys, like who were most like, okay, so that Sakuraba guy, maybe one of the best grapplers of all time. He got knocked out 3 times. He fought him 3 times and was knocked out every time by Silva. And it's just like, don't even put them in the same ring together. It's not even fair, like, because they're just completely different fighters. But yeah, so I feel bad that I kind of miss out on that stuff, because now I feel like it's more watered down, regulated, and all messed up with a lot of things. And I'm not trying to come down too hard on UFC or any organization in particular. I think they all have flaws and stuff. I really hate it that there's so many weight classes. I don't know why we have to have so many. I don't really understand that this is the big thing, in the news now is, of course, that Conor McGregor moved up and weighed and lost an ATS as the last big thing. And people making all these excuses. All I've learned from this is that, like, The only reason McGregor seems to have did so dominant was because he was fighting in a weight class he never should have been in the first place. Like I'm just sort of blown away by the concept of weight cutting.
He's
Like
a huge featherweight, man. He's
he's 5'9". He towered over most of his opponents, and he must have really cut a lot to get down to 145. I mean, I'm 5'8", 160, and I'm not even in really good shape. I'm in okay shape, but I imagine, if I was in a world where I had the talent to do this, I would need better upper body strength. I'd have to put on at least 10 pounds of muscle, which automatically makes me a welterweight, and I don't even have a big frame. So I don't understand how this 5'9" guy with a bigger frame than me is fighting at 145. To me, I'm just like,
he's lean. He's got no fat on his body when he's after that weight cut.
Yeah, and he's not the only guy. A lot of guys like that. But to me, that just it seems to take away the legitimacy of it. I'm just like, well, then this isn't proving anything. I thought we had weight classes so that the whole point was a guy couldn't use a massive size and weight advantage, but yet they still kind of have it.
Well, they do that weight cut, and they go and they get an IV, so they're actually okay, a few hours.
So that when they step into the cage, they're actually bigger than what they were when they weighed in, which makes the whole exercise
30 pounds heavier.
Which makes the whole exercise pointless.
Well, that's just part of it, man.
I mean, it's part of it, but I have a real hard time accepting it. To me, I mean, I'm sure there's also logistically things. I would just eliminate some of the middle weight classes. I'd be like, we don't need to be at every 10 pounds. Like, have 150 be the maximum for one thing. Anybody under 150, that's the lowest weight class. No more I don't know. They talk about the guy, the small guy, the 125 champion, Demetrius Johnson. He's probably the most dominant fighter out there. He beats everybody. They've run out of guys for him to beat. He's beaten some guys twice. And they say, well, there's nothing really left for him to do except move up to 135. And I'm like, well, why? I don't get it. To me,
they're trying to mix up that weight class because it doesn't make any money. They can't put him as
people aren't that interested in guys that are 5'5", fighting, and
they can't put him as the main card because he doesn't make money.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I mean, it's.
I everybody, no matter their size, should be able to do martial arts. I mean, it's awesome and it's great, but yeah. But at some point, like I said, there's just too many weight classes for my. And plus, and that's one of the reasons why I always thought again, this is history. This is not me knowing it, but okay, you look at guys like Fedor Emelianenko and Randy Couture. They weren't really big guys in the context of being big, but they were big enough to fight the big guys, and they won anyway. And we don't see that anymore. Fedor Emelianenko is 5'11", and when he's in fighting shape, he's about 225 or 230, which makes him very small for a heavyweight. And he's fighting guys that are 6'5", 6'6", maybe 260 pounds, and Couture did the same thing because in Pride, their middleweight was actually more like what UFC's light heavyweight was. So he was often either around 200 pounds, maybe, and fighting guys that are way over that. And again, he was maybe 5'10", 5'11", he wasn't tall, and they won anyway, which to me proves a point. And yet you can't, I don't know. And that's another thing that makes me question the legitimacy of having all these weight divisions, because once you get high enough, you're not protecting guys anymore. Suddenly they do, if you're a heavyweight, you just have to deal with the fact if a guy's way taller than you or wherever you, well, he's a heavyweight, you're a heavyweight, you're fucked. Whereas it's supposed to be if you're two bantamweights, you're supposed to be the same weight. But I don't know. And I question some of these guys that are really tall fighting at really lightweights, because I'm just it's because you're not good enough to fight at a decent weight. There's a guy in Bellator who was actually champ for 5 seconds called Pat Curran. He's 6'1", and he was fighting at 145 and was champion. I have a hard time respecting that because everybody he was beating was 5'6" and 5'7". Anyway, it's Jay frozen.
Yikes!
He's back.
Anyway,
but,
I've made my points.
No, real quick, man. While we're talking about GSP, I just wanted to see is that a household name in Canada?
Yeah, and and that really was the push. It's hard to you might find it hard to believe that one athlete could do that for a country, but at least with a smaller country like Canada, it could. Because if you take GSP out of the equation, I don't know if I or a lot of Canadians would know or follow the sport. There's always going to be the diehards that find these things, but yeah, that was absolutely it. Because I'd watch. I'd get up in the morning. and I'd be like, okay, let's see the hockey games from last night. Let's see the highlights, and I watch that, and then they might. But sometimes even TSN always lead with hockey, but sometimes they didn't lead with hockey because maybe George was winning or defending a title. And so it was a really big deal. Like he was up first, and they're like GSP, and of course they couldn't actually show footage of it because of I don't know because it's retarded. But they talk about it, and they'd say how dominant he was and how great he was, and they'd show all his fans, and not just Canadian fans. Like he had fans the world over. A lot of Americans, really liked him, and I'd see UFC fighters who. I guess I would know now, but I didn't know then, right? They talk about how much they admired him or wanted to be like him, and I was like, wow, like this is a really big deal. So yeah, like he was definitely like the catalyst for me being like aware of it. Yeah.
From all the Canadians I talked to, like GSP was definitely their favorite, and a lot of them it was like Cole that it basically got them into UFC if they weren't already into it. And I kind of look at that like America, it's there's been a good amount of them, but no one really stands out like GSP does in terms of like, was the face of all of American mixed martial arts fighting. But I compare it to like
it's just a lot harder
Anderson Silva for Brazil.
Yeah, it's hard to be the face of American anything unless it's something that like Americans typically don't do because you're just such a big country. You have, so many athletes at a high level in so many different sports. It's hard to become the face of it. I mean, if you look at the list of champions, I'd say about 60% of them are American. So you don't really need one dominant American star because you're such a big country with so many good athletes anyway that it would be really hard to be the face of like American MMA. Like I don't even know what kind of level of like even Jon Jones isn't. So.
You want to go there?
I think some people are happy about that because a lot of people don't like Jon Jones. But
I was a big Jon Jones fan. A few years ago. But
I liked the way he fought, but then he started getting really dirty in the way he fought.
I don't think.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No.
No, there he goes. Anyway. But the first fight I ever saw him fight was he fought Glover Teixeira, and all he did was like, since he was 6'3" and Teixeira was about 5'10" or 5'11", was he literally like a bully on a playground, held his hand on top of Teixeira's head and pushed him and kept him at distance the whole fight, and then would like hit him and stuff. And Teixeira couldn't get close. It was like a big kid holding a little kid back while the little kid swings and can't reach. And I was like, what the shit is this? And then in his next fight, he kept poking the guy in the eye, and I was starting to realize that he had kind of a history. Like I didn't know that because I saw him fight Gustafsson. And it was an amazing fight. Everybody loved it. They were both fought.
That was a good fight. Yeah.
They both fought incredibly, and they both showed all their skills. And Jon Jones has crazy skills. I like he fights the way I want a fighter fight because he mixes it up. He'll do like a spinning elbow and and knees and all this stuff. But then it's hard to stay liking him because suddenly I realized he was doing all these dirty things. Like it doesn't seem necessary when you're that good.
He's still #1 pound for pound on the UFC's website. Like
yeah, he was off for a few months just because they suspended him, but yeah.
They're really pushing their cash cows, who they think is going to make them the most money, which that side of it really pisses me off. But like I don't think when you get arrested like 6 times and you test positive for cocaine and whatever the hell else this guy's done,
and
you immediately get a title shot. He immediately gets a title shot. Like that's bullshit, man.
I also like how he's never really shown any remorse or said like he did anything wrong and stuff, and like that part, like the last thing that happened, I read this story was like I think he got pulled over, and then he got in trouble because he was driving without his license, right? Which isn't a huge deal, but it is a huge deal if you're somebody like Jon Jones who is on parole and done all this shit. And he has the ego to say, this is what he says, because they ask him at a press conference. He's like, I'm going to be fighting for the world title, and you want to talk to me about tickets? I'm like, oh yeah, because you're world champions. You're above all that, like the laws doesn't apply to you, like you peasants bothering me with your petty laws, So that really rubs me the wrong way too. It's one thing. It's a great route for a guy to take. Be an asshole, make a lot of mistakes, but then actually learn from it and change because people love redemption. But he's not going to do that. He doesn't think he did anything wrong, and he thinks, oh, the world is should understand how awesome I am and just adapt. You know, I don't know.
Well, I mean, hitting someone, and then running away, hit and run. That's a felony right there.
I know. It's amazing the way that people the best way to judge the human condition is shit on message boards, right? Because somebody had brought that up, hitting the woman. It was a woman who I think was pregnant.
Yeah. She lost the baby too.
Wow, really? Okay, so she does lose a baby, because I heard at the least she broke her arm. So anyway, and some people on there were just saying that her injuries were exaggerated, and plus she got lots of money in the lawsuit, so it was like a push. It's almost like he did her a favor. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I think the UFC paid her off. I never.
Oh,
it didn't even go to court. It was before that point,
That's what I mean. Even the people that were on that side were totally admitting that, and they're acting like that's why she should just shut up. It's well, she made a lot of money. It's best thing ever happened to her, really. Are you insane? Oh yeah, Jon Jones really did her a favor there. Oh shit, I was driving coked out of my mind or whatever. Oh, I better run away. Oh man, what a great example of a champion. And yeah, what's sad is he's got really good skills, and he's really young, and could be a good champ for a long time and stuff. And now it's all tainted. But even besides that, like I said, I was really disappointed seeing his really cheap little chintzy things he does in fights. I'm just why do you have to do that? Eye poking and all that.
But you talk about somebody that's not a very charismatic fighter. I mean, a charismatic outside of the ring is GSP. I don't know if you remember when he fought Nate Diaz. Nate Diaz kind of talked, made fun of the way he talked a lot and stuff.
Yeah.
His English is not great.
He said something he called me a motherfucker. He said that I had sex with my mother. I'm come on, George, nobody thinks that. I mean, maybe that's the origin of the term, but most people that say motherfucker just sort of say it. They don't really mean it in such a literal way, but anyway. Hey, George did what he had to do to get hyped for it. Yeah. But, and plus, I guess the other thing was, there are certainly Canadian athletes that are good, but we reject, the Canadian public will still reject because they don't necessarily display the Canadian values we want them to. And the good thing about George is that he's the epitome of it. He's soft-spoken and polite and humble and and gracious in defeat and respectful and all that stuff. So that's another reason, because we were just whereas if you're somebody at least in the early days Eric Lindros, we're oh fuck him, you can have him, little whiny bitch, type thing. I know you guys don't know Eric Lindros, but he was a big phenom. He was picked first overall. He was a huge phenom in the early 90s. He just dominated junior. He was 6'5", 230. He was a man playing against little kids in junior. He just did whatever he wants, scored at will, crushed people. He was people. There just weren't hockey players like him, so it was obvious he was going to be the first pick overall. But the thing was, he was a phenom from a young age, and unlike a lot of these hockey players, you hear later, Sidney Crosby and stuff, who had good parents that were kept them grounded and were okay, you got all this, and you have a bright future ahead of you, but don't get a big head. You're not better than other people. Eric Lindros' parents were yeah, you're special. You're the golden child. You're better than everyone. And he really believed that, and he forced one of the biggest and most significant trades in the history of the league was the fact that the Quebec Nordiques. At the time, they're gone now, but the small market team, shitty team, they had the first overall pick by virtue of being a shitty team, and he had and they were going to pick him because obviously anybody would, and he stated way before the draft, I won't play for them. One, he didn't want to play in a small market because he wanted opportunities for licensing and stuff like that, and what's the word?
Sponsors?
Yeah, that kind of crap, right? And second, he didn't want to play in a French-speaking market and blah, blah, blah. And plus, he didn't want to play on a team that's that bad. They said, we're going to pick him. So they picked him, but he held out, and forced them to trade him in a massive trade that actually wound up benefiting them and being bad for the Flyers. He went to the Philadelphia Flyers. But anyway, so yeah, I know I go off on tangents and I educate you guys on things you don't need to know. But yeah, so there were a lot of Canadians that were very unhappy because it seemed very he was bad enough, but it was just so un-Canadian of him to act greedy and all these things, as if Canadians can't do that. You know, we're just like anybody else. But I mean, that was part of the backlash, and I'll admit I was part of it. Now he's retired, he's older, and his career got destroyed by concussions and stuff. And I do think he did change. I think he grew up and matured and moved beyond that. I don't think he's the same asshole he was. But yeah, back then, and a lot of it I blame his parents. His parents, like I think it's, yeah, they were right in his face, you know, and telling him stuff, and you know, getting their hooks into him and telling him all this shit stuff. So as ought to. But anyway, yeah, getting back to George's appeal, like George was, you know, what, you know, we idealize ourselves as, because again, we're not perfect, but we want to see ourselves in our best way, and George was sort of a good representation of that. So that was another big part of his appeal too. Not just that he was a champion, but that he was a champion that seemed to really represent us in the way we wanted to be.
Well, you know, this last fight between you know, Conor McGregor and Nate Diaz, it was, you know, U.S. versus Ireland, you know.
Right.
I don't really like Nate Diaz. You know, I was pulling for him.
Me neither, but I was happy he won.
I dislike Conor McGregor more than I dislike Nate Diaz. But
that's what it came down to for me too.
Yeah, but I think Nate Diaz actually does have, you know, a very, very well-rounded skill set. I mean, I think he should have taken him to the ground way faster than he did, because he got beat up pretty good, you know, in the first round and a half or so.
Yeah.
But, he took some shots at least, but you know,
I mean, that's part of being a Diaz. Him and his brother were both really good at taking shots, because that's, you know, immediately the people that like support McGregor would just say like he was dominating the fight, but then he like made the mistake and lost. I'm like, he wasn't dominating the fight. All sorts of people well before McGregor used to punch the shit out of Diaz. It didn't mean they were winning, you know. So, but
I mean, what was it? A rear naked? Is that what he won by? A rear naked choke?
Yeah, and what's funny is if you watch the fight, like, and people credit his jiu-jitsu, which is true because he finished it off, but it was more like, if you, I mean, I only saw the fight once, but I still remember it very well, is that when he, you know, he had rocked McGregor enough that McGregor went down, or that he rocked McGregor enough that he was able to take him down. He was at first he was doing the ground and pound thing. He was raining shots on McGregor from mount. And McGregor turned his back himself. So to me, that was, like, people say he tapped like a bitch. And I was like, well, I guess he did, but I think most people would tap in that situation. The bitch move was he was taking the hits and he turned away. And that's what put him in the position to come from behind and be like that. And I think a lot of people sort of missed that. I mean, it doesn't matter. He lost.
They would have stopped it regardless. I mean, if he kept
that's what I mean.
blows on him,
that's my point. He didn't actually need, and people say, oh, he was no match for the jiu-jitsu, and I'm just thinking, he didn't even need the jiu-jitsu. He could have finished him off that way, because if you turn your back and you're on the ground and you're like this, any ref is going to stop the fight. He's not defending himself. You know, he's turned away. So I'm just, again, it's not to take away the jiu-jitsu skills. I know he has it. Everyone says he's this big, he was a Gracie jiu-jitsu trained guy, whatever. But it was the same thing for me. Like, I thought Diaz brothers, you know, they have persecution complexes. They think the whole world's out to get them. Every time something goes wrong, it's everybody's fault but their own. You know, they do their gangster sort of talk and stuff. But it was really funny watching that come up against somebody like McGregor, because McGregor's good at his head games, but you can't play head games with Diaz. Like, at least when he says he doesn't care, it's true. He doesn't care. McGregor could make any, like, silly or funny or really witty. People think he's really witty, which he's not. But I mean, this is what happens. If you're halfway, that's the nature of the sport, though, right? If you're halfway articulate, suddenly Conor McGregor, he's really smart, he's really well spoken, he's obviously really well educated. I'm like, no, he's not. He's Irish street trash, but he talks better. But he talks a lot better than, you know, the average fighter. Because I mean, not to make a stereotype, but the average fighter usually isn't the most eloquent guy. But McGregor is slightly eloquent, so suddenly. But anyway, the point was, it was funny watching him say all this, because it doesn't work on Diaz. You know, like, Diaz doesn't care. He doesn't, and I believe that. He's just sitting there going. You know, and then McGregor had to flip the other thing because Diaz said something like, "I don't give a fuck," and McGregor goes, "Oh, I don't give a fuck." I thought was really funny. I was like, I've never seen McGregor suddenly flip his tactics like that, because usually in the talking, you know, he's saying the shit and getting them riled up, but he can't get Diaz riled up. So then he's just like, "I'll get into a contest with him to say who gives less of a fuck," which I thought was pretty funny.
And I'd love to see the day-to-day with these guys. They're just like sitting around smoking blunts, like talking shit about how everybody's out to get them, and like practicing triangle chokes on each other all day. Like, it's got to be some crazy shit like that. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I got respect for the guys because they, you know, they
Like
can
I said, they have a
scrap.
certain amount of
Yeah.
integrity. I have to say, you
But
know.
It sucks,
they
man.
really,
Nick was a master submission. Sorry to cut you off, but Nick was a master submission artist, and then he's, you know, the whole drug thing. Like, yeah, I mean, it's not like he was taking like roids or something.
well,
I don't know. I like the Diaz brothers in terms of their fighting skill for sure. But yeah, I don't know. I think that whole thing, which I guess is still happening, like what Cole explained to me, they should switch that around, even though it violated the terms of, you know, I mean the policies of drugs in the UFC.
he can fight. I mean, it's like what, like August of this year or something. He can fight again.
Yeah, but I
Oh,
mean,
They-
at first,
they-
I thought
at
he was
first
like
it was like
banned for a
they
long
brought it
time.
down. It was like 3 years or some bullshit at
It was like
first.
6 years, I think.
It was
Oh,
something.
yeah.
Yeah, it was something crazy. It was
Yeah.
something crazy.
But he can't fight this
And you
summer.
can't believe it, right? Because you're looking at that, and you're like, and yet Jon Jones is going to fight soon. You know, like
Well,
where's the
I mean-
perspective? Where's the perspective on this? Like,
I mean,
if
weed's not legal in California. You know, there's
Yeah.
medicinal.
I
It's
mean,
not like
is
he's
it
from
some sort of
Colorado.
is it some sort of morality clause? Are they saying it's immoral of him to like to get high now and again or something? It's
I
kind of.
mean,
It just reminds me. You guys
don't.
wouldn't remember. It wasn't a big deal, but back in the '98 Nagano Olympics, the Winter Olympics, the first gold medal Canada won at the Olympics was from a snowboarder doing some, which was new because that was the first time snowboarding was in the Olympics, so it was a really cool thing. And they stripped him of his medal because they found out the drug test that he had been high. And it's like, wow, a snowboarder been high. And then they were like, after a couple days, they just gave the medal back to him. They were just like, well, it doesn't really matter. It didn't enhance his performance any.
Yeah,
you know?
it made him more.
So all I can think is like if the Olympics, which is like the absolute height of sport and what's considered proper and and the rules being the best, if they're okay with it, I don't see why a stupid organization like like UFC is going to say he broke the rules by smoking pot. I'm like, come on.
Well, I mean, the point is it's against the rules. I mean, lots of people can't, smoke weed because they get tested for their jobs and stuff. You just can't do it or you're going to get fired. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
I just
it's
don't
just
think
part
it
of the
applies to
rules.
it.
Like, if you're so goddamn concerned about fighting at the top of the, the top of the, the mound for MMA fighters, don't smoke weed while you're training. I mean,
It doesn't seem like a good idea because I think it doesn't give most people I mean, at least in my case, I never had good eating habits anyway, but I mean, I had worse eating habits if I was high. I'd be like, all right, I'm gonna, like 2 liters of this Coke and maybe 3 bags of chips instead of 1.
Actually, that'll be the next Rocky movie. They'll use medicinal marijuana.
yeah.
Hey, did you
That's all it
see
was.
a movie I watched that kind of ties it? I watched Grudge Match not too long ago. Anybody see that?
Yes.
That had
Oh.
MMA in it. They
Was it?
punched Chael Sonnen in the face.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I'd like to see that.
It's an okay movie, I guess, for what it is. I mean, it's predictable as hell. You kind of know everything that's going to happen, but it's
De
okay.
Niro's in that? Does De Niro
Yeah, and
fight?
I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
it's him and De Niro fighting. It's
Oh.
basically Rocky versus the guy from Raging Bull. He even pretty much plays the same kind of character. Because at the very beginning, he's doing stand-up comedy at his stupid club. And
With the ventriloquist.
that's right. Yeah.
Since we're on the topic, Rambo, I can't remember, but did you like Creed? What were your thoughts on Creed? I can't remember.
I still have to see Creed.
Wasn't for me.
No.
But I just felt, I didn't feel the need. It was just a plot I was never interested in the first place anyway. But I just felt it all ended with Rocky Balboa, and I didn't really feel the need for more. But a lot of people enjoy it, and that's fine.
Do you think it would have been arguably just as effective if it wasn't in that universe and Rocky wasn't even in it?
Yeah, I don't know. I can't even say that because Michael B. Jordan didn't do anything for me in his performance, but a lot of people, the majority enjoyed his performance. He just didn't do much for me.
That was
See,
why the Oscars are racist, isn't it? Because he didn't get a nomination?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah. I forgot
Well,
about
there were several reasons. It was he didn't get a nomination, but somebody
the director didn't.
somebody
so-
white did, and it was just the only people that got nominated for like Straight Outta Compton were like the white writers or something. I don't know.
Tell the truth.
You know, I never even watched it, like I never even saw like highlights or read any articles about exactly what did go down at the Oscars. I mean, people were telling Chris Rock he didn't host. I know he did host, so like Chris Rock must have said something about the whole thing at the Oscars. There's no way he didn't.
From what I heard, he did. I can't, not specific. I didn't watch it, but he did comment on it and such. And that girl from what the hell was it, Stacey Dash?
Yeah, I didn't get that. I guess she had said something racist or something at some point, and he made a joke and called her up on stage, and most people didn't understand or get it.
She tried to make the argument that like BET, like
that we shouldn't have it.
Or not. I'm sorry, not the what is it? The BET Awards.
Yeah, that we shouldn't have like awards for different groups.
Exactly. Like, if you want it to be all level, we don't need to have the BET Awards and stuff like that. Which, I mean, I can kind of understand that. There's, logical arguments on both sides, but...
yeah. But, I mean, she did I remember now, and she did, like, the same thing that most people do. It'd be like, well, if we made, like, the white awards or something, people be up in arms and stuff.
And she's, she's at least some percentage African-American, so... That's kind of why people gave her a little bit of stock when she said it. But I'm at that point, by the time the Oscars actually happened, I was tired of hearing about it already. So I've kind of tuned out. I've moved on to some other cause to champion.
Where's the cause for like the Germans, for Irish people or something?
I would hope we're beyond that as a country, but
yeah,
I don't know. I hope. I'm gonna pretend we are, even if we're not.
Live from Dublin, Ireland, the Drinking Awards. Who will?
In the past, we've had Halle Berry. She won. Will Smith's been nominated, and Denzel's won. I'm sure Spike Lee's been nominated.
Well, did Spike Lee even have anything out? Why was he so pissed off?
He was on, what was the news network? I think it was NBC, one of the morning shows, and he said, I think his best film, the film he considers his best film, when sometime in the 90s, I think, and he's still to this day like insanely pissed about it. I forgot what the movie's name was though. Shit, I can't remember, but he's like, I'm African American and I didn't win that year when I should have, so. Yeah.
Wouldn't every director feel that way?
Yeah.
About the movies?
Except you can't play the race card if you're not African American.
Well,
yeah.
You can't say I didn't win because and whatever. But
or a lot of people choose not to.
Will Smith's wife was pissed off because Will Smith didn't get nominated for Concussion. We all know that was an Oscar grab movie that I haven't seen. I'm not going to watch because I don't like Will Smith. I didn't like him before all this shit happened. I definitely don't like him now. He's a little bitch. Yeah.
So he was mad?
I'm assuming she was mad. Jada Pinkett Smith. She was mad. Her and Spike Lee were the main people who started this whole boycott.
They're mad that Jaden Smith didn't get nominated for anything.
While we're on topic, are they really going to do a Karate Kid 2 with Jackie Chan and his son? I heard it was rumored.
Oh, with Jackie Chan's son?
No, Jackie Chan for Bruce Willis's son.
I would watch that shit.
Jackie Chan's son is 33. Actually, I just watched a movie he's in. He's an Invisible Target, which is kind of silly, but it's not bad. J.C. Chan.
I heard they're remaking Back to the Future with Justin Bieber and The Rock. He's gonna play Doc.
Blow my head off now.
With all the Ghostbusters talk, people are throwing all kinds of crazy shit around.
I never knew what race The Rock was until recently. I didn't know his dad is from here. His dad is black, and
is his mom Samoan? Is that what it is?
Samoan.
But yeah, his dad's Canadian.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, he's from here. His dad was a black Nova Scotian.
The flying Hawaiian or the flying...
But there was the big...
No, he was Rocky or something, right? Was his
I think it was Peter Maivia.
Wait,
yeah.
I'm lost.
His dad was a wrestler.
Wasn't it Peter
WWF.
Oh, his dad was a wrestler too. Okay, I just knew he was from here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to remember his
Oh, okay.
name.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Rocky Johnson.
Rocky Johnson, yeah.
Yeah, he was a Canadian professional wrestler, and he was in NWA and then went to WWF for a bit.
Yeah, and The Rock played like a few meaningless CFL games, I think.
Oh, did he?
Yep.
Oh well, I thought he got injured and he wasn't able to play anymore.
I think he played a few like exhibition games in CFL, and he attended an NFL camp and didn't make it, obviously. Something like that.
I know he was really good on the Hurricanes down in Florida. Miami Hurricanes, the college
Yeah,
team.
he had a good stint in some league, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, yeah, for college. I don't know about pro or
Yeah.
pro-ish. Yeah.
No, I think the only pro he played was like some exhibition games for CFL.
He's a huge Miami fan. He always like goes and trains with the players and stuff over there. He's like, HGH boys, I'm gonna go make Fast and Furious 12.
He's in
like
Baywatch, right?
Yeah, I like him.
Oh, is he?
He's in the new Baywatch movie.
Wow.
That's what he's doing now, currently. And then San Andreas 2. I think
Well,
that's some of
I don't know how movies like San Andreas make money, but they always do.
The last movie he was in that I really liked was Pain and Gain. I really liked that movie.
I love Pain and Gain.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
I love The Rock. I don't care what anybody says. I love the dude. I think he's a great actor.
Yeah,
Great
I think
action star.
I think he's a good.
He got charisma.
Got
I
good
saw a poster last night. I took the kids to see Zootopia, the new Disney film, last night, and I saw a poster for some film with him and Kevin Hart.
Kevin Hart's in everything.
So I'm sure that.
It's Central Intelligence. That's what it is.
Oh.
He's like playing the role of Eddie Murphy, but he's not funny, even though his stand-up's good. Kevin Hart.
I don't like Kevin Hart. I mean, he's a massive star right now, but
I don't really like him either, man. I mean, he does a lot of funny stuff, but
he's in he's in that movie I mentioned. He's in Grudge Match, and there's no reason. He's just there to be sort of the funny guy, and it's just mostly him and the old guy insulting each other. It's not Ed Asner; it's the other old guy.
Alan Alda.
other old guy.
Alan Arkin. Alan Arkin.
Alan Arkin.
Alan Arkin. Like, so it's just like anytime you need something funny to happen, it's like him and Alan Arkin like trading insults. And be like, I'm old, I can say whatever I want. And he's like, I'm like 5'2", so I can say whatever I want. You know.
I thought every guy you guys just mentioned was dead. I really did. Every old person, I thought they were all dead.
Alan Arkin's still going.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure Alan Alda's still going.
Which one's from MASH?
Alan Alda.
Alan
Alda.
Alda.
Okay. I knew it was one of those.
It was an Alan.
It was an old Alan. But yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say Kevin Hart's not funny. I mean, whatever. He's not funny to me.
All the stand-up
even
specials, I love them.
Definitely
But
not
when
his
he's in TV
movies.
and movies, I fucking can't stand it.
He's not in any good movies. Let's face it. Like, what's he's in? He's like in The Wedding Ringer.
Right along 10.
He's in like Ride Along. He's in some terrible remake of About Last Night, which wasn't even a good movie, the original. And you know, he's not. And he's just in everything, but none of it's good.
He'll be in Jurassic Park 5.
He's in some movie with Will Ferrell that I like watched for about 10 minutes before I literally just had to stop. Get Hard.
Get Hard.
Get Hard.
Oh.
They have no
That's
chemistry,
right.
and it's terrible. It's like Will Ferrell playing like the awkward white guy to somebody who's just like it worked maybe a couple times, but you can't keep pulling it out. They did it again. It's like he's like Eugene Levy. No, he's not.
Your dick. Talk about your dick. Get your dick hard. You're going to jail.
Oh my God.
Sorry.
I'd like to fight Kevin Hart, but I'm too big.
Kevin Hart, I looked him up the other day. We watched a movie, my wife and I, called The Wedding Ringer.
That's
Which
one with
he was
Josh Gad.
It's got Olaf in it, and Olaf from Frozen.
Frozen. Yeah. It's funny is like
Oh.
I knew who he was before Frozen, but that's all anybody knows him for now. Is like, yeah, he did that voice in Frozen, but I knew who he was before that. I'm not saying Josh Gad is an amazing comedic talent, but he's not bad.
I
Although
liked him in that movie.
I doubt he's saved that movie.
The rock star, or some shit like that with Rain.
Oh yeah, with Rainn Wilson. That's
Wilson.
back when he was really young.
Yeah,
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that movie. That was kind of funny.
yeah.
Emma Stone's in that.
Before she was popular.
Yeah.
That was the first thing I remember seeing him in.
Yeah. See, I totally forgot that was him because that's like when he was like really young.
I think he was in Soul Plane.
Holy shit.
Everybody was in Soul Plane.
Yeah, that's true.
Sofia Vergara was in.
Oh man, she's annoying. I'm sure she's a lovely person, but some voices I just can't take. She's right up there with like Fran Drescher, man.
No, her voice, man. I can't stand it.
That's what I mean. She's got a good rack, and I understand like that's why like married men all over America love watching her show, but and she's got like I guess that makes her accent does make her exotic, but not all accents appeal to me, and that's not one of them.
If she could keep her mouth shut, she'd be a lot higher on my list.
Yeah.
Oh.
She shouldn't be in movies though. She's just a TV actress. They should not put her in movies. Do you want to think? Well, what did you think of Zootopia? Because I'm gonna see it probably. Because like right now, like not only does everybody like it, but like the critics are jizzing themselves because it's got like that great message of overcoming prejudice and racism and stuff, right? So,
they hit that home pretty hard.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
That's like from minute one they drive it home. It was okay. I wouldn't say it was that great at all. I wouldn't even say go see it in the theater, but.
I think I will just because I don't really have anything else to see this month, but maybe I won't. I don't know.
I mean, it's up to you, but I wouldn't say it's that great at all. I mean, there's some good gags in there.
I like Jason Bateman. I want to see him succeed. I saw, speaking of him, and that's what I mean. I really like Jason Bateman, but he's in a lot of really crappy movies, which makes me feel bad. But I did really like Bad Words. I finally saw Bad Words.
Yeah. I like Bad Words a lot.
That's a cool movie. More than the neurotic Jason Bateman that they make him be in like crappy movies like I hate Horrible Bosses. Man, I hate that movie.
The Switch, or what is it?
Yeah, he's in The Switch where they switch bodies. I was surprised by how like R-rated that movie was. I was not expecting that to be so raunchy. Like I just put it on one time because it was on Netflix or something. I was like, yeah, I'll watch this crap. So I put that on. I was just like, he and Ryan Reynolds are dropping the F-bomb all over the place. They're talking about like girls' pussies and stuff. I was like, wow. Like I just didn't think it was going to be that kind of movie.
Yeah, it was raunchy, man. I don't really need to see Jason Bateman jerk off.
Yeah, really. That's what I mean. Like I'm all for a raunchy movie if it's done well. I just didn't think it was right for this movie at all.
I don't know, man. I don't know if it's me getting older or what, but the new generation of the sex comedy, raunchy, whatever you want to call it, it just doesn't do it for me. I know Ork's really into the Seth Rogen shit, but I just don't. It's just not funny to me, man.
I definitely get what you mean because I saw Deadpool recently, and I thought it was okay. It's just I don't know if it's because I haven't read the comics, but a lot of the humor didn't get me. Like some of it did, but a lot of it was like. He farted in the woman's face and he said hashtag drive-by.
Yeah.
I went, okay.
I mean, honestly, like, what's
I don't
weird
know, that's the
like,
comics, maybe? I don't know.
No, see, here's the thing, like, the thing that I didn't mind, but the jokes that were, I thought most of the jokes were good for me. Like, most of the jokes landed for me, I thought they were funny, but the ones that didn't were, like, the sexual ones. And that's really the stuff that's not in the comics. Because Deadpool... He is R-rated, but he's not really R-rated in that way. He's not even necessarily R-rated for cursing. Not that he won't. Really, his humor is just wacky off the wall. That's the point of Deadpool. It's like he's out of his mind. He's crazy. That's why he has the different perspective of being able to know he's a comic. That's why in the comics, for instance, all of his speech balloons are yellow. It's supposed to present his different point of view and that he's crazy and he's off. And they did have that in the movie, which was good. But really, they played up a lot of sexual stuff that actually, as far as I know, at least not in comics I've read, there's not really much of that going on in the comics. and I don't think it's just because of like them censoring themselves, because there's plenty of comics out there where even in Marvel where you could get away with that if you wanted to. To me, that was just more a little artistic license and maybe something that I could even see what's his name himself wanting, like Ryan Reynolds wanting some more sex comedy stuff in there, just because he has a history of that kind of stuff. So it didn't ruin the movie for me, and I did like most of the jokes, but the sex jokes were definitely the jokes that to me felt the most out of place and didn't work as well. Like a lot of people talk about, oh, he's having sex with his girlfriend, and then she's gonna try him with the strap on. No, I'm not saying that's not. I'm not saying that's not funny. It can be funny in certain movies and situations, but I'm just like, to me, it's not even that I thought it was bad. It's just, to me, that's actually not Deadpool. Like, that's not really what Deadpool does.
Yeah, some of it is like, it's not that I was shocked like, oh, how dare they? It's kind of like, really? And when they were joking about their uncles molesting them, I'm like, oh, okay, I guess that's funny, I guess. That's where I'm like, maybe I'm too old for this. Like, the humor that worked for me was the like when he gets stabbed and he sees like a little animation when that Chicago Sun's playing. That made me chuckle. And maybe I would have liked to see maybe a bit more of that than the raunchy. I don't know, maybe I'm just thinking.
Yeah,
but I thought it was an okay movie. I didn't think it was as hilarious as a lot of people, but
it's not that you're offended by it, which is what most people would say the reason why they don't like it. It's you just don't think it's funny, and I agree with you. I don't know if it's playing to a younger audience or what, but I mean, it's just a little childish. I mean, just it's not that I don't like lowbrow stuff, and I don't like
And that's what I was asking. I didn't know if that was the comic thing or that was what they added for the movies.
That's where it splits up between like childish and juvenile and these different things, is because Deadpool absolutely is those things, but just not in that way. Because like if you read a comic of his, it's more like he's kind of nuts, so he doesn't really take anything seriously. So yeah, it makes sense. Like he's seeing like bright colors and rainbows, and even if somebody's torturing him, he can like make silly jokes and stuff, and that's sort of the point of him. But in the comics, again, the sex stuff didn't really enter into it. In fact, it was more like, honestly, what I remember was like he had more of a child mindset about sex, in that like he wouldn't actually like say that word. Like he might use a childish word for it instead of saying like, I don't know, like pussy or cock. He just might say diddling or something, because that would be more like what Deadpool would do, Like, I don't know, like, I can't say this for sure, but, like, if Deadpool, like, for instance, like, crashed in on some, bad guy, like, screwing his girlfriend or something like that, he would, like, in the comic, he would probably say something very innocent childish, not gross childish. He'd probably be like, are you guys, like, hugging really hard? It's more the type of thing that Deadpool would say. He'd be like, are you doing, like, what the mommy and what's the same, that kind of thing, not, like, get it in there, or the type of thing they were having him, do more of in this, or, like, what he's making, like, if he's beating up guys, like, making euphemisms for fucking and stuff, like, that's not the Deadpool I've read. So I feel like they pushed, like, the sex thing in the wrong direction, because for me, he was more, like, childish innocent, like, he pretending, like, he doesn't understand type thing, instead of that. Again, it doesn't ruin the movie for me, and I get why they did it, because I think for a lot of the more casual movie-going audience, this was a great way to break down barriers and show them what a comic book movie could be. For someone like me who already knows Deadpool, it's unnecessary. Still like the movie, doesn't ruin it for me, but it is, I'm going to say, you're not wrong, even in wondering if it's a little out of character. I think it is.
Have you seen Deadpool, or?
No, I have not. The two movies I haven't seen that have come out recently that I really want to see is Deadpool, and even more so than Deadpool, even though I know it's going to be the better film, is Witch. The Witch, as you really like to call it.
The Witch.
I really like The Witch.
I liked them both.
Yeah, I like them both too. I really like The Witch.
No, I really liked Deadpool, I think, because I don't know the comic at all. I know we talked about this on the Sausage Factory, but I was just kind of went into it completely cold. I'd seen the original trailer, which was basically the whole, just a scene from the movie. There when he's, shooting the guys in the very first big action sequence in the movie.
For me, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
For me, the like, I don't know, I guess the summer movie spectacle is going to kick off for me with Batman vs Superman, and then I'll probably be going to the theaters till I mean, October, and then probably catch Star Wars. But this whole summer, you have all the comic book movies, a few horror movies, and Conjuring 2 is coming out. James Wan's directing that one, so I'm excited for that film. And then there's tons of shit coming out, but I think one of the last movies towards the end of the summer is a Bourne movie with Matt Damon back in it. I forgot what the name is, but hopefully that's good.
Jason Bourne?
Yeah.
Is that all? That's just what they're calling it, Jason Bourne?
Unless they change it.
I lost track of those movies. I liked the first one, and then I saw the second one, and I saw part of the third one, and I get the second and third one mixed up. I don't know. It just got boring really fast for me. It's not like it was bad by any stretch of the imagination. And I liked the first one a lot because at the time, it came out in 2002, I thought it was actually kind of original in a lot of the things it did. Like, I really thought it had a cool, innovative type car chase, and there were some other things that I thought were cool about it. But, I don't know. I'm a Matt Damon fan, but there's probably nothing that's going to make me go see it. I don't know. I've really lost enthusiasm for action movies of the last decade, really.
I have in the past 5 years at least. I mean, I'm not into the comic book movies anymore, man.
Well, I don't really count those. I mean, I guess they count, but
Oh, you're talking about just straight action?
Yeah, but I mean, you're right. Those certainly qualify. But I mean,
and I was a huge fan of the first one, but we'll see how Independence Day 2 is. Yeah.
Man, that seems unnecessary.
I'm kind of curious about the. It's not Olympus has fallen, whatever the new.
London has fallen.
London has fallen. I'm kind of curious about that. The trailer looks pretty cool, but I haven't seen the first film yet. So
it reminds me so much of I mean, it has some things it does remind you a lot of a more '90s action film, with its setup and everything like that, which is the films I liked more were the '90s action films. So that's something that's good for it.
That's what you don't see a lot of anymore. Which I guess the comic book films are filling that void. I don't know.
They are and they aren't, but I kind of miss the more single-tracked. That's probably a terrible way of putting, but I've realized now that what they do with a lot of action films, especially franchises. I mean, right at the top, of course, is Fast and Furious. Is they do more of an ensemble thingy because I think that's what people want. Because it's got this guy and this guy and this guy, and all you really find out is it just sort of waters everybody down instead of letting anybody really shine. So that's why the action movies in the '90s and the '80s too were good because it was just Nick Cage is the hero and this guy's the bad guy and that's it. You had other characters but they were the focus, and I just kind of think that works better than these more ensemble type movies that they keep putting out.
I'm not even talking about TV, but there's just I mostly game for the most part, but there's so many movies that come out that are kind of straight to video, or they're Netflix exclusives or Hulu exclusives, or then you have all the mainstream, theatrical releases. I don't even fucking know what to watch anymore. I'm just is this movie decent? I'll message a few people and annoy them, and they're just yeah, it's all right. I'm okay.
What I've discovered over the last 5 or 6 years is or even 10 years is the best action movies are never big wide releases. They're always something that was maybe done in some other country or with some independent director who had to raise money like crazy just to get it out. That's the only way to get good action anymore.
The Raid?
Yeah,
The Raid?
I mean, something like that. If it's some movie that breaks all the rules because the mainstream action has completely gone downhill, it's and now you can't even pitch the good action anymore. It's that's not going to fly. We don't want it. So anytime, and it's just or even just little small projects even something that's silly like the Kung Fury thing. I mean, all the best action things I've seen are just really independent and not wide release at all. That seems to be the best ones.
The last wide release one flopped for me. That was Dread.
Yeah.
From Bomb Valley.
I felt bad because I like Dread.
Yeah.
So did I. I was one of the only people in the theater.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
I saw it in theater. I think 3D helped kill it.
Well, I mean,
people didn't want to 3D. I really wish they could have made a prequel of that because I loved the guy's performance. And not that it's a hard thing to do. All you have to do is be an emotionless guy who grunts. But I mean, what was great was Hollywood, at least in this, it sort of.
It's hard to do that without being. It's hard to do that without being laughable, though. That sort of.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it, but
like,
I just. But
yeah,
I mean, It is, but like I would have to say that the Stallone one is way more laughable.
Yeah, that's
And
what I mean. Is that again? You could have like Stallone. You could easily make it laughable, and I thought they did not do that with Dredd. And it's tougher than it
starts to
seems.
Yeah, that's a good point, Soldier. So I mean, it's hit and miss. It's hit and miss as that goes. But I just mean one thing like Hollywood and stuff like wants to do, especially with their actors, is like get their faces out there. That's why it's Stallone, so he never has the fucking helmet on. We watched Spawn, which is crap, and like for 5 seconds of the movie does he have his mask on, and and it just goes like that. Like that's one thing that was refreshing about Deadpool was he actually wore the fucking mask when he fought instead of like constantly having it off all the time. Like they just love Venom and Spidey, absolutely. Like yeah, exactly. Like here's a character that looks really cool, but we gotta get that actor's face out there, even though it doesn't make any sense because they're known for a look because they're wearing a mask or a helmet or something. So I was just like in the first 5 minutes of Dredd, I was just happy because he kept the goddamn helmet on. Although I do realize, but this is from the comic too, like the total sexist thing. It's like we have this pretty girl, we can't cover up her face with a helmet. Oh, don't worry, she needs to have it off so that her like psychic powers work. Like yeah,
either it's going to be like form fitting or cleavage is going to be out. That's your female superheroes.
I mean, I get that, and I'm not saying that's a good thing, but I'll accept it or whatever. But I just mean, that was one of the things that won Dread right off. But yeah, I feel bad that it's so poorly because I would have loved to see a sequel because the first one was great, but it was literally limited in that building. I wanted to see them out in Mega City 1, like doing car chases and different buildings and stuff like that. And unfortunately, we only got that at the very start and no sequel. It's too bad. I really enjoyed that movie.
Something that looks really interesting to me is this Hardcore Henry. Have you guys seen the trailer for that?
Well, I haven't, but I keep seeing like ads talking about it, and saying like that it's mind blowing or something.
I'm curious about it because the whole movie is done. Think of found footage, but without the cameras, totally from a point of view.
First person.
Oh yeah, I have seen this. Okay,
well, that's risky. I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, which I like the idea because that's one of the things I always thought was take the found footage but get rid of the camera, so you don't have to deal with why are they holding the camera, why doesn't the camera break.
Yeah.
At least it's interesting, and will it be good? Wait until see, but at least it's something at least.
Is anybody big in that, or is it just?
Shalto Copley's on it.
Okay.
And,
at least I know who that is.
I think he's playing a couple roles.
Yeah, I know who it is. But yeah, I'll have to look at that trailer, see what I think.
But that's like you said, that's an independent movie.
Yeah,
it's not a big studio movie.
That's just all I noticed. Like if you want to like name any of like the truly good action movies of the past 10 years, like most of them are like independent or foreign or they are not mainstream.
I think Tim Roth plays the title character.
Ooh, I love Tim Roth. Oh, you know what movie looks good? And I'd heard about it before I saw a preview when I had to see The Witch. It's by the same guy that did some other movie people like, and I can't remember, but it's Green Room. That looks good. You guys see Green Room? Anything about that? Oh,
is that Matt Damon?
No. It's got I don't know any of the main guys in it.
Ooh, Imogene Poots.
But the bad guy is Patrick Stewart. Patrick Stewart plays like this leader of a big neo-Nazi group. It's about like some like punk band that go to play a gig and then realize they're playing a gig at like this neo-Nazi place where they're committing all sorts of horrible crimes, and then it's like they're trying to escape while they're being chased, and the leader of the gang is Patrick Stewart. It looks really cool.
I've seen a trailer for this. It looks really cool.
Yeah, like it seems like a pretty good setup. I love Patrick Stewart, and it seems like a really cool role for him to take on. So yeah.
I didn't even know that was Patrick Stewart in that movie, man. Yeah, that's gonna be awesome.
He's like the Nazi leader. So yeah, I'm not sure when that's coming out, but it must be pretty soon. So I'm pretty interested in that.
April.
It says here in April 29th.
Okay, who's the director? Because he did something else that people liked.
It says Jeremy Saulnier. Click on and see what.
Oh, Blue Ruin, probably.
Yeah, that's it. I haven't seen Blue Ruin, but Pezel's talked about Blue Ruin, and he liked that. I remember it didn't do well, but it was one of those movies that like critics liked.
Blue Ruin's good. It's kind of a depressing film, but
Maybe he's doing like a Weezer thing where all his movies will have a color in the title. Here's hoping. But yeah, that looks pretty cool. I'd like to see that. It looks very tense. Hopefully, it actually has that atmosphere. I mean, it's easy with editing to make a trailer look tense. I realize. So, but again, Patrick Stewart really helps win me over.
Something I was going to mention earlier when Ork was talking about the action films, or films in general, not knowing what to watch. It's so much out there, That's kind of the way, action movies. If it comes out and it doesn't do well opening weekend, it's gone.
It's gone.
So even if you had word of mouth, you wouldn't have time to even go see it. So that's definitely part of the problem. I mean, I guess you need some huge ad push or something to get the word out there in that 1 week you get, which is kind of ridiculous. But
kind of sliding back to MMA, but on the same title. I think I hope like they've learned now that there's a difference between like martial artists that become movie stars and putting like MMA people in movies. Like nobody wants to see that. Like we saw like Randy Couture and we saw like what's his
Ronda
name?
Rousey
and who's the black guy? I hate using that.
Rampage?
Rampage and stuff like that. Like and like in the last few months when Conor McGregor was current, he was saying Hollywood is screaming for me. Who wants to see Conor McGregor?
Dude, you can't even get a Cinephile, boy. But I mean, Gina Carano or whatever her name is was in Deadpool.
Yeah.
Gina Carano,
yeah, and I know she was like a kickboxer and stuff. Yeah.
She was in MMA. I mean, she was in the UFC.
Oh, okay. I knew she did kickboxing in like Brazil. I didn't know she transitioned, but
no, it must not have been the UFC because they didn't have a female division at that point.
No, yes. So but it seems to me that's not the next answer for like action stars. It's like MMA stars.
Well,
not just because they can't act, but
Ronda Rousey was in the last Fast movie and
Expendables.
Was she in Expendables and she was in the Entourage movie.
Which is terrible in all of them. Now in the Entourage movie, there's nothing wrong. Like there's nothing wrong with Ronda Rousey in the Entourage movie because she's just playing herself.
Strike Force, okay. Yeah, Double Shot.
So I'm not counting that. It makes it to me like I haven't seen Entourage, don't give a shit, never will watch it, but I know what it's about, and it makes perfect sense for Ronda Rousey to play herself in that movie. So I'm not counting that as anything because that makes sense. It's like here's a good cameo. It's like it's Ronda Rousey. You're not that tough. You're a chick, and I guess she beats him up. Haha. And except they keep using the same punchline in like Expendables 3. Like I love when she's introduced, and it's just like. She's in this dress at the bar and stuff like that, and like she's the bouncer. It's just like, in no way would that reflect real life. Even if even if she was tough as hell and beat everybody up, all that is him fighting trouble. Can you imagine? She could be the best. She could be stronger than anybody. She could be, stronger than Andre the Giant. But you can't make a chick like that a bouncer because all that is asking for fights. I mean, most of the bars I've been to that have bouncers, I don't even know if they're tough, but at least they look it, and that's all you mostly need. He's like, but if you have like some chick in a dress, people are gonna be like, that's the bouncer, and you're gonna have fights every fucking night. I know that's a silly thing to point out because it's a ridiculous movie anyway, but that just made me laugh. I go out with
my Affliction shirt on, I pound some Monster Energy drinks and some vodka, and I just start shit with bouncers.
In the early 2000s, when I was getting into UFC. There was this Facebook group. Oh my god, it was fucking hilarious. It was called like, "Thanks Tap Out for letting me know who the fucking douchebags are." And it's got some guy with a beer and his hat's like this, and he's like, "What's up?"
Okay, yes. Remember when I said like I first became aware of UFC because of like new friends of my friends? Like the main guy was a guy I mentioned. It doesn't matter if his name's Kent, and he's a really nice guy. He's a really cool, nice guy. But like he's not tall at all, but he's like burly, and he was into like MMA, and he was a bouncer. And he had like a hat, and he had the tap out shirt, and like he was totally that guy. But he's not. It's funny, like he's so aware of it. He's a really self-aware guy too, because he knows he looks just like those douchebags, and he's really not. He's a really nice guy. But but that was like him, like that shirt and the hat, and he was a bouncer. He wasn't tall, but he was like tough. you just sort of got that vibe from him, you know.
I went to a mall somewhere one time. It was an indoor mall, which is weird. And there was this store. It was fucking weird. Like they had like 6 tap out shirts, and that's all they sold. Like just went it, like that's all it was.
Yeah.
They just, you know, they had them displayed, and you picked out the shirts you wanted.
The guys that used to wear No Fear in the '90s had something new to wear. I like those guys that wear like the shirts that are supposed to be ironic that say "obey," but there's nothing ironic about it, and they just look like guys from like 1984. Like,
they don't know what it's referencing either.
Yeah, they have no idea. In fact, they probably think this means everybody should obey me. You know, that's probably what they think.
They don't. Yeah.
I see those assholes all the time.
Some of those shirts are fucking hilarious. Remember, No Fear in the '90s. Like, you'd see a big fat dude with it on, and then I remember one guy was like, yeah, I guess you don't have any fear of dying if you're that fucking fat. And he was like, holy shit.
Well, to be fair, like, as far as I know, you couldn't get a No Fear shirt unless it was at least size XXXL. Like, did they even make a medium No Fear shirt? Because I only saw super fat or super tall guys wear them.
Bro.
I don't think I could have worn one if I wanted to. And, like, back then, I wore, like, shirts that were way bigger than me. Yeah, I did that. Yeah, that was me in like junior high school. I wore T-shirts that were way
too big. Did they have Janko jeans?
I was about to say that, man. Did you throw on a pair of Jankos with those shirts?
No, I don't think so. What are those like?
Oh my God, you know what we're talking about.
I just don't know the name. I guess
they go and they're like really big. The legs are really big. How would you describe it, Ork?
Oh yeah. I was like not that extreme, but I was definitely wide leg. I was wide leg, big T-shirt, and probably more layers.
Do they have Hot Topics in Canada?
No, we didn't. But I know I've been to them and I know what they are. But we don't got them.
I rocked quite a few pair of Jinkos in my day. I was the guy. I had the belt chain wallet and
oh nice, yeah.
Assorted band T-shirt. I was that guy.
Me too. No, I was that kid too. I was small, and I wore shirts way too big for me, and lots of layers, and
I angrily smoked cigarettes outside of somewhere. Fuck you! Quit holding me down, man.
Yeah, I mean, I used to get like followed around when I'd go in stores and stuff. You know, because I really look like trouble, for fuck's sake. You know, I'm like this honor student in the band, in school band and stuff like that. But they think, I remember my second girlfriend, who was probably more or less my first girlfriend. My first girlfriend barely counts. But my second girlfriend, who I met when I was just turning 17, she was 15. We met at driver's ed and stuff, and like she told me she thought I was like a burnout, like crackhead. And she's like, that's kind of like why I wanted to talk to you. And I was like, okay.
I'm attracted to troubled dudes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Don't say no.
Yeah, she totally was.
You done any jail time? Because that's so
we were so like we were such a bad matchup. I mean, I have no idea why we were a couple. It didn't make any sense. She lived way out. She was like everything like I'm afraid of. Like she lived way out in the country. So I was just learning to drive, and I had to drive a treacherous highway for 20 minutes every time to get to her. Her house was down this huge lane, like off the highway. You couldn't even see it. And then you turn into this lane, and every time you drove up to her house, there was no way to like do it quietly without people knowing, because they see you coming a mile off, which I hate. Dogs would literally chase my car on the way, which would scare me because I'm terrified I'm going to run one of them over. And plus, she had a huge hick family. And stupid, like, burnout asshole and stuff. I mean, I used to hang out with them out there, even though I was kind of terrified of them. Like, as I said to Ork, when we used to talk about music and stuff, I remember we were talking about Slipknot one day. It's like, my Slipknot memory is, like, sitting in a car, like, parked way out in the sticks where she lived, like, sitting in a car with her and her friend and her cousins and stuff, and it's, like, a hot box car, and, like, Slipknot is, like, blaring on the stereo.
You're speaking my language, man. I know exactly what you're talking about.
These were my first, like, my first, like, real romantic memories. This was when I was getting into, like, love and sex and relationships. It was that kind of backdrop, Stuff. It'd be like, can you tell your cousins to fuck off for a while so we can use the backseat?
Here's my crank pipe. Y'all go hang out in the woods for a little while.
Yeah, so I mean, so I was partly down with it and partly terrified because part of it, like, I could totally play the role, but part of it is like these country kids are gonna see right through, my French immersion honor roll, jazz band ass, type thing. Because it didn't help that she was like so proud of how smart I was. I was like, shut the fuck up.
Shut up! I'm just one of the guys.
Tell them I'm stupid, please.
Which is kind of like when which all these years later reminded me of in Big Bang Theory when Penny would be dating Leonard and she'd meet her normal friend. She'd be like, yeah, he's really smart, as if like that was a way to like justify her like dating this complete like loser looking guy. Yeah. I think back to that, I'm like, wow, I must have like looked like a complete like fucking geek loser or something. She had to justify it by pointing out that I was smart or something. I wasn't as handsome as I thought I was. Damn.
Real quick, back to Jinkos.
Yes.
Jinkos were awesome, man, because you could put like an entire like carton of like Camel Wides in one pocket over here, and
massive
you got like a fifth of liquor over here in this pocket. You can't even tell; they look exactly the same. So we would,
I was definitely I used to wear cargo pants that had tons of pockets too. The more pockets, the better. That was my alternative to jeans. Jeans 90% of the time. That one special time, cargo pants with pockets.
Oh yeah, cargo pants are still cool.
Yeah, but the bit I remember the fad that I like, and I hate to say this because I mostly didn't follow fads and tell my parents, kids are wearing this, I have to get that. The one time I did it was for one of the stupidest fads of the 90s, was when I was in junior high, when kids started wearing those Adidas pants that you could rip off, that like the basketball players wore.
Oh yeah.
They had like the snaps. They had the snaps down the side.
Oh yeah.
So you could like rip them off. You would see like NBA players wear them because they could just rip them off and then go onto the court. Like that was a big deal like at my junior high, and I was like, shit, I gotta get those. And I remember like hating them.
How about the zipper shorts? Like they had the zipper and you take them off and then you could never get them the fuck back on. You gotta undo the zipper at the kneecap.
Oh, those, yeah.
Yeah.
I still have a pair that's kind of like that, like that I wear to this day. They have like all these weird like loop things hanging off. It's weird. Like I'm always tying them up. I'm like, what are they even for? And they have pockets that are so small. I'm like, what would I put in my pocket that's coming down to my knee? That's this small. Like,
no, they're cool. It's just you get the at the kneecap you get them off, and then you're like trying to get them back on. Everyone's like, yeah, we're going to this place, and you're like, just give me a fucking second. I gotta fucking put this shit back on. But
yeah, it's a total 90s. I don't know, grunge thug type kid.
I want to erase those memories.
I want to fucking relive them.
Yeah, I was gonna say
that's the period of my life when I learned that girls don't want you to be nice to them. They want you to treat them like absolute dog shit because that's what always happened to me.
Yeah. Well, I
was the nice guy, so.
Yeah, I mean.
You gotta smack a bitch around a little bit to get some respect.
Because that was back like
joking.
But yeah, it's like I wasn't dating anybody in junior high. It wasn't until high school because I mean, and I like at the time I thought it was because I was just some like unpopular guy, and I was, but I wasn't to that degree. It was more that tunnel vision you have. I can remember being like 13, 14 and stuff, and I was just obsessed with the girls that had no interest in me. There were girls that liked me. And you see it all the time in those dumb movies, but it's true. I was like, at least 3, 4, maybe even 5 times there were girls that were so blatantly, like, had big crushes on me, and I was so oblivious because I was in no way interested in them, and I was zeroed in on some stupid bitch I could never have. That was definitely, like, my focus in, like, my early to mid-teens. It was always, like, some girl that didn't give a crap that I existed, and I thought she was great. And there were girls that genuinely liked me, and I in no way noticed them or appreciated them. Youth.
You have any embarrassing stories of your youth you guys want to share on here? Go ahead.
Where do I start?
I'll tell you about how I got suspended for fighting in junior high.
I remember I was playing. I went to YMCA when I was really young. The all-day camps.
Yep.
Go there all day, get sent home, rinse and repeat, like every weekdays during the summer. All right. I was playing Foursquare. You guys know what that game is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, we played it in my elementary.
All right, and I was wearing shorts that were really small, so I did a fucking cherry bomb, and then my shorts split.
That's awesome.
That was a pretty good one. Elementary school days. That's pretty
Oh,
epic.
man.
I'm losing my memories of elementary. I don't know.
So many I'd like to forget, man.
My elementary is
I just
pretty
remember
blue.
being like
Pretty
so
blurry.
concerned with things that didn't matter at all, you know. Like,
Yeah.
you know, when you look back on it, you know, you're so concerned with hanging out with your friends and stuff, but, you know, I haven't talked to most of those people in 20 years. You know,
Yeah,
it's
going
just
to the
stupid.
movies. Don't go. Pull up here. Pull up
Yeah.
here, and then fucking drive.
Get out of here, and then leave, Mom.
Honey, I love you. And just fucking go. Fuck. I fucking hate my life.
Yeah, exactly. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just.
Even though my parents did like everything for me. My parents
Yeah,
did
mine
like
too.
Likewise.
anything I wanted. My parents did for me. They'd make it happen, man.
Mhm.
And, you know, I could still bitch and complain anyway.
Oh, I did. I complained quite a bit, and they were
Yeah.
great. They were great parents.
Yeah. No, my life didn't get screwed up until I was an adult. Like, I talk to a lot of people it's reverse, and they're like, "Oh, I don't want to talk about my childhood, rough childhood." I'm like, my childhood was great, and I'm like, now my life sucks.
Yeah.
I'm the same boat. Yeah.
I'm kind of a failure as an adult, but yeah.
I'm gonna tell you guys, I saw Street Kings 2. You guys have a chance to see that yet?
No.
I guess I've had a chance. I just haven't taken it. I
Ray
will.
Liotta's joint.
Yeah, that's right.
Let's see who else was
I
in
was
it.
never much into Ray Liotta. He gets a lot of credit for like 2 good roles.
Ray Liotta and Shaun Hassedy. I don't know if I'm saying his last name right, but
Who's that?
he's been oh man, what's the fucking Robert Rodriguez horror movie that you like a lot, Orc? Faculty.
Dusk Till Dawn?
No,
Yeah.
The Faculty.
Oh yeah, I like
Oh,
the Faculty.
fuck, yeah.
Who is he in the Faculty?
He was the jock guy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, yeah, I like that
He's
movie.
done lots of stuff.
No,
But,
wait, the guy who okay, yeah, the guy who quits the team when shit hits the fan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Elijah
And,
Wood.
That's a good movie. That's just one of those, like, I don't know. It's just like, you know, us against the world type of things. It's kind of like how I like slashers so much. You know, it's,
It's
like,
like
oh,
Invasion of
fuck,
the
everyone's
Body
getting picked up. What do I do?
Yeah.
I love that. I love
Invasion of
those
the Body
scenarios.
Slashers, like 90s high school style.
Yeah, they're like Dawson's Creek with Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Yeah.
So how was Street Kings 2? Since you brought it up.
It was good, man. It was
Oh,
like I'm a
okay.
big fan of the first movie. This is why I wanted to see it.
Does it have
Haven't seen
anything to
either.
do with the first movie?
No,
No.
not at all.
Okay.
Is there like a big
At
gap
all.
between the movies? Did like the first one come out a long time ago?
2008, I believe.
Okay.
I think like
It
a
was good,
3-year
though.
difference.
Ray Liotta's kind of been poisoned lately for movies.
Yeah. I don't.
He's in every vodka commercial.
Like I said, I mean, he gets a lot of
Yeah.
respect and credit, but I'm just like, what has he done that's good in like a long career? Like 1 or 2 things?
Goodfellas, man. Goodfellas.
That's what I mean. Yes,
I
Goodfellas. But I just mean, and maybe 1 or 2 other things. But he's on. What show is he on? Oh, he's on some show with Jennifer Lopez now.
It's
I
some
don't watch.
shit show.
I don't
you
watch. I don't watch shows, so I don't know. But
know.
yeah.
Shades of Blue.
Yeah. What's hilarious is like I was watching some late night talk show. They all blend together in my mind. Whether it's it might have been Jimmy, not Fallon, the other one.
Kimmel?
Kimmel.
It might have been Jimmy Kimmel, because I was just like, because they had J-Lo on. And I was like, oh, I haven't seen her in a while. Let's see how good she looks. She looks pretty good. And she was like gushing about how awesome this show was. And then he's like, Ray Liotta's in the show, and she's like, he's so good. And maybe he is, but then they showed a scene between them, and he's like terrible. It's like they picked like the worst scene they could with him, because he's really. It's like she's like yelling at him in a hospital, and he's saying like how he's going to do what he has to do or something. And I know Ray Liotta's not that bad, so I was just like, "Wow, you guys like picked like the worst possible clip to like explain your show." Like I was embarrassed.
He did star in Operation Dumbo Drop
Oh wow.
with Danny Glover and Dennis Leary. I forgot
I
about
had
him.
no idea
Dennis
Dennis
Leary.
Leary was. I've never seen the movie. I had no idea Dennis Leary was in that. I kind of miss seeing Dennis Leary in movies. I liked him.
There's always every fucking Sunday during football season. You want that Ford truck? Well, go the extra mile, Ford.
By the way, he did that for Canada too. We also had where he did the exact same thing, except he'd say like Ford Canada or best-selling truck in Canada.
He did that.
Rocky Mountain Ford.
Whatever that long-running show he was on, some fireman.
Oh,
Rescue Me.
Yeah, that's why he quit doing movies for a while, I think.
Yeah,
But he was in those Amazing Spider-Man movies.
Oh, jeez.
Yes, he played
Joel
Captain
Stacy.
Stacy, which was completely wrong. So wrong. I mean, are you surprised? I mean, everything was wrong, so.
Feel free to elaborate if you want.
About, like, Captain Spacey?
Or Amazing Spider-Man, you were just saying they did
everything. I'm not as hard on Andrew Garfield as a lot of people. Like, there was a lot of things that were sort of right about him, but it was mostly had to do with that other thing about like shoehorning everything in again. It's just like, oh, he's best friends with the lizard, and especially the second one, which was such a mess. Which I knew that, but I watched it just to watch it. Like where they. I mean, Electro is terrible, and again, like they have to like make all these connections where connections do not exist, just because they think the audience won't be invested otherwise. It's just like, look, he actually ran into Electro before he changed and had some sort of like weird moment with him, and all this stuff. I mean, I just hate Jamie Foxx in any role, so it doesn't matter. He could have played, a character that was like described as him exactly. It'd be like, if there was some character in Spider-Man that looked and sounded like Jamie Foxx and they cast him, I'd still hate him for it. But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of funny. I've kind of purged a lot of Amazing Spider-Man from my memory. I mean, again, this is another thing. Like, I've nothing against Emma Stone. She's a nice actress. She's pretty cool. She seems like a cool person, but she's not Gwen Stacy, and they wrote Gwen Stacy completely wrong, and again, it just seems like a massive fuck you, like to people. It's just like, it doesn't matter. It's just a name, She doesn't even have to be blonde. Like, really? Like, that's not even hard. That's some hair dye, And I'm pretty sure Emma Stone did a movie where she was blonde, didn't she, Orc? She did some movie where she was blonde. I'm sure of it.
I think so.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. Not a huge deal. But yeah, Amazing Spider-Man.
That's the
they'll take a
movies,
third crack at Spider-Man.
Good.
As just said, they'll take a third crack at Spider-Man, I guess, if he shows up in Civil War, which everybody says he will, which seems kind of odd, but we'll see how that goes. Because I do have faith in those movies. I like them. I haven't lost interest in the Marvel movies. I think they're getting better.
I still haven't seen the shit clusterfuck that is Fantastic Four, the last one they made.
Yeah, me neither. I'll see it, As I said when we talked about it on the show ages ago, like, even when they make a Fantastic Four that nails it, I'm not going to be that impressed because I'm just not a Fantastic Four fan.
I'm pretty pumped though.
But I mean, as bad as this movie's supposed to be, I can't see it being worse than the previous one because the previous ones are really bad.
I've not seen Deadpool, but I know I'm going to enjoy it when I see it. But I guess the next Wolverine movie, which should be Jackman's last, is going to be rated R too. So. If that is true and they don't hold back, that would be pretty epic.
I only care about the Marvel Studios movies. I don't care about the X-Men movies. I don't care about Wolverine. Deadpool is a little
funny. So Sony still owns those, right? I didn't mean to cut you off, but they still own...
Fox has X-Men.
Okay.
Fox has X-Men. Sony has Spider-Man. Or did. I don't know what happened to that, because again, they're saying
Spider-Man's
going to be in them.
And then Disney has all the other Marvel properties.
Probably not all, but all the ones we've seen, I guess.
And... Is DC mostly Warner Brothers? Pretty much all of it?
DC is entirely Warner Brothers.
Okay.
Warner Brothers owns DC, lock, stock, and barrel. They were the parent company before they made any DC movies. Well, maybe not before any, because might not predate Superman. But yeah, it's always been that way. Which is another reason why it's kind of unforgivable that at first the DC movies didn't have anything to do with each other. Because they didn't even have to worry about studios and stuff. They just didn't do it because they didn't give a shit. Because they were like, it's so complicated. People don't want this shared universe shit, which is exactly why people like comics. And now Marvel does it and everybody loves it.
So then for Daredevil, does Netflix ask Disney, like, can we have the rights to make this show?
I really don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how that works. But I've heard there's pretty good indication that those Netflix Marvel shows are totally considered part of that. and it makes sense because if you watch Daredevil, for instance, they reference the Avengers movie. They talk about New York getting blasted. At one point, they never do it directly. They say something like the guy with the shield, the guy with the hammer. They say something like that. They do that, so that they're totally saying that it's the same thing, and that which is good, which is as it fucking should be. So excited for Daredevil. So excited.
Wasn't there going to be another one? There's Daredevil, Jessica Jones, and weren't they going to
Iron Fist? Iron Fist. I love Iron Fist. If before I ever saw Daredevil, I would have said if you had to pick like a Marvel character I really like and like to do a show on that would be fucking impossible, it would be Iron Fist. Like, how the hell would you pull that off? But now I have complete faith in them because I think Daredevil's amazing. Like, I'm just like, let's see Iron Fist. Like, I was terrified when Daredevil was coming out because I love him so much, and I kept waiting for it to be bad. And not only was it bad, but it was spectacular. So then I kept waiting for it to become like average, and it wasn't. I mean, I don't know. I've never been as high on something as I am in that.
Faggot, I'm calling you Canadian style. Daredevil season 2 drops in 2 weeks. Gotta review the whole thing.
Oh yeah, I'm currently rewatching the first season again. I'm in the middle of rewatching the first season again.
Rambo, have you gotten to check that out?
Daredevil.
No.
Daredevil?
Yeah.
No, I haven't had a chance. I just haven't had the time to sit down and. How many episodes?
13, I think. I think it's 13.
It sounds about right. Yeah.
13.
Half hour each, or?
They're roughly 50 minutes each.
50 minutes each. Okay. I definitely gotta set some time.
Yeah. I thought I was gonna watch it a lot slower. I blasted through it because I was so impressed. I had to make myself wait. Now, I mean, and this is another one of those examples where when you have something that's one of your favorite things, you love it. Other people aren't, you don't expect it. So I'm not going to push it on you, Rambo, and say, oh, you have to. It's the best thing you're ever going to see, because I don't know. I was just really happy, because Daredevil's one of my favorite characters, and I did not believe you could do him even halfway justice in TV. I just didn't believe it. And I was just so happy with, everything they did. I don't even have, small criticisms. I was so blown away by how good it was. But, I don't know. Some guy on the YouTube, the last thing we did, commented, said, he wanted to like Daredevil, but he thought it was crap, and the acting was bad, and blah, 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 and I was just like, okay, I guess that's how you saw it, but I really liked it, so, you have no idea, and plus, it depends upon, preconceived notions, and like I said, I was terrified of this show, because I love Daredevil, and I did not want to see some shitty approximation of Daredevil, and I was just so impressed, casting, everything, so good. But I'm sure there are people out there who's it's not good Daredevil, so I don't know. But I'm super excited for the second season. It's going to have the Punisher, which is a great character to put in with Daredevil. It makes sense. They have a really good relationship, relationship and history in the comics and stuff. So excited that I finally got some Punisher. I finally got Garth Ennis's Welcome Back, Frank, which is what I was reading today when I was trying not to fall asleep. Which is pretty cool, because I've never actually owned any Punisher material before. I have stuff that Punisher's in, but not anything with him. And this was a good starting point. It's too bad that the first Punisher movie was so shitty, because it has actually a lot of elements taken from this, but done in a really stupid way. I like the second Punisher movie. It's pretty good. I mean, it's not amazing, but it's pretty good. Ray Stevenson.
Oh, yeah. Warzone. Okay.
Yeah. I actually own it on DVD. It's a good movie. Again, it would be better if it could reference other things and stuff, and that's why it'll be really cool to see this Punisher with Daredevil and stuff. And I have to assume Elektra will maybe show up at the end or show up somewhere, because she's very briefly mentioned in the first one. Plus, you can't do a Daredevil without Elektra. Part of me thinks that Elektra and Bullseye have to come in at some point, and they're just completely hiding it. But maybe not. Maybe they do the whole thing with Punisher. They've done a pretty smart approach, and maybe they won't overload. I don't know. But yeah, super excited, which is great, because I've never been excited about a show before in my life, really, because I'm not a show person. It's not how I really think that. But the Netflix and stuff has shown that it can be done, because you start removing some of the limitations. You don't always have to every episode has to be the exact same length. Some of the episodes are 47 minutes, some of the episodes are 54 minutes, type thing. And then they don't, and as far as content and stuff goes, they're not worried about that. It obviously has a pretty decent budget, that kind of thing.
I was the same way, and there's a lot of good TV shows that you can watch, tons of them, horror and non-horror related, just comic book related, whatever, the genres, but what Daredevil did to you, and I've only seen the pilot episode, but I'm sure it will do the same to me. But before that, what you got out of Daredevil Breaking Bad did for me, pretty much. I was like, fuck TV, I hate it. Well, I didn't say I hate it, but I'm like, yeah, I'm more of a movie guy. And then I saw Breaking Bad, and I was like...
But it's still a little different because it wasn't based on anything from a different medium that you loved. Like, it was a brand new thing that you were just being shown. I'm not saying that makes it worse or anything like that. I just mean it makes it a little different. And it's just like I said, like, I watched the first episode of Breaking Bad, and I totally get why people like thought it was good and it gets even better and stuff like that. But I don't know. My brain doesn't work that way. I have no inclination to follow up on it. Like, and I really like that actor. I think he's a really good actor. He's really cool. Bryan Cranston and all that stuff, but I just mean sometimes it just comes sort of down to subject matter and stuff like that. Like, it doesn't matter how good it is, it's not gonna do it for me.
Rambo, what TV shows do you like that are more recent than older?
I haven't watched anything recent. I don't even watch TV. If it's not movies, it's stuff on YouTube. Now, honestly, the last TV show I watched it's not even new. It was like Monk with Tony Shalhoub, which I like.
I remember that. Well, I remember it existed.
Now, real quick, I don't mean to cut you off, but you were a big X-Files fan. You probably still are. Did you check out any of the new episodes?
No.
Yeah.
I just haven't had. I just didn't. Again, I barely watch TV nowadays. I just haven't had time. Just been really busy.
Gotcha.
With everything. But I've heard mixed things. Some people really like it. Some people think, eh. So I'll check it out one time though, because I even got into the later seasons, but I'm a big Robert Patrick fan. But I mean, the first 7 I really enjoy. 8 and 9 I can watch for Robert Patrick. There's some single episodes I enjoy, but I'll give it a look. But there's some stuff I don't understand, like the cigarette smoking man being alive. Because he was blown up the last episode, literally from a missile in a cave. So I was like,
because he's an immortal alien. Somebody has to eventually be revealed to be an alien. Otherwise, Mulder's just a crazy retard. Aren't they ever gonna justify him a little? Aren't they ever gonna say like he's not totally crazy? He's right about something, not everything, but he's right about something. Or is they just going to end the show and be like, Mulder was severely brain damaged and led people into danger and wasted taxpayer money and FBI resources for years. The end.
Or be like does anyone remember the show St. Elsewhere?
I remember the title.
For those who don't know, it's a show in the 80s. I think Denzel was on it, and at the end, in the final episode, you found out that the whole thing didn't exist.
Oh, shit.
Because it was in a snow globe.
Yeah.
Like a snow globe or in a kid's mind.
Nice.
Like a kid that was sick. It was like, I wouldn't be surprised if X-Files ends that way. It's just...
That's like the ultimate, bad ending to a show. It's like the ending of Roseanne. I don't know if you guys saw the ending of Roseanne, the show, but it was
how's that
all like a figment of her.
The last season.
Yeah, it's like her writings, like she wrote it. Because
and that really, John Goodman's character died during that season, and she was so sad that the very last season was made up. That she won the lottery and met Steven Seagal on a train.
Yeah, I heard that part.
Yeah, the last season didn't exist. It was just her dealing with John Goodman passed away from a heart attack.
If you want a good laugh, watch the last season of Roseanne. It is fucking bonkers, man. It is bonkers.
Yeah, it was a show I never watched again. But not that I didn't watch. I did watch sitcoms of that era to a certain extent, and really bad ones, like really bad ones.
You can't relate to an overweight, middle-aged housewife in the Midwest?
No. But I mean, it has nothing to do with relating. I mean, I watched Step by Step, and I watched, which I have to say, of all the shows that I saw that were just normal family sitcoms, those were like Alan Thicke and what's her name were like the most sexually active parents ever. Like every episode ended with them going, "Oh, now we're gonna do it." I was like, "Holy Jesus!" There's so much implied sex in this show between like well, not old people, but you know what I mean. Like, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong. Oh, you're over 40, you can't have sex, you know. But I just mean I just remember even like being like young and being like kind of shocked. Like every fucking episode was like them in bed together at the end, and it wasn't like, well, good night, honey. It was like, now we're gonna get it on. You know, like
that was like every sitcom. I think they kind of did that.
New reboot.
That's the one that I think
New
holds the
reboot.
record the most. I mean, they did it a bit in like Home Improvement too, but which I watched the shit out of.
The new reboot would be just like it would show like full penetration. That's like the only way to like appeal to modern audiences.
Pretty much. Speaking of all this crap, I've watched like the first like 5 or 6 episodes of Fuller House just because I had to. Because I watched Full House as a kid. I was aware of how bad it was even as a kid, but it was just one of those things you reflexively do. So I watched it. Right. What's great about Fuller House, and I understand exactly why it is a success, is because the writers obviously have all this time to reflect and stuff, and they could have made it good. And they could have really shook things up, but they knew that would be the wrong thing to do. It is bad in the exact same way the original is bad. And that's what people want, and that's even what I want, and it makes me kind of happy because it's so lame and stupid and vanilla, and just for a whole new generation. And I've seriously enjoyed watching it on Netflix, and I will finish watching it. And there's going to be a second.
Watch the hair, huh?
Yeah. It has a weird dynamic though because it's got boys instead of girls. Like it's great writing. It's okay. So Danny Tanner is a man who has three girls of differing ages. Then his wife dies. Then 20-some years later, his oldest daughter gets married, has 3 boys, and then her husband dies. Isn't that funny?
That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's hilarious. Yeah, but most of the show is like Candace.
So everywhere you look,
is Candace.
Everywhere you go.
Yeah, they have the same song. They just give it an update. And the
Somebody who needs you.
I'm honestly telling all of you, do watch just the first one. Don't watch the rest, but watch the first one because that's the one where they cram everybody in. Because that's the one where you actually see Bob Saget and everybody, who only make sporadic appearances later on. But it's the most hitting you over the head garbage you'll ever see, in that they literally at some certain points just recreate scenes from the first show and split screen it. Like there's a scene that I couldn't even remember because I don't think I watched like the first couple seasons because I was too young of Full House. I didn't see the oldest. But in the very first episode, like towards the end, like Michelle, who's a baby at the time, is crying, and to make her like happy or shut up or whatever, they sing the Flintstones song. So then they do it again in this, and they split screen it and show it. And, like, it's so smashing you over the head with stuff. Like, it's terrible. They're just like, remember? And everybody blurts their catchphrase out within, like, 5 seconds of being on screen. God. No, it just takes pandering to a level that you will not believe. Like, and there's a part, like, of course, where they talk about Michelle not being there, and they say, well, she's busy, with her fashion empire in New York. Then they all turn and slowly look at the camera, like, oh, it's also it's terrible. But watch the first episode.
Sounds like the cringe I'm looking for. Fuck yeah.
Because it is pandering to a level that is insanity, and you will not believe how good that chick that Jesse married looks. Holy fuck, she's so good looking. I don't know who she is, but she is still really good looking.
Lori Loughlin?
There you go.
Yeah. Everybody else looks like garbage. Everybody else looks like. I don't even just mean the older people. I mean you don't want to see like the girl that was Stephanie.
Stephanie, man, she's
like
she had a bad meth problem at one time.
Yeah, and you can sort of see like she got over it, but you can see it's left its mark. She's kind of tired looking. Well, I mean, she's like what? She'd be what, like 34 years old, maybe? Yeah, she does not look like that. I mean, Candice Bure, she's always been pretty. Married a Bure, she's kind of smart doing that. But yeah, you should watch that first episode because you'll just be in disbelief the whole time. Just like there's pandering and then there's this. It's incredible. But yeah, like I think they were smart. They were like, you know what? Exact same shitty, safe, vanilla, horrible humor. Do it. Even in 2016, do it. And they were right.
Oh man, that sounds so awful. Like that. Like I can watch a lot of that stuff. I love sitcoms from that era. Like I can still watch, Family Matters and, even Step by Step or something. I can't watch Full House. Like, I like Mama's Family and shit, man. I like dumb, stupid shit.
Yeah, I never.
And I don't care. I like it. But anyway, like, I can't.
But I mean, yeah, I don't know what my excuse was. Like, I mean, there's a part of being a kid was like, I'm kind of the inverse now because like the only TV I watch is like hockey games and reruns of like The Simpsons and Futurama and stuff. Like that's basically the TV I watch. But when I was a kid, you know, there was plenty of stuff that I watched and I knew it was bad, and I just either watched it out of habit or boredom or even a fascination with how bad it was. There were certain shows, I'm not even kidding, I talked to Orc about this a long time ago, there were certain shows that were so bad they upset me, and I felt the need to watch them. A few of them were animated. One was a cartoon called Ovid Video, about a bunch of horrifying creatures like from New Zealand living in this shit-stained world that looked like, I don't know, like paintings of diarrhea. It was horrible, and it made me sad. Like, seeing it actually crushed my spirit, and I kind of felt drawn to watching it. There was also this show that looked like it had a budget of like $2 about fish detectives called Sharky and George. And it was all this underwater crap, and it had like the lowest budget, looked like it was made up as it went on. And I watched that, again, knowing like as a kid who was like 7, like this is absolute garbage, because I was fascinated by how bad it was. So I kind of did that with a lot of shows, and I think Full House was probably one of them. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Yeah, it's weird how like I can remember some sitcoms and things like some of the ones you mentioned, like Roseanne, I missed completely. Never watched Roseanne. Never in my life. Never seen a single episode. Never even seen a scene from Roseanne, which sounds impossible considering it wasn't like back then I was picky. I watched whatever the fuck was on.
I used to smoke a lot of weed and have a lot of free time on my hands, so I watched a lot of really bad shit like that. Like, I used to watch that and like Night Court. Man, I love Night Court.
I remember a show on the WB that I watched in the mid-'90s that amused me. It was Unhappily Ever After, which was another show that had an elf in it. It had like a puppet.
Both ways.
Yeah, and it was really raunchy. And like I kind of enjoyed it because it was kind of like what's that show from the 80s everybody likes? The one that predated The Simpsons.
I'm not sure.
Married with Children?
Married with Children, because it was kind of like It was a lot like Married with Children, but with like a stupid ass puppet in it.
Well,
and like most of the episodes were basically about them like making fun of the son for being stupid. They were like, he has a learning disability. Which
that's the guy from Entourage is in that, you know.
I don't know Entourage.
I mean, I don't really either, but the main dude in Entourage.
It's that shit. I do know his name. Wait, he's Jeremy Piven. Yeah.
No, not Jeremy Piven.
I thought Jeremy Piven was the main guy.
He's got some stupid ass name on Entourage.
Well, there's a guy on Entourage called Turtle.
Sway or some shit. Yeah.
Oh, they all have stupid names.
I can't remember. It doesn't matter. Anyway.
Here's Cameron.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, is my mic working?
Yep.
I hear you, yeah.
All right, because Google Talk's telling me it's not working.
Don't believe anything Google says.
Yeah, I'm noticing that.
It's good stuff. We need to make a documentary about Google Plus.
We could do our own version of Unfriended on here.
We're all taken out one by one by Google Plus.
It's never working, the Google Plus story. Narrated by Morgan Freeman. Well, it's a fucking piece of shit software.
Oh, man. I'd love to hear Morgan Freeman say that.
Yeah.
Brave Encounters 4 starring Orc.
I like Morgan Freeman. I watched one of my guilty pleasure movies yesterday, Wanted. Such a dumb movie that I enjoy.
Oh, yeah. I like that movie, too. It is dumb, but I like it.
It is dumb. I really like McAvoy, whatever his name is, Charles.
Well, they keep talking there's going to be a sequel, and I'm like, no, there's not. And then look at Independence Day, so you never know. Maybe 20 years later they'll do a sequel to Wanted.
But yeah, I like that
I
movie.
don't know if they have the money to pay Angelina Jolie.
That's like the last movie she looks legitimately hot.
They'll give her another
I agree with
kid
that.
as payment.
Not saying like she looks horrible now or anything like that, but I just mean that was like her last. That was like the last of her like absolutely like smoking era.
That's
Got
my
these Cambodian twins.
I keep thinking of like Cartman in that first season of South Park with Starvin' Marvin, you know? That's my pot pie.
You wanted two? Here's twins. You know, you pay.
Yeah.
That's the one where he finds like the fat lady in the warehouse in the middle of like Kenya.
That's Sally Struthers.
Sally Struthers, yeah. And she's like Jabba the Hutt.
That was good times, man.
He's like, that's my cake. He's like, no, give it to me. It's like, fuck you.
Sally Struthers.
Well, what's really
She was on one of those shitty shows from there.
Family Ties?
No, she was on All the Family.
Oh, on the Family, okay.
Oh, older than I thought. Okay.
Is that right? Okay.
All in the Family. Yeah. Well, obviously I don't have memories of watching that. I mean, I've seen it, but I was not born when that was on.
Real quick on back on X-Files, just while I have an opportunity to talk about it. I know, Rambo, you were saying you haven't seen it yet, but you like the show. Did you like the Monster of the Week episodes at all?
Yes.
Those are always kind of my favorite. I've heard a lot of people say the same thing.
That's what most people say. Ryan says the same.
Yeah, with the just random flute monster or whatever they throw in there. But that's the new run of the show is what, like 6 episodes. Like most of those are Monster of the Week, so you may want to give it a shot.
One is really wacky. I saw one, and it's really crazy. The Were Monster one.
Yeah. I think they're all, you can watch them on Fox's website.
Oh, okay.
But they're also on like Hulu and a few other places to watch. That's where I watched it, on Hulu.
Oh, okay.
I've got a bunch of horrible pictures of Sally Struthers pulled up over here.
It's funny though, because the first I would say the first 4 or 5 seasons of South Park, it was like they had like original stories, right? And then they would do little spoofs here and there, but for the most part they would come up with their own original stories. And now
everything's ripped from the headlines.
Yeah, every single episode now is just basically.
They're still well done, but you kind of miss that originality.
It's too on point, I think. I mean, 10 years from now, you're not gonna be able to watch that with any kind of.
It's like trying to watch season 1 of Saturday Night Live.
Like, crazy shit keeps happening, and they keep feeling like they have to reference it in some way. They're like, we can't not comment on this. And I kind of get it, but at the same time.
Jesus.
But yeah, I still watch the show. I still like it.
You're on season 19?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know they were still on.
Well, they've been on.
I really liked the show once it got into like its 4th and 5th season and stuff like that. That was when most people were done with it, because most people are like, okay, the shock is over. It's not the most raunchy out of there that the kids cursing, no big deal. And most people dropped off, and I didn't, and I thought that's when it really got good. Like, it's got some of my favorite episodes, like the one where they go to Aspen. God, I love that episode.
I think they really got a lot of control when Comedy Central realized what a hit it was, and they were able to sign a new contract, and I think they got some better stuff out of the show, after basketball came out and everything else.
Yeah, I forgot about basketball. Oh my god.
Which
I remember that.
Parker and Stone have been trying to lobby to get the raw footage of basketball and do their own cut of it, because they say that there's a lot of
I've heard
outtakes
that. I'd love to see it.
that they thought were funnier than what was put in the movie, and they wish they could make their own cut of it.
I'd love to see that, because I really like basketball. I can't help it.
I think that would sell really well, especially since it's not even out on Blu-ray yet. And that's the perfect way to sell it. The alternate cut. Have both versions on there and make everyone happy.
I quote that movie at least 3 times a week. All these years later. I'm like, it's not like horse. Wake up, bitch! You're my new best friend.
Jay's mentioning on the comments that he watched the drunken commentary Cannibal the Musical. It's one of the great commentaries of all time.
Yeah, that was from your recommendation.
You recommended that. Okay, I was thinking Cole recommended that.
He recommended it, and he reminded me of it. I saw it, I don't know how many years ago. It's been a while, though, and I saw it with some people, and I thought it was hilarious, and I just forgot it existed until you brought it up that night. Because Jay said, yeah, you mentioned that. I was like, I didn't mention it. I forgot about it. Yeah, Cameron.
Well, it's kind of funny because, it literally plays like, sitting with some friends watching a stupid student movie they made in college and just laughing your ass off while getting drunk. And it just works. You feel like you're part of the party.
Yeah. Yeah, really well done commentary. I wish more commentaries were like that.
Well, in fact, one point, don't they someone sits on the controller that turns off the mic? So for 5 minutes, they're like, there's nothing that happens. Then they come back on. They're like, oh, someone sat on it.
Wow, that's funny.
Yeah.
Those guys are cool, though. I mean, as soon as you think they've lost it, they come out with, like, this past season, I thought was amazing.
I don't know. I mean, I saw Book of Mormon 2 years ago. I went to New York to see it, and oh man, it was even better than I thought it would be. I was like ready to have it. I was ready to have a good time, and it still like blew me out of the water how fucking good it was.
And yeah, and as talented as they are, I mean, you can't even believe like how catchy their songs are. I mean,
so I mean, like that, like Trey Parker's a really talented songwriter. Like like that. Like that's the best part. Like I like the South Park movie, but the best part of the South Park movie to me are the songs. I love the songs in that movie.
Well, even Cannibal the Musical, which is like so low budget and cheesy, but the songs are just on point. I mean, that whole one he sings about something about like my world was better when I was on top of you, and he's talking about a horse, but he's really talking about Trey Parker's ex-girlfriend.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like he could have had a career in music for sure if it wasn't for this other stuff. And like Team America, man, that's got some of the most catchy. Like, I still
sorry, and I miss you.
Oh yeah, the Pearl Harbor song. I mean, just come on, America, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
I just remember like
that needs to be like Trump's song for his campaign.
Well, on the making of Team America on the DVD, they talk about how their original intent was to remake Armageddon with puppets, and they thought that would be funny enough. And then someone was like, "No, you should do your own story." But they really just wanted to take a Michael Bay script and just do it with puppets.
Yeah. Like we'll give it to Michael Bay in some other way. Why does Michael Bay get to keep making movies?
Every movie he makes, I think, makes more money than the previous.
I saw Team America double feature with Shaun of the Dead.
Oh wow,
that's pretty awesome.
At the movie theaters, and of course we had heard about Shaun of the Dead, but we didn't know about it except just it was like British zombie film. And as much as we like Team America, we like Shaun of the Dead even more, just because it was more of the surprise. We didn't expect it to be that good. We knew Team America would be funny, but we didn't think Shaun of the Dead was going to be like a masterpiece of comedy that also works as a straight zombie movie as well.
Shaun of the Dead is definitely one of the theater experiences where like me and the audience laughed the most like together. Like I've been to like comedies where like the audience laughed a lot, but I didn't, and I've been to comedies where like I thought, hey, this is pretty funny, and I seemed like the only one, but like that's one of the ones where like I was in sync, like everybody was laughing, including me. Cause yeah, that was good too, cause that was like an early showing of it too, like when we saw that. That was like before it was like in most theaters at the time, so it was a pretty game audience. I get a lot of those though. That's one good thing about living here is there's a pretty good sort of like movie comic type geek sort of community here. So the theater often puts on good special stuff. I think I told you like the best one was when Ryan and I got to see The Wizard. Oh man, that was awesome. The Wizard.
I'd be all over that shit.
And they even had and like I said, they did the video Armageddon at the start where they had the Nintendo and hooked up to the big screen and they were playing the Mario 3. They did that beforehand and stuff. I just remember like I was like, we better get there early. I have a feeling, and we got in there and like Send Me an Angel was playing over and like, oh yeah, this is right.
We used to do that all the time back when I was managing a movie theater. We would have the video projector and they would come in at night and just hook up whatever game machine they had and they'd play on the big screen.
That would be crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never gotten to do that.
Yeah, I worked in a movie theater for quite a little while, and one of my best friends was the manager there for quite a while. So we did some crazy stuff, but never did that.
Yeah.
Got in trouble with corporate. Somebody snuck a bunch of friends in to see one of the X-Men films, and Fox found out about it, and really got in trouble with corporate. So had to put a stop to quite a bit of that.
Wow.
Man,
Fox really monitoring your theater.
Somebody was stupid, and I'm not sure how it got out, but
they used to have people come in free every show.
Yeah. Whoever this was that did this apparently like invited everybody he knew and like filled up the entire theater with.
Well, that's what you do at midnight. You don't do that for a pay show. You open it up at midnight and you have a free screening for your friends.
Well, I think that's what it was. It was a free screening, but it was like 500 people showed up.
Why's my whole neighborhood there? What the fuck?
Yeah, when Ryan worked at the theater in Sydney in like the early 2000s, it was weird because there was kind of like two different shifts. There was the shift where like they had the super professional manager, this stupid short woman yelling at everybody and stuff like that, and they had like the shift where like everyone's like, I don't give a fuck, here, take some candy and go in.
Mm-hmm.
It was kind of
fun. Can I have a courtesy cup? Thank you.
Yeah.
I went and saw a double feature. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I was home like for February break. I went back to Sydney this 2003. Ryan was here, and he's like, you gotta see Freddy vs. Jason. I've seen it like 12 times in here, and I watched it like 4 times with him that week. Wow. Usually just us, and like with free stuff. That was fun.
I think I can officially say that I'm an adult. I went and I saw a double feature, and I paid for both movies. So I'm an adult now.
So yeah, since we've all had either worked at a movie theaters or had friends that work in movie theaters, what is the one movie we have seen the most in a movie theater?
That's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
Besides Rocky Horror.
Yeah.
Mine was probably like before I even had access. That I actually paid to go see, like Mars Attacks. I saw like 5 times. Like Independence Day, I saw like 5-6 times.
I saw Fellowship of the Ring, I think 4 times.
Jurassic Park, I saw quite a few times.
Well, you had a chance because Jurassic Park played for a full year.
Yeah,
so it was around a long time.
That's true, but at that period of time, you have a lot of options available.
I just remember, like when I was working at the theater, like almost every night was either like Scream, Romeo and Juliet, Romeo and Michelle. Like it was just like one of those movies they would just string up, and then everyone would go out, get a bunch of alcohol, come back to the theater, watch it. They'd walk in the middle of the movie just because they were playing it at 1:30 in the morning. And
that'd be awesome.
The good times, the good old days.
Yeah. It's been a while since I've been to a good.
Many movies over and over in the theater, but I think Blade I saw 4 times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I saw Blade quite a few times as well.
When I was like 11. I was like strolling in, like, hey, what's up?
Yeah, I think I saw Jurassic Park, Pulp Fiction, Wild at Heart like 6 times in the theater.
Wow.
And that was like, Wild at Heart just blew my mind.
Yeah.
I was 14 years old. It was, and every time, I don't know if you guys have seen that movie, but every time they strike a match in that movie, the sound work is so extraordinary that in the movie theater, the whole room would shake anytime someone lit up a cigarette. And
I could not handle that movie on the big screen, man. I could not handle Willem Dafoe in that movie looking at me with his sandcastle teeth.
That's David Lynch, right?
Man.
Yeah. And probably
that's one of his good ones, man.
And one of the great Nicolas Cage performances.
Yeah.
And not
that scene at the rock concert is like, Nick Cage does all sorts of crazy shit. We've all seen his highlight reel, but if you want to go right up there, that scene at the rock concert, man, it's just insane. He's like dancing like this, and then like he's just like, this is my snakeskin jacket. It symbolizes my belief in something like expression and personal freedom. There's a beat, and then the guy just goes, asshole, and then they start fighting. Oh, I love it.
Yeah, I think that movie has one of the most incredible opening credit sequences ever, and then it goes right into Nicolas Cage beating a guy to death by slamming his head into a marble floor. It's just like, that's how you begin a movie.
Yeah, that was the role he was born for. Nobody else could have pulled that off.
I will see your Wild at Heart, and I'll raise you Vampire's Kiss.
Well, that was the one he did right before it, so it gave him the confidence.
I still haven't seen it. I know what it is.
As far as craziness goes, before he was doing it, because he was aware of what was going on, the face-off days or whatever.
I'm under the impression that once he won the Oscar for Leaving Las Vegas, he just said, fuck it, I'm just going to do whatever I want to do. And then he managed to get in debt so much that now
every script I see.
Yeah, well, now he's in debt, so he has to say yes to everything just so he can pay off his house and stuff.
I know. Of course he's in debt. Most people can make it work as a millionaire, and yet he lived like he was a billionaire. He was buying, like, castles and stuff. Like, come on. He bought more than one cast. He bought, like, at least two.
I mean, he married
Like,
Lisa
Nick
Marie
Cage,
Presley
like,
just
you've
because of
got, like,
daughter.
$100 million or whatever. You're pretty awesome. You're living a pretty good life. But he was living like he was, like, some sort of, like monarch. Like, as if he had billions.
You're such an Elvis fan that you just want to shag Elvis's daughter.
Yeah.
And you
Yeah,
marry
that's
her
pretty
to
much
do it.
that. Like, it's like fucking the king himself.
Well, he even sings Elvis in Wild at Heart, 2 songs.
Yeah.
And,
Wild at Heart. Yeah,
that's pretty good.
That's his most Elvis right there.
Yeah.
All right, what's your favorite Nicolas Cage movie?
Okay. Let's think.
Movie or performance in the movie?
Either.
I'll be honest, my favorite is always going to be his mullet in Con Air
There you go.
and slow
My
motion.
favorite movie is Face Off. But
Movie's great. Yeah.
performance probably is Wild at Heart.
Yeah, Wild at Heart. Yeah, that was the movie that made me say, "Wow." I actually took him seriously after Peggy Sue got married, and that "Hey Peggy," that weird voice he did through the whole movie and stuff. I can't believe his uncle Coppola let him get away with that for 2 hours.
That's a totally underrated movie. I like that movie. It's got a lot of good humor in it. Although he just keeps rooting things. He's like, I took that song you gave me, but I didn't like the yeah, so I changed it to oohs. He's like, she loves you, ooh, ooh, ooh. He's like, it's gonna be a big hit. Yeah, it's a really underrated movie. Not enough people know that movie. I mean, time travel, come on. Time travel
There's one Nicolas Cage movie that I know it's not the greatest, but I would like to revisit it because I don't think I judged it fairly when it first came out, and that's Bringing Out the Dead, the Scorsese movie.
Yeah.
I saw some of that. I didn't see all of it.
I didn't care for it.
Yeah, I didn't really care for it either, but I
really high on my
almost
list.
want to revisit it.
I feel like I need to watch it again, too.
I really like adaptation.
I like adaptation a lot.
And you know what? That's like a movie I haven't seen in forever, man. But yeah, it's a really good movie. And like a really kind of surprising role for him in a way. Like if somebody told you about the movie, you probably wouldn't think that was Nick Cage. You were like, Nick Cage is the main guy? You're like, yeah, that's the movie. And you're like, that doesn't sound like it would work. It's like, it doesn't sound like it would work, but if you watch it, it works pretty well.
Well, see, I was tricked though. Leaving Las Vegas, the trailer for Leaving Las Vegas is cut like it's a romantic comedy, and because Elizabeth Shue was the co-star, I thought, oh, it's going to be a romantic comedy about this guy drinks a lot, I guess, whatever. So I went and saw it, and I was laughing through the whole movie, not knowing it was a drama, because the trailer had set. If you YouTube the trailer, everybody, I'm not kidding you, the trailer sets it up like a romantic comedy. And so I was shocked. I was like, about halfway through the movie, I'm like, maybe this isn't funny. Why am I the only one laughing in here? So.
See, part of the reason I perceive Nick Cage the way I do is because I didn't see that movie for many years. I saw a ton of Nick Cage performances before I saw Leaving Las Vegas. I knew that he'd won an Oscar for it, and I was like, are you crazy? I was like, I love him in The Rock. And
well,
like
the year before he did Honeymoon in Vegas. So it was like I just thought it was part of a Vegas thing that he was doing.
Yeah, I was going to bring up 8mm too. That's Rambo post over here in the comments. It's
I hate it.
It's one that I think is underrated.
Mm-hmm. And I think
it's one that I honestly gave another chance to, because it's one that I saw, hated, and I was just like, years later people were talking about it. It's like, I should give it another try, but it did not change my opinion.
I love it because it's.
I know Roger Ebert liked it.
It's one of the few movies that you can watch, and it doesn't matter if you like it or don't like it. You feel like you need to take a shower after it, and two, it's like. It really does feel like there's evil in that movie, I
don't disagree with that at all. Actually,
yeah,
what's funny is speaking of trailers that misrepresent movies as romantic comedies. The same night I watched 8mm, we rented 2 movies, and the first one was the first time I ever saw Mallrats. We watched Mallrats. My life was forever changed because that was my introduction to Kevin Smith. I saw it before I saw Clerks, and then we put on 8mm. Maybe that was part of the problem because there was a bit of a shift there, you know. But also, I think that's one of the things that sunk Mallrats was like I remember like about a year before the movie came out, and I didn't know anything about Kevin Smith or anything. I remember seeing previews for it, and the previews made it look like a very straightforward, by-the-numbers romantic comedy, which it absolutely is not, and I think probably shocked the hell out of audiences when they're like saying the F word all the time, some of the sex stuff, because that wasn't really done back then. But yeah, we saw that. I remember that was weird. That was when I was Ryo and I were in a adventurers group, which is what comes after Boy Scouts. We were adventurers, and it was not lame, although it might sound lame. It was really badass. No, I'm telling you, it was really badass. Our leader was a guy you could not make up. Our leader was a guy that sounds like a guy from like a movie or show. His name was Dave. He might have been like in his late 60s. He had a white beard. Boy. He was Australian, and he was like every Australian stereotype ever. He was like a world-class, globe-trotting fucking adventurer who'd like climbed like the Alps and whitewater rafted and spent days out in the outback, and he basically wanted to make us do all those things. And then like the second in command was just like this nice guy who would have been like in his mid-30s at the time called Chad. And anyway, we had like Dave wasn't involved, and one night Chad had us all over to his house to watch movies, and those are the two movies we rented. But yeah, I was a venturer, and we ventured, man. Dave, I bet you he's still alive. There's no way that guy's dead. But he was like the most gung-ho, like, all right, lads, like type of guy. Like, he sounds made up. I swear he's not. Ryo will back me up on this. Dave, the crazy Australian adventurer from like the 19th century, is real. And
Did he suggest you, Cole, for the Weeblos?
Not me, no. Somebody.
I mean, to me, it's like how I was in the Cub Scouts too. It's like how gay can you get? Let's call the next branch the Weeblos.
But I mean, no, Venture's pretty cool. I mean, we're all in high school. We didn't wear uniforms. We just did what we wanted. We did some pretty cool stuff. We did some whitewater rafting.
It was like Brokeback Mountain up there.
Well, there were too many of us. It would have been.
Did you learn how to pat people down?
It was like the Human Centipede 3 then.
Sorry, guys. We've only got 2 sleeping bags. Sorry.
I slept in a sleeping bag in a really long time.
No disrespect, seriously, man. Like I had a lot of friends that went on to be Eagle Scouts.
Yeah, I went the full way. I was a Chief Scout, which is the same thing. I've got those.
What age is that generally?
Like 14.
Oh, really?
Or do you mean like when you like graduate Scouts? You mean when you're finishing? Yeah, like 14. Yeah, like
okay.
14.
No, those guys like really knew some stuff by the time they were finished. You know, I did constantly make fun of them for it, but
yeah, it was pretty epic.
The only thing I haven't retained.
I know how to eat Cheetos. Let's be friends.
The only badge I earned that I immediately discarded the skills for was knots. I fucking suck at knots. Like I learned just enough to like pass the test, and then immediately forgot everything.
Cole, when are you gonna pay it forward and become a scout leader yourself?
You know, I could see myself doing something like that, but I'd have to have my life a hell of a lot more together than it is now to suddenly be responsible for.
And you have to go into the computer and erase those files from the search engine.
Well, there'd have to be a lot of work done.
yeah.
Like Edward Snowden over there.
Oh yeah, and Dave had a son who was in his 20s, named Liam, who would just randomly show up and make fun of us and make lewd comments. And he used to go on about not Ryan, but another Ryan who was our friend. His mom used to say tell her how hot she was and stuff. He was just, I don't even know if he had a job or a life. It was just like he came to Canada with his super crazy adventurer dad, and I think he just hung out and drank and listened to Limp Bizkit. He told good stories. He told good stories though. He was just like, he was at like he said like when he was like at some like he was at a wedding for some relative of his, and he was there with his girlfriend, and then like his girlfriend was gone. He's like, shit, they're at the reception or whatever. And he's like, I can't find my girlfriend. And he's walking around looking for her, and he found her like making out with his sister. And not only was it like not a one-time thing, but like they became like a couple. you know, like that happened to somebody. That's kind of cool. But yeah, he was just like this sloppy drunk guy that just made fun of us. That just was there for no reason. Like he didn't have any of his dad's skills, and he didn't care about anything. It was kind of funny. It was a fun dynamic.
I never went past Cub Scouts, but my memories of Cub Scouts are like going to some single mom's house with a bunch of kids and like eating Snickers bars and watching the real Ghostbusters.
No, I was in Cubs. Nothing like that. We went to a church hall. Went to a church hall like gymnasium, and we did our stuff there. And we had manly, wise scout leaders and whatever.
Yeah. I used to go to my mom and be like, "Mom, I swear I did this. Sign it." Okay, good. Now I get my wolf patch.
But tying all the way back almost to the MMA type thing is that another source of, like, remember I said I had friends that liked wrestling and stuff like that, was, I'm terrible for talking about this, but the uncomfortable thing about scouts was there was a kid named Josh who was our age, but he was mentally different. And, really, but uncomfortable because they're really in your face way, they're really engaging and talking to you and stuff, and he had like a funny voice and stuff. Like our scout leader name was Gary, and he was obsessed with Gary, and he called him Gowie, and he had Gary, he deserves like 20 medals for the way he like looked after this kid when we went out things. And he was like the ultimate scout. Like he loved scouts. We were always sloppy and stuff, but he was in his meticulous uniform. He was always earning badges. And anyway, and he was obsessed with wrestling, and like he just never shut up about Stone Cold Steve Austin. He would just rant incessantly about him. But I mean, he was a big fat kid, and he smelled terrible, and he was just awful to be around. And you felt bad, because he was a nice person, but he was not pleasant to be around because he was loud and all this. And I remember being at camp. We'd be camping somewhere in the woods, and it'd be like 5 in the morning, and we'd be in our tent, and suddenly we hear him out running around, clanging pots and pans together, yelling at us to get up, and him coming into Gary's tent at night demanding a granola bar, and he's like, Gowie, please, can I have another granola bar? And he's just like, you've already had six granola bars, you've eaten 2 boxes, I can't give you any more. Oh, Gowie, please.
This sounds like some mescaline trip, and you watch Who's Eating Gilbert's Grape or some shit.
Yeah, it's a lot like that. So yeah, that was like I said, I had a really good scouts appearance, but there was a weird side to it too, and that
single white trooper.
And that was definitely Josh, who still lives in Sydney. I remember even as in a 20-something, I remember Ryan and I ran into him once at a corner store. We were getting chips one night when we were going back to watch a movie or something like that. He recognized us right off the bat, and man, that was terrible. And he still lives with his poor mom, who's been looking after him all these years because he can't take care of himself. And yeah, but I mean, like I say, he was a good kid and stuff, but it was tough. And Gary had the patience of a goddamn saint. There are millions of scout leaders across the world that would have been like, no, this is not part of my job description. I can't look after these kids and stuff and him, But Gary went through it all. He was a really great guy.
Yeah. I'd be afraid to do it now just for the liability.
Yeah, absolutely.
How courts and people are so happy now.
Well, nowadays,
and we were good kids, though, is the other thing, and you worry about. And I don't want to be like this generation, but you're really worried about kids that don't have any respect and stuff. We got into trouble, and we screwed around, but we did respect our scout leaders, and we listened to them and stuff. Sometimes we shirked on stuff, but we weren't like little bastards that didn't want to be there. We liked it, and we understood that our scout leaders, weren't being paid. They were doing this because they cared, and we appreciated it,
Well,
so
nowadays,
I would worry about that. I'd be worried about getting a troop of a bunch of little bastards.
Yeah, I mean, when nowadays scout leaders would be off on their phones or making out with their girlfriends, or whatever, and the kids would turn into Lord of the Flies.
Yeah.
Throwing giant rocks on Piggy.
Be like Whitewater Summer. It should be like the guide to how to scout kids.
I remember we had a thing called science camp where you went 5th grade and stuff like that for a week, and that was when I learned how to kill mosquitoes effectively. Because if a mosquito lands on your arm, all you gotta do is flex, and the mosquito will fill it with blood and explode.
Burst. Yeah.
Wow, I never knew that.
Yeah, because I was getting eaten alive But I was a counselor there, and you know, all the little kids are, you know, it's great because they ban candy and soda, right? So candy and soda up there is like serious contraband, and the kids are just passing it between them and stuff like that. But like the kids I was looking after, I would go in the cabin because the counselors would go out at night and stuff, and the kids are supposed to be asleep. But you'd come back, and my little 4th and 5th graders were all sitting around on the ground just playing poker for M&Ms and like Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, that was us. That was the kind of shit we did, man. Like when we would go like
That's
to the
cool.
May camp. The May camp was always the big camp where we go out to this place where multiple troops would show up, like tons of troops, and they were all gung ho and stuff. We were the ones that were just running around unsupervised, like with slingshots, shooting them at squirrels, while the other guys were like being in their uniform, waking up at the crack of dawn, and had their leaders making them do useless shit like make lean-tos and stuff like that. Like, yeah, some of my scout stuff, now that I look back on it, is fucking surreal, like you said. Like, at May camp, there was, like, I don't know, there was this troop from Glace Bay or whatever, you guys wouldn't know, and, like, I don't know how they decide who's, like, the main guy of all the leaders, but there was this guy, and he would have been called Fred. We would have called him Fred if I was our leader, but apparently his troop, and maybe it was probably his idea, and I never heard this in any other context from anybody else in my life, they called him Scouter Fred. And that's just what he was. He was Scouter Fred, and he was just like the ultimate gung-ho, you know, play by the rules, raise the flag, wear your uniform guy, but people liked him because he could teach you how to make a wallet out of duct tape. I just remember, like, clashing with him a few times because, like, he's just like, where's your leader? Aren't you supposed to be doing stuff? And we're like, oh, yeah, we're doing stuff. You know, we just run off, and he'd be like, get back here.
It's like when I was in college, you know, everybody has like that dorm leader or dorm person who oversees your hallway or whatever, and his name was Nate. Yeah, the RA, and his name was Nader, and so the entire hallway would just call him Master Nader. he never understood it.
Wow.
So they're gonna call him Ralph.
Nah.
Yeah. That's some cool RAs.
Yeah, that was.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah. I was never a counselor, but I was a support staff once. The best thing on my resume is that I was through Ventures. When I was in Ventures, one of the things I got to do through it was I was on the support staff at a camp, which was in the same place as where the main camp was. So a place called Camp Carter that I knew really well, I knew back of my hand. I was on the support staff for a burn camp, the Atlantic Burn Camp, which is, you know, kids who are burn victims and stuff, and that was a pretty cool experience, but there was definitely some weird shit going on there. And I did wind up having to do some counselor stuff. What's hilarious is even though we were support staff, which just meant we did stuff like we took stuff up, we teared it down, you know, we moved we did the manual labor type shit. We weren't really supposed to deal with the kids, but certain kids would just latch on to you. And anyway, there was this little girl, she was like 10, that was obsessed with me because she thought I was super hot. And there was also this really... and she had like this friend with short hair who she kept like giggling at and stuff, and she made me dance with her at like this dance thing. It was all very awkward, but I was 18, and so it was pretty weird and stuff. But she was cute. But
tonight on Cole's True Confessions.
Did you bang her? Take a seat. Go and take a seat, Cole.
I could now, I suppose.
Here, have a glass of iced tea. We have something to talk about.
I could all these years later, I guess. But no, she was usually sweet. But she wasn't a weird part. But there was the one time myself and whoever I was with at the time, we were like put in charge of like some kids while like the counselor did something, had to do counseling. Like they immediately took off and ran down towards this path that leads to this waterfall. And oh my god, by the time I caught up to them, they were climbing all over the waterfall and stuff like that. And the ringleader was this super hyperactive kid that had hair just like I did when I was a kid. And I'm not making this up. His name was Cole. And yeah, like I must have lost years off my life, like because it was the first time in my life ever, because I never babysat before, was like, or I was sort of in charge of children, and it nearly like killed me because there were at least 4 of them like in death like positions, like where a slip would have been the end of them, like, and like I'm only one person, and even though I'm actually uniquely qualified and that I can climb pretty well, they're everywhere and stuff, and oh my god, they all got down safely when I brought them back, and I must have aged like 6 years in that time. But yeah, but I mean at burn camp, I mean it's weird because like, you know, a lot of the kids have obvious burns and a lot of them don't and stuff, and then there's weird stories that come out about how they got burned and stuff, and I'll tell you the worst story I know, because why not? Let's bum everybody out. The youngest...
Let's not. Let's keep it light and funny.
No. I'm sure Oracle...
We got a great commentary going on the side over here.
The youngest kid in the camp. The youngest kid in the camp was like 5, maybe 6. He was a boy. And he was one of the worst burned. And unlike most of the kids had been burned through not fire, but like hot water. Like, because that happens a lot. You get scalded by hot water. But he was in a legitimate house fire. So his house goes up in a crazy blaze. He has, a few years ago, so he's like maybe 4, he has a younger brother who's a baby and a mom. I don't know where the dad is. Maybe he's dead. Whatever. So that's who lives in the house. So the house goes up in a fucking blaze. All 3 of them are in the house. He hides in a closet, because I guess that's what you do when you're tiny and terrified and stuff like that. And what happened was his grandfather was the actual, in a wonderful twist of fate, was the fire chief. And he was like old, like he wasn't old, like I guess he was maybe in his 50s, 60s, I don't know. But like he was the fire chief, but he didn't usually go in because he was older now. He directed. But because of the personal nature of the thing, the fire chief went in himself, even though everybody told him not to, because obviously he was going to. His daughter and his grandsons were in there. He went in and he found the kid in the closet and got him out, even though he was burned. Then he went back in to get the other 2, and the house collapsed and killed all 3 of them.
Oh, Jesus.
Isn't that insane? Like, I could not believe that when I heard that, man.
So he was burned pretty severely, I imagine?
Yeah, he was. Like, yeah. Although, like, the worst-looking kid was an older guy. Like, he was one of the oldest kids at the camp. He might have been, like, 14. He was, like, kind of like a fat kid and stuff. And he was kind of the worst because he had burns on his face. Mm-hmm. His friends did it to him. As a joke, because they're idiots. Because they're idiots. They poured like lighter fluid or something on him and lit him up because they totally didn't like grasp that they were going to like nearly kill him.
Let me bring the temperature back up in a good way. So while I was working at this movie theater, and then we had these crazy midnight shows. One of the girls decided to smoke a cigarette inside in the theater. And one of the other guys snuck up behind her with gum removal spray and sprayed it while she lit her cigarette and completely singed off her eyebrows. And the best part was her mom came in the next day and confronted all the managers about who burned her daughter's eyebrows off last night.
Wow.
You don't even need eyebrows.
Well, you have been a great answer to the mom, Cole.
Yeah.
Your daughter doesn't even need eyebrows. She's hot enough.
I mean, like, she's some sort of like Olympic swimmer, like. Gonna ruin her.
Streamline now.
Yeah.
Faster without eyebrows.
There's people that actually believe that shit, but yeah.
We used to do lots of twisted shit, man. We used to like take all the marquee letters down and put up porn titles up on there, and then go to Denny's for the night, and then come back like around 5 in the morning and change it back. So for about 3 hours, if you drove by, it would say like "burn, cunt, burn," and like on the marquee and stuff.
That's awesome.
I'm surprised the police never were called.
Well, I had something I was going to say. Oh, jeez, so much to think about. You see so many videos of kids with like silly string around a birthday cake.
Mm-hmm.
Always, like,
that's really flammable shit, isn't it?
Yeah. It's like so many.
They should
they're
stop
not really,
making silly string.
It's not America's Funniest Home Videos material. It's more like some Dateline or some like ID channel type shit you'd see. Like,
well,
not pretty horrific.
Not the same thing, but remember back in the 80s, computers, and they had like floppy disks, right? You would get those giant square things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I would
run.
well, this was in the mid 80s, and I would run around my grandparents' house with my laser tag. You know, it was when laser tag first came out, and you could buy the equipment.
Yeah.
Well, no one told me that if you shot laser tag around computer floppies, it wiped them out.
Oh.
Not even touching it, just in the vicinity of it. And yeah, so I had, my grandfather would try to put in his disc and nothing, Word 1.0, whatever.
You just shot my laser tag targets. I mean, you just put my laser tag targets in the computer.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
I really wish they would stop making silly string. It's just a horrible, toxic thing that you can't even get rid of properly. That's just terrible for like the world in general. It doesn't serve that good of a purpose. They should just shut it down.
I like how we've gone from like burning kids to marquee theaters to to Greenpeace, all in about 5 minutes.
Nothing would surprise me, man.
We had to get off burning kids. Got too rude.
Trying to think, I don't have any funny stories of people burning alive.
The kids always have shit that happens bad to them, and they're always fat too. Story of my life.
Well,
I think we should our next episode should be a listing of like the most fucked up things we've observed in our lifetime.
The worst
Gotta have
VD
James
ever
and
got.
Mike. Gotta have James and Mike.
Oh man.
Well, 5 people get beheaded, and then I went to Denny's.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
just like my first year of university could just cover that, man.
Or someone loses a finger. So what? You got 9 more.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
I can't say that. I knew this girl once who was she just got engaged. She just got engaged. Yeah, there you go. She just got engaged, right? So she had the ring on, and she was putting up flyers. They were having some sort of a yard sale or some dumb shit. She was putting flyers up, and she jumped up to a stop sign to put it on the stop sign, and it got hung on there. It yanked her entire finger out, but the tendon was still there, but the finger was gone.
Well, if you want horrific injuries, that's my childhood.
Oh,
like I had one horrific injury like every summer, man. Yeah, I'll tell you about the one when I was 9. This is a fun one. So, most people who know that Ryan and I have been friends all our lives, it's because he lived 2 doors down from me, so we were always hanging out together and stuff. So his house was right there. His house had the distinction of our little no-exit street of being the constantly, because I was a cat and I had perfect balance and I would never fall. And of course I didn't. But what happened was a friend of ours was coming over to join us, and he tripped on the curb and fell and pushed the backs of my heels so that I fell face first. So I fell face first straight down the fire hydrant. You know, fire hydrants have sort of like a rim that comes out of it that's usually yellow too. I hit that and broke my jaw, which is good because I didn't feel anything like that. And then when I landed, I bit a hole through my tongue. So I'm sprawled like this with my legs in the air, like bleeding and drooling up down and stuff like that. And they were just like screaming and stuff like that. And so when I got to the hospital, it wasn't so bad. You know, they set my jaw, they stitched my tongue, only one stitch, you know, and stuff. But it just looked horrifying. And I mean, yeah, but I mean, I was a crazy, daredevil, reckless kid who injured himself all the time. I tried too hard at sports. I did ridiculous things. You know, like we live by the woods. I was always falling out of trees and smashing things up and stuff like that. And I remember, here's a good injury for Ryan. We used to play, when we were about 10, 11, 12, 13, we used to play Seek and Destroy at night in the summers because it was a really great neighborhood to do it. It had perfect natural boundaries and stuff like that. And I remember once Ryan was I was on the hiding side and so was Ryan, but we weren't together. We'd split up. When I was hiding somewhere close to his yard, and the yard up from his has like a deck that comes out here, but it's a high deck. Like anyway, I saw the person looking for me, and I was hidden too well. They didn't see me. Then suddenly, out of nowhere, Ryan thought he'd been spotted, and he burst out running. And the kid chased him, and Ryan ran smack face into the deck and was knocked out cold for like 3 minutes.
Oh man.
I also got knocked out cold not too far from there, behind Ryan's house. Now, the edges of most of our backyards on this side turned into a woods. And when I was 13, they cut down the middle part of the woods to put up a shitty junior high school. I didn't because I took French immersion. But even when that was still there was still a section of woods, which is now houses, which I totally resent. But anyway, in the short, like 40 feet of woods behind Ryan's house, there was a massive, massive tree that had long ago been uprooted, and it was diagonal, it was sideways down, resting on other trees, and it had massive, huge roots that stuck up. So I used to often go there and like sit in the. And I was doing this one time. But what was different was we were playing in Ryan's backyard, and I was doing, even though Ryan's house was right there, I did the thing we often did because we enjoyed the novelty of it. I was like, I'm going to go pee in the woods because that's what we did often. Like, fuck going in the house, it's right there. I can pee in the woods. So I did that, and then after I did, I was like, there's the tree. So I went up on it, and I went out kind of really far on the thing. Now, this isn't that high up. This is only about maybe 10 feet up, and it cracks, and I fall off it, which didn't really hurt me. I fell like this, and I was okay. As soon as I looked up, the massive, like, log-like thing fell and smashed me in the head and knocked me out cold.
Lucky.
And I don't even know how long it was, but it was long enough for them to, like, me to, like, come to, and them, like, calling me because they didn't know what the fuck happened to me. And then I went to the hospital and got diagnosed with, like, a level 2 concussion. So, yeah, I had all sorts of awesome injuries as a kid. That's just some of them. Totally unnecessary.
I've got great stories like that if we're doing this now. I was like always into like crossbows and stuff like that when I was a kid, and I had like made a crossbow, and I was shooting these shish kebab skewers out of it, and that was really cool, and I could shoot matches, and they would like go through a box and then light on fire. Those strike anywhere matches. Anyway, I just want to say I thought that was really cool, but I had a slingshot, and I put a shish kebab skewer in there, and I pulled it back. And this is one of those like hardcore slingshots, and damn thing went like right through my hand, and that was pretty painful. But one of those things where you like totally hide it from your parents. I was probably like 12 years old. I don't know, around in there. It was
okay,
tough.
I have a fire story. But don't worry, I didn't actually wind up getting burned, but it's still pretty ridiculous. Do you guys know what paisankis are?
Mm-mm.
Okay,
No.
you probably don't know what they are. They're Easter eggs. They're like real eggs that you would paint like with dye in like crazy patterns.
Oh.
Oh yeah,
You know,
we
you've
have
seen
those.
that, like, right?
Yeah, we have those.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so I come from a Ukrainian family, and it's a Ukrainian tradition, and it's really difficult to do. And it's a really long, painstaking process. First, in light pencil, you'll trace the thing, then you'll go over it with wax, and then there's and then you cover up different parts with wax as you subject it to different dyes, so different parts will have different colors. But anyway, the wax thing is the really interesting part, because this is how you do it. After you've done your thing to get it on the egg proper, you have like an instrument that's kind of like a pencil. It's pretty much like the same shape, but at the top there's sort of like a metal square thing like attached to it, and the front part is like a point, And the thing is, it's metal, and you hold it in a candle, and you heat it up, and then when the point gets hot, you dip it in the wax so that it goes back, and that way you can trace onto the paisanki and make your mark. And I was maybe 10 or 11, and I've been doing this already for a few years. My mother was really good at it, and she taught, even though she's not the Ukrainian side of the family, she taught Mary and I, my sister and I. So they'd already made a few, and mine were always bad. They always made ones that looked, good, like had good things. Mine always had like crazy, stupid, uneven lines and stuff like that. That year, I was really frustrated that the one I had, again, didn't turn out the way I wanted to. So even though we'd already been at it for like 6 hours, because it takes fucking forever to do this thing. It's a whole goddamn day to do this, even if you're doing one egg. Anyway, I wanted to do another one. So I was no longer supervised, and they were gone. So I was sitting at the kitchen table doing this. And like always in those days, and I was wearing a baseball hat. I think it was a green UCCB hat, UCCB being the local college. And so I was tired or not thinking or something like that, and I was doing this a lot. And I was sort of like zoning out, because I was sort of like, at the time, it was more to impress them, and I was kind of getting bored with the thing. I was thinking maybe, torture myself. And anyway, at some point during this, I'd actually leaned into the candle and set my hat on fire, and it actually burned for, I guess, quite a few seconds before I noticed anything. So my hair actually started to burn, and I smelled it before I got up and threw the hat on the floor and stomped on it. I didn't get hurt, but yeah, so.
Damn.
I don't know if that's ever happened in the history of paisankis, but it happened to me.
Paisanki. Yeah, I looked those up, man. Those are super cool looking.
Yeah, they're really intricate and stuff, right? Mine never looked anything like that. Mine looked really shitty and wobbly and terrible. But my sister and my mom could do really good ones. Like, we had a book and stuff, but it's a really long process. You need different dyes and stuff. It's a big deal. It takes a long time.
Do they still do these? I guess
Like my family?
Right. Yes.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Not since my sister and I were kids. I'm
like
sure my mom could do it. Yeah, we would do it at Easter. Yeah.
I was just curious because I know it's.
My mom could probably still
season.
definitely do one because she did them for years, taught us, and she taught other kids how to do it too.
And these are hard
she's got a
boiled?
book somewhere that. Yeah.
Okay.
They're hard boiled.
Cool. Okay, so yeah, we do similar things, but not nearly that intricate, obviously.
Yeah. Well, this is part of this. I guess my mother, she's crafty, and she thought this was an interesting way of like my sister and I doing some of our Ukrainian heritage.
Sure.
My dad is Ukrainian side, my mom's Scottish and stuff. So yeah, so we did that for years. But yeah.
That's cool.
But yeah, I didn't tell anybody about that.
Note to self: do not do arts and crafts with Cole's film.
Yeah, you gotta be careful of arts and crafts. I can't tell how many times I've burned myself with that fucking glue gun. Man.
Oh my god. Oh shit.
I've been up a long time. Maybe I should go to bed. But but before we do, I don't know. Before I go, anyway, I want you to say. This is going way back to the beginning, Jay. What was going sort of through your mind when you saw Kimbo fight Dada?
Oh man, I had seen a documentary.
You had the preconceived notice. So right. So did I. Dogfight, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that's where I knew that dude from, and he looked like he knew what he was doing. At least a little bit in that movie, but he apparently did not at all.
I know. What I was expecting was what I'd seen in other Kimbo fights, which was it's going to be shitty, but it'll be over fast. The two of them will sloppily, crazily flail at each other, and one of them will go down, is what I thought.
You were about half right. One guy fell down just out of straight exhaustion.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. But after about 60 seconds, maybe 1 minute, Kimbo had already done a takedown, sort of, although he did nothing with it. And then he took him down again, and like twice they stood him up because he couldn't do anything. And they were just so tired. They were like zombies. And I like, what amazes me is like I totally expected it to be bad, and it was so much worse than what I expected. Like they were totally gassed. Like again, these are big, tough guys that at least have can hurt people. And I realized that if I was in the fight against them, I would win. Because all I'd have to do is do some footwork and dance around the cage for a couple minutes, and they'd gas out, and then I could just crack them or knock them over or push them with a feather, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. They would just have a heart attack. You would win, and they would have a heart attack.
I mean, and then it gets even worse, when you find out that Dada actually goes to the hospital and spends more than a fucking week there because he's
really?
You didn't know
shit.
that?
No, I didn't know that.
He was in the hospital for over a week, man. It really fucking killed him, and that's why people started to stop making jokes. They're like, "Oh shit," and that's why I was like, I don't want to feel bad about making fun of him. But yeah, no, Dada only very recently got out of the hospital for that.
I mean, I'm not really one to talk about cardio, but I mean, you're fighting someone after 5 minutes, they were both dead to the world.
And I get it. The bigger you are, the harder cardio is. If you're cardio is easy. It's hard, but it's easier for somebody like me than somebody carrying around all that weight. But I mean, still, you gotta fucking work at it. But I just mean, if you ever, it's funny because all the stuff people say. It's the difference between an untrained street fighter and real fighter. It's if you ever wanted the best proof of that ever, here it is. Here's the difference between professionals who know what they're doing and tough guys that think they can do it. It couldn't have gone more perfect from that perspective because they're just both sloppy and terrible. But then it's just so pathetic. He felt so sorry for the referee McCarthy because he didn't know what to do with them. Again, Kimbo's got him down. He's in what people would call mount, which is supposed to be a pretty dominant. You get mount on somebody.
Resting. He's just laying on top of the dude,
That means they're pretty much fucked. You can just tee off on them, but he's resting. It's just and John's like, "Come on, let's work. Come on, let's work. Okay, get up." And then they take 30 seconds to get up. They're sucking wind. man. But yeah, so after I saw that, I thought I was amazed by how terrible it was. And then like the second fight was kind of worse in a way. It was kind of worse, just because they're so old, and at least they used to be pros. And I don't know, the look on Shamrock's face when he lost, just freaking out at the ref and stuff. You're just like,
that was
give it up,
legit.
old man.
I mean, that was a legit fight, though. I mean, it was just a bad call on Shamrock's part. I mean, I understand you got to react to getting hit in the balls, but if the ref doesn't pause the fight, it's still going.
Yeah, I mean, and you would think somebody as experienced as him would know you don't stop fighting. Protect yourself at all times is the first rule.
Exactly.
But he just feels so entitled and all this stuff, and that's what I mean. And now he makes that statement about for the fans. Like, the fans don't care. The fans don't want to see this. The fans that really like you, and I'm not one of them, really don't want to see this because they don't want to see you like lose in embarrassing, stupid fashion again. Just like go, You had a great career.
What was the fight? Was it when Kimbo knocked him out? Was that the fight where I was like, my whole entire childhood with UFC just went straight down the fucking toilet? I was like,
so
no.
Kimbo knocks him out in August, and then he fights Gracie, who also knocks him out. And Gracie's never knocked anybody out in his entire career.
I go to call him like, Shamrock's a fucking legend, and he's seen like YouTube clips. I'm like, he's gonna kick Kimbo's fucking ass, and then he gets punched, and I'm just like, oh my god.
But
he's definitely got that like Troy Aikman syndrome where he gets touched and he gets knocked out.
Man, like that single leg takedown he went for, and he actually got it. Just showed how slow they both were. Like, it's so telegraphed, it's so slow. Anybody here, completely untrained, out of shape, whatever, could just step backwards or step to the side and he'd miss completely. And yet Kimbo was so focused that he got caught. They both went down. He had him in the thing, tried to think. Kimbo was tough, didn't tap. They got up. Kimbo cracked him. It was over.
Hey, real quick before you go, how many like MMA documentaries are there? Not on, let's say, the sport itself, but on the fighters. I think Cain Velasquez has one. I know Anderson Silva has one.
Anderson Silva's is really good. Cain's is really good too. I'm a big fan of Cain.
I saw one on Silva called Like Water. It's all about like him fight, and that's the first time I ever saw him or Chael Sonnen, because it was all about the lead up to their fight. There's a GSP one called the DNA of Takedown, DNA of which is basically the lead up to the Diaz fight and stuff. And that was the fight that taught me about that was the documentary that showed me the fight with Condit, and the really great moment where like he's losing but he gets up and wins and stuff. And yeah, like I said, I'm sad that they've made so many documentaries and I have a real interest in like kickboxing and the way it developed, because it didn't have rules and it had weird alignments and different styles, and nobody knew what the hell they were doing, and it was always like in these little back alley places and not necessarily legal and stuff. But I just really have a thing with that. Like in the late 60s, early 70s, there was a huge boom in Japan, and then when it started to spread and you got Americans doing it like Benny Urquidez and Rick Rufus and stuff like that, like you should look up on YouTube like Rick Rufus's fight with the Muay Thai fighter, because it's sort of like one of the most important fights ever from a style perspective, because he was doing American kickboxing where you don't do low kicks or anything like that. And like basically this Muay Thai fighter who's way smaller than him and less powerful, like, and gets like cracked right at the beginning. He even like breaks his nose or something, gets up and like leg kicks him into submission. And like Rufus, who's a wonderful kickboxer, one of the best American kickboxers of all time. Back then, they didn't know Muay Thai. He just had no answer. He didn't check or anything. He just got leg kicked until he went to the hospital because he couldn't stand.
Kind of the same topic like we were saying before. I haven't seen basically any of these, but they all look really good. But there's one on Manny Pacquiao called Manny, the boxer, and then there's camps, which is Holyfield, Tyson, and somebody else. And that one looks really good too. I think someone told me it was a good documentary.
The only boxing one I saw was that one on the guy that claims to be the real Rocky, the guy that like sued Stallone for like ripping off.
Yeah.
That's the only one I saw. Man, if you want to talk about like Boston trash, like you couldn't find more in a Mark Wahlberg movie, for Christ's sake. Like like it's like these like middle-aged women sitting around the kitchen table going with their crazy accents talking about him fighting.
You're selling it. I'm gonna have to watch it now.
It's nuts. Yeah, I think it's called like The Real Rocky, and it's just about that guy, and he's so angry and upset. And maybe he's right to be, I don't know, but I kind of felt bad for him because he spent a whole living getting punched in the face, and now he's just pissed off about a movie that came out 40 years ago. It sounds like a pretty crappy existence.
But talking about the MMA documentaries, there's lots of great ones that there
So
were a
there's-
lot on Netflix at one time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's where I saw a bunch of them. But like across just pretty much the internet in general, like you got Velasquez, you got GSP, you got Silva, and I know there's at least like 3 or 4 more. I just can't think of them.
I'm
There's one
surprised there
called
isn't any on that bald dummy. The guy that doesn't look like a fighter. He's Hawaiian.
BJ Penn?
BJ Penn.
BJ Penn. Like everybody rants and raves of like he's like this crazy fucking legend. So where's his documentary? I'm not saying he wasn't any
List on
good.
Wikipedia, maybe.
That last fight with
I saw him get torn apart by
yeah,
it.
it was sad. I forget the little dude that's really good with his hands. Eddie
I thought it was Edgar. wasn't it?
Edgar. Yeah.
Frankie Edgar just took him apart, and now he's talking about a comeback, which is ridiculous. But the one thing I'll say about BJ Penn is, you see all these fighters step into the ring, and they're from different countries, and they're different ethnicities. Some are full of tattoos, some aren't. But pretty much all of them, for as different as they look like fighters. BJ Penn just looks like a little, like, I don't know, he looks like a plumber or something. He didn't know, like, if anybody, like, if he's out on the street telling people he's a pro fighter and he was a champ, I think nobody believed him. They'd be like, what?
I don't know who he was fighting, but there was this one video, and they were leading up to the fight, and they showed the training, and he jumped out of a swimming pool that was like 5 feet deep, and like literally jumped out of the pool, and I was like, holy shit, that's
Yeah,
awesome.
he was a great athlete. I know that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that. I just mean the way people talk about him is kind of crazy. So
Well, I mean, he's past his prime, obviously. I mean,
he shouldn't come back.
No, I don't think so. But dude may need the money. Who knows? It didn't.
Well, he's got some other lawsuit. I think his girlfriend said he hit her.
Oh yeah, I did hear about
How
that.
much, real quick, how much, another thing before you go, like, how much do you think, unless it was listed, do you think that Ken Shamrock made, and, those fight like Kimbo Slice and Dada, $5 million, like, how much do you think they made for those?
I'm curious, too.
I think Shamrock made like $100,000.
Really?
No
Wow.
shit. No.
So that was the main card.
I think he made the most. I'm not really sure what Dada and Slice made. You can bet Slice made more than Dada. He's the bigger name, and he won. You must get something for winning. Slice plans to continue his career, which is the stupidest thing ever, because as soon as he fights a real person, he's going to die.
He needs to hit that treadmill, man. If he wants to do any damn thing. If he wants to live for another 2 years, he needs to hit that treadmill.
Yeah, but he's legitimately serious about like continuing to be a heavyweight in the Bellator division. Like, and good luck with that. He's like 42, isn't he?
Dude,
he's like 42.
Dude, heavyweights aren't what they used to be, man. Like, heavyweights are not just big fat dudes that punch now. They are full skill set.
Yeah, they're not
big ass dudes.
They're not Tank Abbott anymore.
No.
That's for sure. But we don't have time to get into it. But it's kind of interesting to think that heavyweight is the one. Maybe even though like it's the weight class that a lot of people care about the most, it's the one that really lacks anything definitive. It doesn't have one big star. Look at the UFC. Like in the UFC anyway, if you look at champions, nobody's defended the belt more than like twice. That's it. Every time somebody looks dominant and amazing, it always changes. A few years ago, that guy is going to fight Junior Dos Santos. Everybody said Junior Dos Santos is the real deal killer, and he just got ruined by Kane. Now Kane can't stay healthy. That whole heavyweight division, at least in UFC, is a joke. Anybody that's any good is 35 or over, and everybody else is like broken and going nowhere. Guys like Mark Hunt, who are in their 40s, are still relevant.
Or Muscle I've kind of always been a bigger guy, so I've liked heavyweight, and then I liked light heavyweight a lot for a long time. But I think the best fights I've seen throughout the UFC, probably middleweight with Rich Franklin and Anderson Silva, like that era.
Sure.
Like middleweight, like 185, around there.
I haven't really seen enough, so I probably.
I like all those ones in the middle, man. Like probably featherweight, lightweight, welterweight, light heavy, middleweight, all that stuff.
Yeah. But I just mean the heavyweight just sort of lacks an identity, and it sort of lacks any sort of direction, really. Like, all the best heavyweights are like 35 and over. Like, there's no like 24-year-old heavyweight that everyone's getting excited about, and
I think they're just cutting and getting into light heavy.
And I just think it's harder being a bigger guy. They age, and they and it takes more of a toll and stuff. But they still keep that power, which is why they're so relevant. Like Mark Hunt is way shorter than most heavyweights, and he's in his 40s, but he's still super powerful, can knock you the fuck out.
He wasn't the most skilled, but seeing Lesnar go from wrestling into MMA, I was like, this guy's gonna fucking kill somebody.
I was all about it. He was awesome. I mean, he had some great fight. He knocked Kimbo out, didn't he?
I believe so, yeah.
I think they were supposed to fight and never did.
Oh, I thought they fought.
I don't think the fight happened.
The Keith Haring, he beat the shit out of him. He punched him and he rolled halfway across the ring. Remember that?
I'm trying to think of the. There was one really good fight with that big old, like, roided up looking dude.
Beat on him for a bunch of first round, and then he came back. Is that the one? Because that's Shane Carwin. Remember?
No,
okay.
This guy's not American. He doesn't speak English very well.
Oh, okay. I wish I could have seen those fights with Tim Sylvia, because he was a giant. I never saw him fight.
Shit, can't think of his name. But yeah, back to the documentaries you were talking about. Which I'm glad you brought that up, because there's so many good ones I wanted to mention. You guys mentioned Like Water, which is a good one on Silva. There's one called Fightville from 2011 that is it really showcases the lower levels of it. It's really like, you know, the starting point. They just like kind of put this thing on, and it has Dustin Poirier in it.
Huh. He's real.
It's focused around the South, so it's like, you know, he's from Louisiana, and this is like when he was like nothing, you know, but he was like, you know, by far the best guy in the documentary, and obviously he's still a contender in the featherweight division.
Yeah, he's a pretty good fighter.
But yeah, he's in there. That's a really good one. You know, Conor did beat him pretty good, unfortunately.
Yeah, but again, I just don't think. I think Conor should have been a lightweight. He should not have been a.
Conor, I mean,
he's taller than everybody in the.
As much as I dislike the guy, I mean, he is a talented dude. Like, he's got really long arms, and so it's hard for anybody to get inside on him. But,
yeah, really good striking and stuff. But I mean, you can see some of the things he did wrong in the fight. Like, after what he did to Aldo, I think he felt the same pressure to do the same thing to Diaz. He's like, oh, I have to knock him out in the first round, and, you know, instead of fighting smarter.
He shouldn't say, I'm going to put you on the mat in the first round every goddamn time. Then.
Yeah, and he has good kicks, but he's been telegraphing his kicks. Like, one of the reasons I liked watching him fight was he would use kicks effectively. He sure as hell didn't use kicks effectively this time. He's just like, oh, here comes a wheel kick you can see like 9 miles off. Like, you know.
Well,
only the best guys can do that. That's why I really like Wonder Boy. I'm so excited about Wonder Boy. He's like my hero, because he's just like showing that, like, if you got legit skills, those kicks and stuff aren't useless and flashy. It's just skill, you know. He's like, because people are just like, oh, what's with these karate guys? They suck. I'm like, I don't think so. Not if you're somebody like Wonder Boy.
He's coming back.
He's gonna fight Rory, which upsets me because I love both of them. I don't really want to see them fight each other. But when him taking out Hendricks is probably my favorite fight of the past year. Do you have a favorite fight of the past year? Mine was definitely Wonder Boy taking out stupid Hendricks.
I don't know, man. I don't know if I could pick one of the past year. But I think Conor's biggest problem is he's training over there in Ireland.
Yeah, he could be training in a better place.
I don't know if there's enough, you know, skill set over there. I'm just not familiar enough with.
Probably not. It's a small market, right?
I mean, name another fighter out of Ireland. I mean, they're just trying to
Joe Duffy
to pimp out that. Joe Duffy's American, isn't he?
No.
Joe Duffy.
He actually beat Conor too. Before the UFC.
They're just trying to pimp out their, you know, their franchise, you know, over there, their organization. So they're, you know, they're going to Mexico, you know, to let, you know, some Mexican fighter fight, and they're going to Ireland to let Conor fight for the belt, and they're going here, going there, trying to get a big following in Brazil, which, strangely enough, is not as big as you think.
Wow, that is kind of amazing, considering it seems like it's their national fucking sport over there.
Well, you know why? They all pirate the shit out of the pay-per-view, so nobody pays for it. They're all watching it for free.
I know. Earlier in this broadcast, I already referred to McGregor as Irish street trash, which some people might misconstrue as racist. So now I'll just say that Brazil is a nation of criminals. So there you go.
Yikes.
I mean, if you want to get shot in the face, like, if you look at, like, the top 10 list, like, 7 of them are in Brazil.
If you want to get shot.
So this, you should be a travel agent.
Going to Brazil, brilliant Brazil. See real.
How are you?
Get
How
shot
are
in the
your
face.
feelings on getting shot in the face? Do you like?
Those cut off.
Do you
Well,
like
they
Cuban
got that
neckties
Sugarloaf
and all?
Mountain. Oh God, yeah, they do that too. Shit. I guess that's more Colombia, but I bet you they do it too. But that's Colombia.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
I better. Yeah.
Whatever
But
kind
yeah,
of
I'm really
awful way
upset
to
at
kill
the lack.
somebody, they do it.
I'm really upset at the lack of documentaries on kickboxing, especially historical. I want one on like the history and the evolution because it's all really interesting to me. But yeah, I love watching Glory when that comes on.
Hey, real quick, did you see? You guys have much music, but do you have MTV in Canada, right?
It used to be like a special channel, but now like one of the MTVs is normal. Like I get an MTV. It doesn't. All it is a bunch of shit like werewolf shows because I guess that's what MTV
Teen Mom.
It might be really hard to find, but there was a MTV True Life on a guy who was doing Muay Thai, and it shows him going like training, being one of the best fighters in America, and going to Thailand and competing in Muay Thai.
This was a while
really
back.
old, like 2002, 2003.
Yeah, I saw that. That's a
It
good
was
one.
really good though.
I'd like to see that.
Yeah.
Because so
It also
far,
looked
like
like a True
the
Life.
best movie, like the best documentary on like kickboxing is the movie Kickboxer, which actually has some legitimately true, real stuff in it, and it does sort of mirror what happened to Rick Rufus. In that Rick Rufus is like, yeah, I'll fight him. It's the same thing that happened to the brother in Kickboxer. You had an American kickboxer who was used to this sort of thing. It was like, yeah, I'll go fight some Thai guy, even though I don't know what the hell Muay Thai is, and then like he gets the crap kicked out of him. That kind of did happen in real life a couple times to some American kickboxers, although they weren't murdered by like the greatest villain in the history of cinema. Because if you watch all the kickboxers, man, that Thai what's his name? Rambo. Thai
Which one?
Oh,
in Kickboxer. Thai
Tong Po.
Tong Po. Like
Tong Po.
if you watch all the kickboxers, he goes from like bad guy to like worse than Hitler bad guy. Like when you see the shit he does. He doesn't just kill his brother in the ring. Then he like tries to like I don't know, like rape his
Here, buddy.
girlfriend, and then he murders somebody else, and I don't know, it's all sorts of shit. Anyway, I really better go now, but it was good stuff.
I was trying to think of Alistair Overeem is who I was trying to think of earlier.
Oh yeah, he's a
guy-
Dutch kickboxer.
Brock, yeah. Put him
rocked.
down pretty quickly.
Yeah, he knocked out Brock, didn't he? Or is it the other way around?
No, the other way around, I think.
Oh, okay.
Or he submitted him one.
But yeah, the Brock fight I've seen all the way is the Shane Carwin fight, where Shane just gets him down and pounds on him forever, and there were about 17,000 opportunities for the ref to call it. Doesn't call it. The round ends. Brock sits down, all bloodied and beaten, but then he like jumps on him and like arm bars him or something and wins the title. But yeah, some of those guys, again, it was just that weird hybrid, especially with some of the heavyweights and light heavyweights, where they weren't necessarily exactly great martial artists. Another guy that comes to mind for sure was Keith Jardine. Man, his fights are weird. Did you see his fights?
Oh yeah, that guy's unorthodox as fuck.
He's like, I don't think he's thrown a jab in his life. He's never done like a straight jab. Like, watch like him fight like
Oh yeah.
he had a big fight with Chuck Liddell, and like
Yeah.
Liddell didn't know what to do with him because he was just like looping and I don't know, crazy. I kind of miss those sorts of fighters.
I don't know what the fuck they're on now. I mean, season-wise, but the first season of Ultimate Fighter was pretty epic with Bonner and Griffin.
Oh yeah, that's kind of what made the league, as they all say.
Yeah.
Because I've
I
seen
still
those
watch it.
specials.
I still love that show.
What are they on?
I tune into it now and again. I liked the Nations one. That's how I got a bunch of Canadians.
Yeah.
The Canadians beat the shit out of all the Australians.
Are they? Is it like Ultimate Fighter like Estonia or something?
They quit doing numbers, man.
Yeah, they're just like.
You know, they have a Brazil version too. They do a version in Brazil as well.
Not surprised.
What's up, buddy?
Okay. Good night, Pezo.
Still pissed off?
You know, I was just watching.
I'm not gonna listen to this.
I'm glad he left. I'm part Irish and part Brazilian,
Oh shit.
and I'm glad he left because he just insulted me
Yeah.
deeply. And
Hey, I'm just glad he didn't say the N-word on this show.
I'm surprised he didn't. I mean, never have I heard more racist. I'm really insulted. That really hurt me a lot.
Very nice.
Deeply offended.
But I was going to say real quick, The Smashing Machine from 2002. This is a really good one to check out. That's probably like my favorite documentary on MMA. It's about Mark Kerr. I don't know if you're familiar with him. Old school dude. Mark Kerr.
No.
He really did a lot more Pride than UFC. I think he was in the UFC a little bit, but he had a really bad drug problem too, like pain medication because he would get the shit beat out of him, and basically got hooked on drugs real bad. But really good documentary. It's kind of hard to find, but really good.
I thought there were more boxing ones, but Champs is supposed to be really good. Everyone likes the Manny Pacquiao documentary called Manny. Trying to think, there's supposed to be some other ones, but I'm blanking on them at the moment.
Fight Life is really good too. That's a newer one from 2014.
Not Dog Fight, but Fight Life. You said
Fight Life. Yeah, you could skip Dogfight. Dogfight's a bunch of dumbass kids in Tampa that don't know how to do shit.
Dumbass kids in Tampa.
Or Miami or wherever the hell Dada 5 billion is from.
Yeah, Cole gave it 2 stars on Letterboxd.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah.
It was pretty disappointing, especially after seeing that fight. I need to go bump my rating down.
You know what I saw for the first time ever recently? Enter the Dragon.
I saw that. Movie. What'd you think?
Fucking epic. Oh, shit. I could see where the character of Law from Tekken, where he basically does stuff like that. Yeah.
We can. I was going to bring this up earlier, but Cole wouldn't give me a chance to get in. You remember, the super fight was always Bruce Lee versus Muhammad Ali.
Oh yeah.
Everybody always told. I mean, I'm obviously not that old, but everybody.
The super fight is going to be me versus Cole.
I would pay to see that. Is that going to be a pay-per-view?
It will be a pay-per-view, and
paid for and brought to you by Patreon. There we go, boys.
And this Irish Brazilian is going to lay him out.
Too many laughs tonight. Cole, you should be a travel agent. Do you want to get shot in the face?
Yeah. That's Cole's thoughts on Brazil.
Stories about the movie theater, and
wow.
The kid at the Girl Scout. Joey or I forgot what his name
Gary.
was. Gary. Well.
Forgot what I was going to say. Oh yeah, I'll get the hype machine going on that Piz, and I'll get Cole is gay.
Okay, get Cole's gay involved. Call Dana White.
To pimp it out.
Call Dana.
I'm trying to think of a good name like Vendetta. You guys can do the poster.
The Irish Brazilian versus the racist.
UFC 4,500 deadline.
Oh Lord, how long you guys been going?
Like 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock.
Almost 4 hours. Top of the hour.
Okay, so almost 4 hours. Okay.
We haven't beat the best Sausage Factory episode, but we're close. Actually, what is our record? Did we go 6 hours before?
It's close.
7?
That one with Andrew Cash went about 6 hours, I think. It was over 5 for sure. That one, I've still not recovered from that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, for everybody who's watching, be sure to stay tuned to the Sausage Factory. on the Sausage Factory YouTube channel. Check out the shows every Thursday.
No doubt.
We'll be coming back on the 17th.
17th. So have you guys just been talking about MMA all night, or
No.
No, dude. Cameron from Obnoxious and Anonymous joined, and he started giving movie theater like memories and stories, and he was talking about how like one girl, like someone had silly string or something and sprayed it, and then they lit it on fire, and it like torched some girl's like eyebrows off or something. I don't even know what was going on.
And then Cole gave us the pain challenge for everything he's been through. But good stuff.
Okay.
But
we went from Cub Scouts to MMA to TV shows.
And we talked about burned children for quite a little while.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
It was rough. We made a lot of references to what was a show with Chris Hansen on it?
Teacher Predator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Cole was talking about his Boy Scout days.
Talked about Fuller House.
Oh, God.
Everywhere you go.
Have you got a chance to see that yet, Piz?
I watched the first episode. I've not watched any others.
Is that going to do it for you?
Yeah, I think that did. That was my dose of nostalgia. That was enough of a dose of nostalgia for me. Now, when they bring back Perfect Strangers, then I'll get hyped. Now, I don't know if this was like just some joke I saw today, but I saw Home Improvementer coming to Netflix. Is that for real or is that a joke?
I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me at all, though.
Like you said, nothing surprises me anymore. If they could be like, Batman vs. Superman vs. the Terminator vs. Alien vs. Predator coming out next year, and I'm like, all right, cool, I believe it. Great, should be awesome.
False. Snope says false to that.
I think I'm gonna pre-order my copy of Cherry Falls on Blu-ray here.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah. They looks like it's pretty. They got quite a few special features on it. Unfortunately, it's the cut version though. Yeah, they couldn't track down the director's cut or whatever. So it's just the cut version. But
you have the Arrow release of TCM2. Are you gonna bother with the Scream Factory release or no?
No, not really. I mean, I think it's. I've not saw what the extras are on the Scream Factory release, but I mean that the Arrow set is. I mean that's, the everything about it's just really cool. The presentation, it's like a box set for one movie.
Yeah.
How they did it, they really did a good job with it. So
Arrow has been on fire lately. They've been putting out some great stuff. I don't have any of them.
That Hellraiser set is awesome. The new Mutilator Blu-ray is awesome.
I mean, you guys got me onto the films, but I have the Criterion. But the Thief edition that Arrow put out, Michael Mann film. Yeah, that looks epic.
I prefer it to the Criterion. I've got them both. I prefer it to the Criterion. So
that's a good reason to invest in a region-free Blu-ray player.
Yeah, well, the Mutilator's region-free. It's all regions.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Wonder how they swung that one.
Well, I think Arrow owns it for every. They have distribution rights across all over the world. Like that's with the Hellraiser set, like Dimension owns them for the continental U.S.
Sure.
And like Canada or whatever. And so Arrow has the rights for every place else.
So I was thinking about this, like we have Screen Factory North America, but we mainly have here in Region A or 1, whatever you want to call it, we have Criterion. Over in Europe, in most parts of it, mainly the UK, they have Arrow. Is there anything like that for Asia or mainly like Australia and New Zealand? Do they have like a special thing or like a studio?
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, Japan is Region A too.
Oh well.
So and pretty much all those other Asian countries bootleg the shit out of everything. So.
Yeah.
Well, that's true. Yeah.
So they don't pay for anything.
They don't. Yeah. And they've all probably got region-free players too. So I mean, or they've hacked their player to make it region-free.
I have a friend of mine that lives in North Korea, and it's just like you would imagine. Like you know, on the corner, they've just got discs laid out, you know, of everything that's still in the theater now.
That's epic. You know, somebody in North Korea. I know tons of people in South Korea. I don't know anybody in North
South Korea. I'm sorry, South Korea.
Okay. So.
Yeah, North Korea. They're probably a little stricter on that.
Yeah,
Wi-Fi sucks in North Korea.
Yeah, I don't think they have the internet in North Korea, do they?
Oh, probably.
When they have power.
Thanks for catching me on that one.
Yeah, I think YouTube's actually banned in North Korea.
So. When all the tournaments for esports go on in China, like they have their own Twitter website, they have their own Facebook, they have their own everything because everything's blocked. It's pretty sad.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
But any other DVD, Blu-ray releases you're looking forward to coming up?
I'm not sure. Honestly, I'm not sure what news coming out beyond the Cherry Falls Blu-ray. I mean, I know the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 is coming out soon.
There was other one. I'm looking it up right now.
I'll probably pick up The Force Awakens when it comes out on Blu-ray. I'll pick that up.
No, you know what you need to do is buy it on Vudu and then buy it again when it comes out on Blu-ray, like a week later.
Oh, so of course.
And then buy the special edition with the commentaries and the extra features, and then buy the super edition.
I can't buy anything anymore. I don't have enough room. To be honest.
You're gonna buy the Kylo Ren lightsaber special edition of it, and you know what I mean.
So if people wouldn't pay for that shit, they wouldn't put it out. But
yeah, that's true.
Drop $200 on it.
That's true. But you should definitely. The new Pieces Blu-ray is really good too.
Check that one out.
Yeah, the new Pieces Blu-ray is really good.
Movie.
The pricing is really weird because, like, at first when they announced it, it was like $40, and then it went down to $27, and then I checked just yesterday on Amazon, and it's up to like 30 something. So I mean, the pricing on it's really weird.
I'd love to have that one, but I'm not gonna be able to pay that kind of money.
But it's a real. I mean, it looks phenomenal.
Does it?
I was blown away. Yeah, I was blown away.
You never tracked down the puzzle, did you?
No. You've got to go online and buy it from the distributor who hoarded a bunch of copies for $80.
Awesome.
So, yeah. Apparently that's what's happened to a lot of those. It's the distributor who's hoarded them and are selling them on eBay for $80 a pop.
Yeah, I saw when he posted that on the Facebook page. It was like just a bunch of responses of like, I don't care, I got the one with the puzzle. Fuck you, I got the one with the puzzle. It's like everyone. It's like, all right,
yeah,
dang, man. That's
I mean, the puzzle would have been cool, but I mean, come on, it's just a puzzle, and I mean, it's not like I'm going to put that up in the house, you know, like, hey, yes, by the way, that is the Pieces puzzle, that naked woman there, yes. Yes.
What's Pieces, you say? Well, we have a movie to watch.
Oh, that'd be a great intro to introduce people to the movie. That'd be a great intro. And then just, you know, lose friends, lose my job.
Yeah.
Why not? They would probably make it, I'm going to guess, well, probably not even 5 minutes in. Once the mother takes the axe to the head, they'll be like, okay, I'm out. I've seen enough.
I'm looking at what's coming out. I don't really see anything that piques my interest.
We've had a lot of good stuff here just lately with like the Hellraiser box set, and then of course the Mutilator, and now Pieces. And we've had some good releases.
Probably since I don't have a region-free player, and I'm too dumb to unlock like 3 things that could potentially be region-free Blu-ray players. Probably gonna get the TCM to Scream Factory edition to go with my TCM original edition, the 40th anniversary, I think is what it was. Well, and that's just jam-packed full of stuff. Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see which special features make it over from the Arrow to this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would guess none, but
Well, I mean, they kind of sometimes they'll swap. You know, they'll license extras to each other's, or you know.
oh man, Screen Factory's putting out Destroyer, the Lyle Alzado movie.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. That's awesome.
It's a double feature with Edge of Sanity, which I've never seen. Anthony Perkins.
Your collection's naked without it.
Well, they're going to release Raising Cain too, and I'm hoping that they release the about 2 years ago. Brian De Palma put together an alternate cut of it, so hopefully they'll have both versions on there.
Oh,
That'd be awesome.
interesting.
Real quick, did any of you guys pick up the Army of Darkness 3-disc edition they put out?
Mm-hmm.
Thoughts?
Yeah.
I did not.
The thing is though, if you get it, Scream Factory has an email link that you can contact them, and they'll send you a replacement disc because there's a couple of shots missing from disc 1 and 3, and they'll just give them to you, which is great. So you don't have to send back the original disc, so you can just give those to a friend.
Oh, nice.
Oh, cool.
That is cool.
Yeah. So if you have somebody who already has it streaming or whatever, they can at least just, get those discs for the extras. So.
Yeah, Arrow, or not Arrow, but Anchor Bay did that a long time ago with their opera release. And I know a lot of people just ripped them off. Like, literally all you had to do was email and be like, hey, I bought it, and they'd send you the disc.
Right.
So, yeah. I know a lot of people ripped them off.
That's, what do you think Suspiria will be out by the end of this year?
Oh, man. That's one I would love to have.
Who's distributing that or putting it out?
Oh, it's the same people who put out the Prom Night Blu-ray.
Oh, Synapse. I thought it was Synapse. Yeah. I thought it was.
That's right. I remember when they announced that a couple of years ago.
I love their releases of Prom Night, and Intruder was one of their first ones.
Oh, yeah, Intruder was a good one.
Did they do the Cannibal Holocaust one too? Is that them? Who did they did Cannibal Ferox and Cannibal Holocaust? There was like a big 3.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was them. I'm pretty sure. I think I'm almost positive they did Cannibal Ferox.
Yeah, those are quality releases, man. They're beautiful, and you wouldn't think a movie like that would be beautiful, but it is.
I believe Grindhouse did Cannibal Holocaust.
Oh, that's right. That's right, Grindhouse.
I thought about getting the Tenebrae Steelbook from Synapse, but with shipping and all, I mean, it was going to be almost, I think, like $50, and I was just like, I can't drop $50 on a Blu-ray.
Yeah. Well, especially with all these 4K Blu-rays coming out, it's like, when's Scream Factory, when they start releasing that, are we going to have to rebuy everything again?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Scream Factory's not done the Steelbook edition releases, which they had kind of they'd threatened to do like a year or two ago, and I think the outcry from the fans is what made them stop. Made them not go that route just yet. But I'm surprised they've not well, here's Halloween 2 and 3 Steelbooks, and here's the Howling Steelbook.
I'm gonna get going. You guys take it easy. I'll see you definitely next Thursday.
Hey, or before you go, I just want you to hear this last thing. I don't know if you heard this or not, but J.J. Abrams, because he named a character in The Force Awakens after Phantasm, Captain Phasma, took some of the money he made from The Force Awakens and is actually restoring Phantasm to a 4K Blu-ray, which should be out this year. So it's funny how Don Coscarelli isn't going the Scream Factory route. He's going through J.J. Abrams' Bad Robot Company to put it out as a separate Blu-ray.
That's awesome.
Wow, by the end of this year, you said?
Yeah, this year.
Yeah, because I don't have the original release. I just have the Anchor Bay one, the one that's white. The white, yeah.
The one that was $5 at Target that now goes for $400?
All right, take it easy. Thanks, so that's awesome news. Thanks, Jake, for having me on the show.
That's, oh, yeah, man. Yeah, I never realized that the character, it had a, I realized the name, but like I said.
Captain Phasma, and her suit's all silver, like the ball.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh wow, Pig left too.
I don't
Just
know.
you and me, Jay.
He may have gotten kicked. But yeah, that's cool. It's nice to see that movie get some proper respect, and quit getting jerked around by the studios. And I hope they got some special features recorded before Angus passed away.
Well, hopefully they'll just import everything off the Anchor Bay stuff, and because that thing was loaded, that 2-disc set. And then all we need is 3 and 4, and maybe they'll come out when Ravager comes out, right? They'll put a whole box set together.
Does that have a release date yet?
No, I think it's on YouTube actually, isn't it?
Oh, geez,
I think it was a made for YouTube like web series that has just got some extra scenes.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know.
That sucks.
So what was the topic when I came in? Just horror Blu-rays coming out and stuff?
Yeah, they were just basically talking about things coming up in recent pickups and stuff.
I'm really excited about the Carpenter Village of the Damned Blu-ray. I mean, yes, it's not the greatest movie, but it's one movie that he's made that has never had bonus features on it, and I would just like to see something.
Yeah, I've got the old was it MGM release? I'm not sure who put that out.
Universal. There's like just a trailer on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's actually kind of a guilty pleasure of mine is that movie. I've just I always enjoyed it a little bit.
You have the leader, the little girl. I think she's the best thing in it. She's fantastic, and the idea that one, you have Luke Skywalker and Superman in the same movie.
Yeah,
it's Christopher Reeve's last standing performance before he became paralyzed. And it's just I understand, it's a remake of an original, but I remember at the time there was hope for it because, this was a Universal film, and John Carpenter had previously made a Universal remake with The Thing. So people were, really excited for it. And yeah, it's not the greatest, but I'll tell you, even the worst movies that were made in like the late 80s, early 90s of horror films, if you compare them to a lot of the horror films that come out today, they look pretty damn good.
I agree.
Like even movies I couldn't stand, like Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare. Yeah. Now I watch it as like, well, isn't that just a cute little movie they made? Like at the time I hated it,
Right.
But now I'm just like, I'll take that over Hostel any day.
Yeah, it's kind of sad the state of the genre these days.
Mm-hmm.
It's all like that's why I thought The Witch was such a blessing, because it's a legit film that can stand on its own, and and it did okay. It got a decent release, and it's not it's not The Boy, it's not Sinister or Sinister 2 or.
But you heard about the new Amityville. It got pushed all the way till next January.
Yeah, we'll see.
That's not very good. I mean,
I don't know. I guess they're gonna reshoot the entire thing. I don't know.
Oh man, it's gonna be like that Wes Craven movie Cursed. There'll be 3 versions of it.
Yeah.
I contacted Scream Factory. I'm like, you guys want to make some money? Put out Cursed in a special edition with all 3 cuts of it. Because they made that movie 3 different times with 3 different casts. And they wrote back saying that would be great. It'll never happen. You would think though, if Weinstein Company had not sold off Dimension, they would be, in the best way possible, capitalizing off Wes Craven's death by putting out like the version of Curse you never saw before.
For sure. I'm sure it exists somewhere.
Oh, it does, because I talked to the editor, Patrick Lussier, once.
Oh, really?
At a horror convention, and I said, well, you worked on Curse. He goes, yeah, I worked on all 3 versions of it. And I said, so I'm sure he's got a cut of it,
Yeah.
Now, of course, he went on to direct My Bloody Valentine, the remake, which I think is pretty damn good, actually, for a remake. And it's the only horror film in the last 10 years that made over $100 million, and yet Lionsgate said, I don't think we're going to do a sequel. Like, you would think if a horror film like that made $100 million, there'd be a part 2, and they never went forward with it, which is kind of cool. It's kind of great that they let it just stand on its own. But I could have been up for a sequel to that movie.
I had a great time with that movie in the theater. I don't know that I've watched it since, but that was like the 3D experience worked so well for me during that movie, and I don't know that anything since has.
Yeah,
I've seen stuff in the past year that I'm just like sad that I'm watching in 3D because it just doesn't work.
Yeah, one, it was made for 3D. It wasn't retrofitted, right? I love the fact that I remember telling Patrick Lucy, I said, that is the best 3D I've ever seen, because it wasn't about, yes, there were things jumping out at you, but it was all about the depth of the mind. Yeah. And that thing looked like it went for miles back there, and also, even though the movie came out, what was it, 2009, 2010, somewhere around there, maybe 2008, but it actually is the closest a movie has gotten to being the 80s slasher movie. Even though, these movies come out to try to remake these 80s slasher movies, but they don't capture that feeling, and that movie captured the feeling of what it was like to be like a 1987 drive-in horror movie.
They just throw a bunch of grain on top of it and make it set in the 70s.
Yeah, and just having a bunch of like 19-year-olds playing 30-year-olds, as opposed to like back in the day it was 30-year-olds playing 19-year-olds.
Yeah, exactly.
That was a great time, and the writer of that also wrote Jason X, and
that's right.
Which again, I know he likes the movie for what it is, right? Todd Farmer, but you remember him telling me once that he was kind of disappointed because when he wrote Jason X, he always imagined it would look like Blade Runner. And then when he saw the footage, he was like, "Oh, this is going to look like a Sci-Fi Channel movie."
Yeah.
So he wasn't too thrilled at first with the way it was coming out, but you learn to like it, I guess.
Sure. And if it wasn't for that movie, we wouldn't have gotten the original re-released. As I remember the day I saw My Bloody Valentine, I picked up the DVD of the original with the extra footage added back in, which people complain about how it looks, but hell, I got it. I'm not really complaining with the quality of it. I think it looks it's passable.
Yeah, I guess if that is one saving grace about a bad remake is you always get a new updated version of the original.
I know that's what I said. The only good thing about the Nightmare on Elm Street remake was the original was released on Blu-ray.
I know you guys probably talked about this on the Sausage Factory before, but out of all the remakes that came out, what do you think was like maybe the one or two like worst ones?
Oh man, it's like every show we talk about that stuff.
Oh, okay.
No, it's a great topic. It's just so many that I try not to watch them very much anymore.
No, but but when they were coming out, like people complain about Rob Zombie's Halloween, which I get, but I can name you 5 things that I think are decent about it. I can't name you one thing decent about the Elm Street remake.
Yeah,
that thing's garbage.
Well, like It's Alive. Have you seen that remake?
No,
that's a terrible one. Oh man, there's so many.
Or like Steve Miner's Day of the Dead.
Oh yes, yeah, that's probably number 1 right there.
Like, what happened, Steve Miner? Even at your lowest, you gave me Lake Placid, which is fun.
I know. I know.
So,
he's done tons of great stuff too. I don't know what's happened.
He directed the first 2 episodes of Dawson's Creek.
and that's legitimate right there. It's
Oh yeah, and what's funny is that he still, for whatever reason, he'll go on the Last House on the Left Blu-ray, but he will not talk about Friday the 13th 2 and 3 ever.
Yeah, I don't understand that either. It must be some bad blood between somebody at Paramount or something.
I guess you'd think all would be forgiven by now. I still think his best movie, and the one that's never ever talked about, is House with William Catt.
I love House. I love House and House 2.
Yeah, House 2, The Second Story. It's like always a clever little title. And I saw House 2, The Second Story double feature with RoboCop at the theater.
Oh man, that's perfect right there. That's a perfect night.
Yeah, House 1 had George Wendt, had Norman. The second one had Cliff.
Yeah, that's right.
And Yeah, no, those are great movies. He did Steve Miner did House right after Soul Man. Remember Soul Man?
Oh yeah, I love Soul Man.
Thomas Howell.
I actually do really like that movie.
Yeah.
It's
that movie would never come out today.
no, not at all. It's yeah, it would offend quite a few people, I'm sure.
Oh my God, like the Ghostbusters trailer? Jesus.
Yeah. That's like I saw somebody comparing, the token black character in that film to Ernie Hudson, and they were just like, Ernie Hudson's like a strong character, crucial to the team, becomes a big team player, and they were saying that. I'm not sure what the character's name in the new film is, but she's just like very stereotypical of how you would imagine someone like that.
Well, it's just everything's broader. You
yeah.
know? And I don't mean broad in terms of like women. I'm talking about just like the comedy is very much that Judd Apatow kind of just outlandish comedy. It's funny is Ghostbusters, the original Ghostbusters, is considered, believe it or not, to be one of the greatest Republican movies ever made.
Wow.
Yeah, because here is a story about a group of men who get off the aid of being paid by the state and go work for their own company, right? They become successful enough that they're able to hire minorities. And then who tries to shut them down? The EPA.
Wow, that's awesome. Oh, man, I don't know. That seems to be a pretty popular topic of discussion lately since the trailer was released.
Well, the problem is this, Jay, and I'm just curious what you think about this, is that, okay, let's say there's people on the YouTube channel, right? Because that video is getting hundreds of thousands of dislikes.
Yeah.
But what Sony is doing is anybody who critiques the trailer legitimately, like, well, I'm not a fan of this, I don't like this, their comments are being deleted.
Mm-hmm.
But the people who are writing, oh, I hate women aren't funny in comedy, those comments are being left. So it's almost like Sony wants it to become like this feminist thing of you need to support it because these people are against the movie because there's women. But the people who are legitimately complaining, they're getting their statements erased.
That's actually a really smart way to go about that. I mean, it's basically saying everybody that dislikes this is a anti-feminist.
And so when you see articles being written, you're seeing those quotes being pulled because Sony's going through and deleting them. I mean, if you go on the YouTube channel now, there's going to be people writing, this is the 12th time Sony has deleted my comment.
They deleted my comment, and all I posted was, what can I post here that Sony won't delete? And then they deleted that. So
yeah, they deleted my comment too, where it said, the comments on here are funnier than anything in the trailer.
Yeah. There's some great comments on there. Some people laying some great comedy on there.
And who knows? I mean, maybe the movie will be good, but that trailer is not well put together. I mean, there was a fan trailer that came out using the same footage 20 million times better. I mean, all they did was put the Ghostbusters music over it, and it was like, wow, that actually works. Just as a trailer. But
I didn't want to see it in any shape or form. I mean, if it was a sequel, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But I just don't need to see that. I would rather have something else. Like, take that money and put it into some original property. Go make Bridesmaids 2.
Hell, let's take a third of that money, give it to Joe Dante, and let him make Gremlins 3 with today's technology.
With not CGI monsters.
No.
But
I think that would be, and let Joe Dante do the original script for Gremlins, the R-rated version, before it got a little toned down. But I still think that movie's pretty freaking harsh.
Yeah, I'm trying to determine when I can show that to my kids, and I don't think it's anytime soon.
Well, I saw that. What's funny is that came out 1984, and at the same time as Temple of Doom.
Oh yeah,
which is another hardcore PG movie. Mm-hmm. And I must have been 9 or so when it came out. And Gremlins, I thought, was one of the scariest things I'd ever seen.
Yeah.
And then a year later, I'm riding the bus home from school, and kids were like, well, didn't you know it's a comedy? It's funny. I'm like, a comedy? And then I went back and watched it. I'm like, I can see it. But, I mean, I was terrified the first time I saw the movie.
It's a scary movie. I mean, not really now, but definitely when I was a kid, it scared the crap out of me.
Oh, when I know it's a cliche now because of the last Boo scare, but but when I'm 9 years old, I am not expecting Stripe to jump out of the water at the end,
Yeah.
out of the fountain, be melting in front of them and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I mean,
such a great movie.
Oh yeah. In fact, it's so good that I know a lot of people are fans of the second one. I myself, it's hard for me to get into the second one because the second one's like spoofing Gremlins itself. You know what I mean? And I kind of like the sincere Frank Capra, It's a Wonderful Life kind of the first movie. You know what I mean? Where it's like I kind of want to take it seriously and have it be funny.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm glad they went the direction they did though, instead of trying to make a straight, legitimate sequel. I don't know if it would have worked.
No, not 5 years later,
No, I'm a fan of Gremlins 2 as well. It's just, you can be in a different frame of mind to watch that movie. Probably not the best double feature.
Yeah. Well, it's funny is, kind of thinking about it, you have the first movie where a director does something sincere, and then the second movie is sort of like, not really a spoof, but kind of a play on the first movie, right? Mm-hmm. You almost have to go back to when James Whale did Frankenstein in 1930 and then did Bride of Frankenstein in 1935 and just kind of spoofed the original movie, There's a few of those where someone came back to do the sequel and just kind of almost made the sequel just crazier than the first movie, So
it's kind of hard to take the alien versus aliens, approach with something like that. I mean, what could you do? Have even more gremlins or have a giant gremlin that's more terrifying than, these little terrible creatures.
Yeah. And what's interesting too is, what was it in Goonies that came out the next year? They actually mentioned the gremlins in it. Like, they're like, Chunk, remember that story you told us about all those creatures that you don't feed them after midnight? And it was sort of like, oh my God, is Spielberg trying to connect these into worlds,
Wow. Yeah, I'd forgotten about that. It's been a while since I've seen Goonies. Wow. That's cool, man. Well, is there anything else you wanted to talk about on here?
No, I was just hopping on because I saw you guys were still on here. So
yeah,
but you look exhausted, so I'll let you go.
Falling asleep, man. But no, I'm actually okay. I'm actually kind of a caffeine crash, but I had a little bit too much coffee tonight. But yeah, we thank you for watching, guys. And this is Cameron from Obnoxious and Anonymous. Go check his channel out, and I'll post a link to the video. You can go check him out. Does great stuff. And yeah, thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you next time.
Easy. Thanks.